Heavy is the head, got the crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head, that the crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Chicken over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning, so if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a coat, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that the crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Chicken over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
JDG가 이제 강력한 또 MSI 우승 후보 중 하나인데 저희가 만나면 충분히 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각하고
印象深刻的FLICKR比赛，就那个解反杀吧，就印象非常深刻。还有一次我和FLICKR打，也是那种洲际赛，我用卢锡安打他Nico，但完全打不过他。我觉得这次我和我们队伍都准备的比之前好吧，就也是比较有概率。
룰러 선수랑 자주 만나긴 했는데 이제 그 점이 서로에 대해서 더 잘한다는 거 말고는 서로 열심히 노력하는 사람이 이길 것 같습니다.
정말 우승하고 싶습니다. 这是我的时代，不容别人拦截。 In a world of ADCs, one man is king. It is Ruler standing above them all.
觉得看谁优势吧，我打他也挺想买3输的。我要拿你迪奥的输。
매저에는 이제 좀 팀이 잘해주면 갈 수 있는 아이템이 있다 보니까 상황에 맞으면 저도 구입할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
我肯定会帮队友复仇的，就帮他赢下FLICKR。
제 시대는 영원히 끝나지 않습니다.
What an introduction to today's match. Welcome everyone to the upper bracket final between T1 and JDG. Live from the Copper Box Arena in London. A banger on the cards. I just love so much about that video. FLICKR in true FLICKR style about the Medjais, but then he said, my era will never end. We've got 2 regional titans fighting today. We have a full house as well. I saw so many cool signs. My name is Shox. I'm joined by Dagda, Jat, and Vedius at the desk. And in fact, there was a T1 fan just here. I took a photo, had a sign saying, my flight is at 8:07 tonight, T130 JDG.
Oh, you could make it to 5
You can make that. So it's it's pretty far though. If it's from Heathrow, I think he'll be
okay, that's
driving
quite
for a
the
while.
trek. That's quite the trek.
But hey, welcome to my analysts. Can someone summarize for me how excited we should be ahead of this day?
Quite.
It's a banger! I'm so ready.
That was so British.
Very.
And it's a banger.
Unbelievably.
Unbelievably. But it does come in contrast to what we saw yesterday because we had to say goodbye to the last remaining team from the LCS as Gen G demolished Cloud9 in a clean sweep.
Punches into the back line, but the damage is already poured in, and Cloud9's lost 2 men. As Berserker beautifully spaces out and shows why he's the best AD carry in North America. And MSI goes all out.
Back fight on 2 fronts. Elk! What was he doing there?
20 health. Oh! Shuriken!
My team trust me. No, don't.
The engage is clean. Gen G is mean. They are not going to be stopped. It's a double kill back over to Pays. The #1 team for the LCK has that title for a reason, and they will clean sweep North America out of MSI.
So well made.
Yes, I feel you.
That was so well made.
I
It was
do.
definitely, I definitely was very sad yesterday with the way Cloud9 went out. They did put in all their effort. They hopefully learned a lot. You could see MNS already looking for tips after the game from Trophy.
Yes.
So they're gonna keep grinding and hopefully come back stronger next time.
The real tragedy, though, is that we didn't see NA versus EU, but I've got some good news about that. For everyone disappointed about no NA versus EMEA, after summer, there will be a best of 5 between the 4th seeds of LEC and LCS for a spot at Worlds.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I mean, we gotta wait a little bit, but at least we get one.
It's going to be so interesting, that matchup. It was in the announcement a while ago when they announced the new Worlds format, but just like the #4 seed from each region, it's like they're going to have to pick themselves back up because they're going to be so down on themselves for being 4th in their region, and then it's like the most important match of the year for some of us.
It's gonna be a mess.
I'm ready
Where
for
are they gonna
it.
play it?
I think
Just
they
in a
should like
ship.
have some sort of battle over the Atlantic, perhaps.
Yeah.
Something
Had
to
that
consider.
before. Hey, but no longer about the teams that aren't here. Let's talk about the teams that are still here. LCK versus LPL all the way. And I may say I'm really excited that we're
Yes.
hopefully going to see some high-level best of 5s, hopefully getting us to silver scrapes every single time.
I think we have some really interesting contrast of styles, right? The way in which the LCK have dominated is through very intelligent macro play, really strong map movements, and I think very talented drafting, whereas I think the LPL continue to showcase their prowess when it comes to the 5v5s. Their team fighting seems unrivaled globally, and to finally get to see the LPL versus LCK in multiple matchups is going to set us up for some really interesting clash of styles.
I also think there's a lot of redemption here for LPL. When you look towards Worlds last year, it wasn't exactly the best of showings. I mean, T1 knocking out JDG in the semi-finals was the last one. It feels like LPL have a lot to prove here going forward.
Yeah, we have no LCK champion at MSI since 2017, but then we also have 2 LCK finalists at Worlds. So both regions have a chip on their shoulder.
Yes, and if you win the upper bracket final today, you go straight to that final. But since we have a little bit more time and we didn't get a lot of EUNA action, we wanted to spice it up to break the tie between LEC and LCS, kinda. We decided to hold a quiz between Dagda, Verius, and Jat. Now, first it was going to be 2 versus 1, but I think let's each.
I mean, I could take it.
like
I know you can take it. I know you can take it.
No, you kind of weigh me down. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sorry, man. Like, I gotta go
So
like
they've got bells. Of course, the audience can yell if you want, and they can decide to listen or not. So the first round is Who Am I? You can earn up to 3 points per question, but each additional hint will reduce the value by 1 point. If you want to guess, you have to ring the bell. You cannot answer again if you guess incorrectly.
So these are the bells?
Yes.
That's the first hint. Made it to MSI.
Made it to MSI 2023.
I'm not going to guess one of
first round.
100 people.
Nobody's taking.
No,
okay.
I'm not.
Second, the oldest player in his domestic league in spring.
Oldest player.
Is it FLICKR?
No.
I tried.
Incorrect.
Hang on. I need a second. I need a quick second. Oldest
You only get
player in
5.
domestic.
5, 4, 3.
No, I'm waiting for the next hint. I'm not gambling it.
But never played at MSI though.
Never played.
But made it to MSI 2023.
Before 2023.
But never played. 5, 4,
Hey, I can't guess.
3. Guess at least.
369.
You're trolling. Odowape.
Oh, what? Oh, mate!
Yes, he drew.
Oh, never
He
played
put
at
us in this mess in the first place. Wow,
That's
made it.
I'm annoyed. That was a cheeky one. That was a cheeky one.
We're just setting the tone. Next
Okay.
one also made it
Of
to
course they
MSI
did.
2023.
Okay, next. Give me
Has
the
a 1-1 record against Bin. No takers?
So 1-1
That's
record
still
against
probably many people.
Bin.
Has been on a team with 2 former world champions. This is such a tricky one.
Has been.
I want to give a hint because.
So,
Yes.
Has
I'm
a
not gonna answer
1-1
yet.
record against Bin. Has been on a team.
Think outside of the box.
Former world.
So this has to be from like Worlds last year, right? From like groups or something. I'm
Maybe
assuming?
it's
It's
not an
gotta be a
active player.
groups.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not an active player. Maybe it's not an active player. Maybe it's someone else doing another job completely now at MSI. 5, 4, 3, 2.
These are hard.
1.
Jab.
Correct.
Yes!
Oh! That's only because last year we had that with a Worlds where it was chat was one of the answers. So I was like, they're just giving you the ego boost.
What's the 1v1 versus Bin?
because we're group stage Worlds 2020, TL 1-1 against Suni.
Yes.
And I was the coach.
Oh, great.
That's
so
wrong.
that's
I don't like these questions at
You got a
all.
point.
1 point for Daga.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So,
I'm sorry, you were
round
holding
2.
me
We
back.
need
Round 2. Here we go.
We also need to talk about T1 JDG later. So round 2, multiple choice. If you answer correctly, you
Okay.
will earn 2 points. Some questions have multiple correct answers, and each additional correct answer will give you a bonus point.
Whoa.
But be careful, a single incorrect answer will invalidate your vote.
Okay.
You can write down your answers to the whiteboard. You will have 10 seconds to deliberate once I finish reading that question.
Okay.
Here we go. You all have your whiteboards?
Yeah.
And your pens.
Yeah.
And I can, if I'm first, I get more points or no?
No.
No, everyone accumulates points. Which keystone has not been used yet in the MSI 2023 bracket stage? Arcane Comet, A. B. Dark Harvest, C. Predator, D. Phase Rush, E. Halo Blades, F. Press the Attack. 10, 9, 8. There can be multiple answers. 7.
I'm good.
6, 4, 5, 4, 3,
I'm sticking with just the 1.
1, 0.
I've got 2
Verius?
answers. My
Yes.
answers are Predator and Dark Harvest.
No points for you.
What? No!
I have Predator.
You're still writing. Stop writing. You're cheating. No, it doesn't count. You were totally out of the time.
Okay.
The F does not count.
Based on the rules, if I put all of them, I'll get some of them right.
You're
But
wrong.
you were too late.
One wrong correct. One wrong
You
answer
played
invalidates.
yourself.
Did I?
Yes.
So what was the answer?
What was the answer?
Let's go.
It was a Predator.
Lads, really need to
choice was a
step up.
bait? Oh.
You need
No,
to
but
step it
there,
up, you
there's
know?
supposed to be more than one, right?
Well, no, there can be more than one.
It can
There can
be.
be.
They
Ah.
tricked me.
I got
Jack
fooled.
played himself, and
I was
that's
going to put Dark
so
Harvest.
entertaining.
So.
Oh my God, so nobody has points except for Daga.
Yeah, this is...
He got another
That's how
point,
it
2
goes.
points.
This reminds me a lot of NANEU so far. We got like the occasional win.
Yeah.
Chat, we need to keep it. I know
Okay,
you're
I mean, we're
salty,
just
but
gonna
we need to
let's
keep it
go.
going. Which champion has been picked but never banned in the MSI 2023 bracket stage? Ajax, B Sejuani, C Nami, D Kindred, Isaiah, F Zeri, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone reveals at the same time now.
B, Sejuani.
Every
you-
single answer was correct. So you get 2 points.
Oh.
I guess, no,
Wait,
4.
really?
You get
So my strategy from last question
3, 3, and 2.
Nice.
6 points. We're actually updating this so that Jat doesn't get.
Wow, every single one.
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. I didn't realize
They even
that.
tried to give you a gimme and you missed
I
it.
know.
All right, we're cutting
Holy
around because we're
crap.
going way too
Yes,
slow.
please.
Okay, okay.
Final round, rapid fire, higher or lower. You can draw an arrow on your whiteboards and I will present you a higher or lower question. You must answer within 3 seconds with your board. Each question is worth 2 points. The topic of the round is, which player has more games in MSI and Worlds
More
history?
games, okay.
The starting point is Reckless, who has 89 games. Is Uzi higher or lower than Reckless? 3,
Ooh.
2, 1, reveal.
I'm saying lower.
Higher.
The answer is higher. Dog that wins again.
So in rehearsal, I decided to stay low the whole time.
Then, is Sven higher or lower than Uzi? 3.
I'm going to be
2,
right eventually.
1.
Lower.
The answer is higher.
I think I understand where this is going. It's going to be higher every time.
Is Showmaker higher or lower than Sven?
No.
3.
No way.
2.
There's no way. It's
1.
lower. It's
Yeah.
lower.
Lower.
It's lower.
Yes!
Is Jensen higher or lower than Showmaker?
Jensen is up.
3.
Oh, he's
2,
higher for sure.
1.
Yeah. It's got to be higher. It's
Higher,
gotta be
yeah,
higher.
okay.
Okay,
Is
nice.
Peanut higher or lower than Jensen?
That's a hard one.
3, 2,
Jensen was
1.
106.
I'm going higher.
It's lower. Is Impact higher or lower than Peanut? 3, 2, 1.
Higher.
Lower.
It's higher.
Nice.
130.
And is Perks higher or lower than Impact?
Higher.
2, 1.
Lower.
Reveal. Higher.
Hell yeah.
We have another one. Is Caps higher or lower than Perks?
I gotta stay there. I'm
3,
getting
2,
rough.
saying higher.
1.
Higher.
Lower. Ooh. So the final points reveal. Jat 10, Verius 11,
Nice.
Dagda 12.
Let's go. It's the,
Wow.
it's the LPL buff. It's the LPL buff, you know?
And you are now that guy. Cool. Hey, we had some fun, but now let's get into our upper bracket final. And to kick
I don't
us
think
off,
I want to.
you don't get a choice. Let's see who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions, T1 or JDG. We know that T1 have a huge fan base that is also very active on Twitter, but I didn't know that it was going to be so skewed. If you don't agree, you can head over to MasterCard Nexus on Twitter to participate, but that's crushing.
Yeah, I don't see it as that. I really don't. I think JDG have actually looked incredible, especially as we're already highlighting. Their team fights have been nuts, so I'm surprised to see T1 this high up.
I think it does make sense when you look at the international pedigree, of course, with T1. Globally, they are a much-loved team, and I think that given the way that they have been performing, expectations are definitely very high for T1.
Yes, and T1 and JDG, they met at Worlds 2022, and JDG was the last LPL team standing, but T1 beat them 3-1. But
trying to
Dagda,
steal it.
there's a different JDG here now today, and such a storied history that they have already.
Yeah, I mean, for JDG, it's been incredible to see how much they've grown since they joined the LPL in 2017. They bought Xiaogu Reaper spot, and since then we've seen people like Doomby, Clid, I mean, even world champion Imp go through the roster, but they weren't really finding that success until 2020, where they actually managed to win their first split, and actually getting that first title for themselves was so important because it was up against top esports, which kind of then started to define that 2020.
Yeah, it was really a year where it looked like that the LPL dominance was going to continue, right? With so many talented teams performing internationally, it's impressive to see how in that year specifically, Top Esports and JDG felt like that they were at the top of their game. They were at the pinnacle of LoL Esports. But then at Worlds, they failed to perform, both falling short to their brother in Suning and ultimately resulting in a disappointing international performance.
And I think that was kind of the start of the downward roller coaster for JDG, where they end up losing to Suning, they lost the top, then they finished in 5th coming into spring, they end up not making playoffs at all coming into summer in 2021. So that was where they really had to start that rebuild and find themselves once more. And that was when we started to see them, bring in Hope and Missing into that bot lane, taking 369 into that top lane as well, and really starting to shift that momentum.
Yeah, and in summer of 2022, we saw them back on top of the LPL. Expectations continue to be high for JDG once more. And coming into international competition, they were looking very strong. It wasn't until the semifinals where they ran into T1 where those expectations were suddenly shut down. They've only ever played against one Korean team internationally, and it is T1, and now today they'll get their opportunity for revenge.
That's insane. So they will say it's disappointing, even though they are such a strong team. And for the side of T1, I think they will feel similarly, even though they were also so successful.
Exactly. T1 has been so dominant in the regular season. They were a game away from winning the world title in 2022. They are sitting here now with what many still see as like FLICKR and the young guys, but they have a lot of experience. They have been playing internationally basically every single opportunity they get and going extremely deep in the tournament. So if we actually look at how many total games T1 has internationally, you obviously have the GOAT FLICKR 206. No one's probably ever going to touch that. But the rest of the team is all over 50. Like, they out-experience JDG in 4 out of 5 roles. Only Ruler has more international games than Gumayusi in the bottom lane. So while you can look at them as this like younger team, I think they're the most experienced international team that we have now.
I mean, we really started to see this roster develop in 2021. It was kind of cemented in 2022 with the addition of Zeus. But since 2021 summer, this roster has only been top 4. Like, and remember, in that year, it was when they lost to Damwon in the semifinals of Worlds. Like, this organization has found that young talent. They've grown them to a point where they are now an international mainstay. And of course, the plague of the 2-3 performances still haunts them to this day.
It does. We saw their FLICKR saying, my era will never end. But we're wondering when that next title will be coming for T1. And I think in general, it talks to the pedigree of these two leagues and these two teams, right? Second place is just not good enough.
It also speaks to how difficult it is to win an international title.
Yeah.
Because T1 has been good enough to do it
for a long time.
Since every year, basically.
Yeah.
Especially in the most recent years. But talking about the way that they have gotten here, it's really interesting. I was talking to Chronicler a little bit backstage, and he was saying that the loss to Gen G in their domestic finals changed their approach a little bit coming into this tournament. So they have been an incredibly strong early game dominant team and have drafted towards early game. They've gone a little bit more towards team fighting and scaling since their loss to Gen G because they're able to be neutralized over in Korea. And that has maybe even made them stronger because they're still so good in the early game and even stronger in 20 minutes.
I think it's just how disgusting they are at snowballing that lead as well. Like, the way they're able to find moments to win mid priority, even in matchups where you technically shouldn't, and then move that into sides. Like, I was super impressed when they were like, oh, we're a into Jinx. In theory, Jinx should be able to shove it in mid-wave. We don't really get control at all. But then they bring up picks like Nocturne and Blitzcrank, where you can kind of cheat that priority and then just dive side lanes over and over again, bringing FLICKR into the mix and just getting to this point where they're unkillable in team fights with the gold leads they have.
Yeah, they've showcased also great team fighting from their side, but I feel like a lot of this also goes for JDG, Verius. Where do these teams stand apart?
I think one of the biggest things is JDG, when you kind of look at their philosophy and approach to the game, they're actually very similar to Gen G. They're not the most proactive early game lead. Often when they're building leads in the early game, it's because of their phenomenal individual laners. The fact that Knight, 369, Ruler, these individuals do not need jungle intervention to find leads by themselves, but really where they shine is their unbelievably phenomenal team fighting. While of course they do still have a good sense of macro, when we kind of look at their objective setup relative to a lot of the LCK teams, it's not as crisp because they're just way more willing to fight you, as is true for many of the LPL teams.
Yeah, and I think that's the big talking point here is how well can they try and adjust to how aggressive T1 are going to be. I definitely think when we look at Kanavi has been starting to lean more down towards that bottom side when you look at him domestically versus how he's played at MSI. Same with Knight on picks like the Ari, trying to play down towards that bot side, get Ruler into position where he can be that big team fight AD carry. But I still think you're basically, T1 have already played this style, all split long, and you're now trying to adjust to that.
That's true. They're going to have to play it to perfection. I think we see a big difference between games where the teams are evenly matched and it's coming down so much to these team fights, and then where they go up against a team like we saw in the last 2 days, unfortunately, where it's different. Then the early game does matter in Snowball, but we feel that it's going to be more about those team fights. So do you think those drafts are just going to only facilitate those points in the game?
It's possible. I think the AD carry has been the position that everyone's eyes have been drawn towards, and we're saying like, who is better, Gumayusi or Ruler? And I'm going to break down some clips that show that it's a little bit more than that. It's about how these teams enable their AD carries for success success and also how they make sure the other AD carry gets no success. So let's pull up the telestrator right now. And I have a fight from game 3 of BLG versus JDG, and I want to draw your attention immediately to Ruler in this fight. He's on the Zeri, and we're going to be showing it a couple of different ways, but I need to show actually the very beginning of this engagement where Knight over the wall is landing a stun onto Nidalee. And there are only 2 squishies on BLG. So normally if you land CC on a squishy, you think you go onto him. So a lot of teams would say, okay, Sejuani follow up, maybe 369 move in and get some CC, and Ruler can just make sure he doesn't engage. But remember, we're going to clear this and focus on Ruler a little bit. He has a Nautilus ult on him, and that's actually where the focus from JDG goes. So what they end up doing is Kanavi actually peels away, he stops Bin from being able to follow up the CC, and they decide to reset the fight. Now we continue moving on to the rest of the fight. Yagao uses Hook, and that's the immediate moment where they decide to re-engage. Ruler up towards the top side, as you can see, had been hooked by the Thresh right here, and again, they peel back for him. So he's able to get out of the CC with his cleanse, they win the fight. But now you're kind of wondering, what actually happened to Elk? Because he's dead. He doesn't get a chance to play the game. So consider the same situation that Ruler was just in, but this time we're going to be focusing on Elk. Hook lands, he might try and follow up. Wait a minute, he's dead. He doesn't actually have a time to react. So from this moment, he's kind of in fatal range. 369 gets a knockup with Cassante with Flash, and Knight from over here is able to chain the CC. So he actually did not have a realistic opportunity to play this fight, whereas you look at a guy like Ruler, he got Nautilus ulted, he got Thresh hooked, and he was fine based on the positioning and the way the various teams worked around them. Similar example, actually, to something that happened in Game 5 of T1 versus Gen G. So in this fight, we're going to be focused on Gumayushi right at the start. So he's right in the middle of the screen here on Xayah. Wash Delight over the wall, try and get CC on him. And what I want you to pay attention to actually is when the CC does land on a Gumayushi, how does T1 prevent other people from following up? Because they couldn't avoid the CC, but they don't let anyone else get into the fight. So we're gonna roll it right here. And what I'm gonna call attention to as we watch this again is Keria. Rather than saying, oh my God, other AD carry over here, find and engage, he actually decides, how do I prevent them from getting on my carry? So he will end up CCing kind of everyone in a beautiful little line here with his Rakan, and making it so no one can realistically follow up on Guma in a good way. They one-shot Chovy, they win the fight, and Paze ends up getting killed on the other side. But that's what I actually want to make sure we're paying attention to, because this whole segment has been about how a team is peeling for their own AD carry. Even though it may seem like a good engage for Delight to go in on his Alistar and use all of his spells, his W, Q, and his E, wouldn't it be nice to have any of those spells right now to use on a FLICKR? Because once you don't have those spells, FLICKR's kidnapping your AD carry, bro, and the fight's over. So that's what FLICKR does. He ults over the wall, he Q3s, he ends up killing Paze, and it's just a total difference in the way these teams are killing the other AD carry while managing to protect their own. It is beautiful to watch. Yes, Ruler and Gumayushi are amazing, but their teams are amazing at enabling them.
What I think is beautiful is basically how there are strong facilitators on either side, and I think that that is where the similarities lie when it comes to the actual team fighting. Their ability to enable those carries to really shine, and this is where players like Knight really stand out to me. Knight and 369 really are the cornerstone of what make JDG so phenomenal, and FLICKR is exactly the same for T1.
And are these two teams that we have today, are they just the best, the top two in doing that in this tournament, and the best in the world?
I think they have been so far, and that's why they're here.
Yeah.
I think the series between Gen G and T1 was extremely close. I think Elk can still have his moments, but from what we've seen, that's why we're in the winners bracket final. They've been the best.
I think it's not only the fact that like they understand, it's how quickly they're able to act on it as well. It makes it so difficult for you to actually try and play your team fights out, because you think, oh, well, I'm going to go for Nautilus, Ari, I'm going to go for these dive-heavy plays, even the Cassante, and I think they still will be high priority today, but the fact they're not actually getting to do their job against JDG and T1 is why we're seeing them just immaculately play out these fights and make it impossible to win against them.
I'd love to track the team fights we're going to see today the way you did there, Jack,
again?
because it's all about all those details, and everyone has to be on point, not in the least in the mid lane. So let's take a look at that mid lane matchup where FLICKR and Knight are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In our upper bracket finals, two legendary mid laners take to the stage. The undisputed GOAT of League of Legends, FLICKR, and the golden left hand of the LPL, Knight.
Onto Peanut, now just trying to fight the Poppy. Chovy, though, is going to make his way through. FLICKR's still alive for the moment. And he'll survive!
That was sick from FLICKR!
Nothing short of greatness should be expected from these caliber of players. In what could very well be a preview of the finals, Knight will look to add another chapter to his Medjai soul stealing.
我自己也挺期待的吧，因为 FLICKR 是名传奇中单，我就想1和5击败他。
While FLICKR will look to enable his team to dominate the opposition. This featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, will define what peak League of Legends looks like.
It will be the first time that Knight and FLICKR face off at an MSI or Worlds tournament, and it's just one of those matchups that you want to see as a League of Legends fan, right, Dagda? Because they are both heralded as such important mid laners who have evolved their styles, I think, when you look at FLICKR.
I think the big one, though, is when you look towards the matchup, it's Knight actually finally stepping up onto the international stage. We haven't got to see him do particularly well on the international level compared to what we see domestically. I think especially when you look at picks like the Ari and the Syndra, these are two that he's been so strong on, and we've been promising for so long that it will get to the international stage. Now we're starting to see that facilitating style, and when you won his title with Top Esports in summer 2020 against JDG, it was his performance on the Syndra that made the difference, and it's him doing it again here at the MSI stage that's making that difference once more.
Mechanical proficiency is what Knight has been known for so long. He's been regarded worldwide as mechanically one of the best mids in the world, and as you rightly said, hasn't quite had the ability to showcase that internationally. Right now, though, we're finally getting the Knight that we were promised. We're getting to see the peak performance that he can deliver, but that's not to say that FLICKR is any slouch himself. And I think that what's really important is how Knight and FLICKR have kind of evolved relative to their teams. FLICKR in recent history has evolved more to be that facilitator, and while he can have those carry moments in a meta that is all about AD carries, he's not afraid to stand aside and allow Gumayusi to shine. And we see in these team fights, as strong as Knight is, he's setting up for Ruler to be the superstar of these fights.
And I think as you kind of hit on there with FLICKR, the fact we're kind of seeing Knight swap into that more facilitated style, but also not in lane, outside of lane as well, where he's starting to actually roam. What we traditionally see from the LPL is, I'm going to dominate you in lane, I'm going to get a bunch of solo kills and make it nigh on impossible for you to play the game. But now he's actually starting to get out of lane, impact those side lanes, and kind of set up both him as a carry and his team as well.
I really like the Syndra example specifically, though, because it's an example where you can actually do both, and you have to be so on point in the team fights. There's so much that has to go right, and we saw it in that clip, right? The fight goes for 10-15 seconds, and he just hits every stun that he needs to, Jat.
Yeah, trying to focus up as much as possible before this massive matchup. And I think the thing that will end up differentiating Knight from FLICKR today will be how often they can impact the rest of the map. It has been years since we have seen legitimate, reliable 1v1 solo kills, and it's going to be more about, can you tilt the favor in the matchup in Zeus's favor or in the favor of Gumayusi and Keria?
And I think that's where I'm looking to see what exactly does end up drafted here, because I think Cassante, huge party. Nautilus has been massive party for T1. We're starting to see Knight bring it out as well. But that Ari is so important for Knight. I think these are going to be the main focus when we come into that mid lane, is going to be making sure you can have your side of the matchup winning out in that regard.
Since we have 2 minutes left, I'd love to hear predictions. We don't do it that often, but I think this one deserves it. You can write it down on your whiteboards and let me know. Very quick from Verius.
Yeah, so I believe, while we've talked a lot about the team fights, what I think the biggest difference maker between T1 and Gen G was that T1 never actually allowed Gen G to get to those 5v5s playing in the area that they feel confident in. So I am actually going to be predicting 3-1 to T1. I think that their early game dominance outclasses that of JDG, and I think that those team fights that we're excited for, T1 is not even going to allow JDG to get an opportunity to have them.
Dagda.
I think JDG have a stronger early game than Gen G do. I don't think they're actually going to give them that opportunity to get the same level, and it is going to come down to that team fight where they're punished around their objective setup with T1. I'm 3-2 JDG.
Woof. 5 games, tiebreaker.
JDG is going to win MSI?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the international experience of T1, as well as, weirdly enough, their experience of losing to Gen G, have changed them and prepared them for this moment. I don't think they'll be nervous. I think the meta fits them. I do think it's going to be a slog, though. I think this is an incredibly good team in JDG. I've been back and forth on this. Yesterday I was JDG 3-2. Today I'm T1 3-2. So I think it's going to be a great series.
I'd love that. They're so loud. Audience, what do you think? Is it T1 today?
sounds
lot
close.
yeah, it's very close.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Wow.
Both of these fan bases travel.
And they travel indeed, both of them, and I think a lot of the neutral fans, it's just like Christmas Eve for them, just seeing this matchup. And the context we gave earlier about wanting to win those international titles for each side, so many storylines converging on the Rift today, and a meta that could give us one of the best of fives we've ever seen, and I'm really speaking it to existence because I want to see it between these.
It's gonna be a banger.
5 games, it has to be. We're so excited. It does it for us on the desk. It's time for the matchup we've all been waiting for. Knight versus FLICKR, LPL versus LCK, JDG versus T1.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI 2023 caster desk. I am Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler and Azael, and we are immediately into the Game 1 draft for JDG versus T1. And yes, indeed, the matchup we've all been waiting for.
I'm just here, you know, just another LPL LCK caster here to cheer on my teams that
Yeah!
are definitely still in the tournament.
We did this last year. I'm ready to get back into it, man. This is exciting. And already, a whole bunch of bans have come through. Chronicler, do you want to take us through it?
Yeah, I want to specifically talk about the JDG bans. The Lucian ban makes a lot of sense.
100%, remain
still,
100%.
Yeah, still can't give that over to T1. I love the Sion ban specifically, though. I think the Sion strat makes it really hard to make sure that T1 doesn't get the explosive early game they're looking for. They're very adapted, and even if you can deal with it, it can warp the game in a way that doesn't allow you to play your usual early game.
Absolutely. I mean, we've even seen people try to answer it. We saw, you know, bringing the Gwen down to the bot side, trying to answer this dive, and even still, that did not work. And we are flying through pick bans.
Yeah, Annie already insta-locked. Obviously, an incredibly strong pick at the moment, something that FLICKR was playing a lot in their previous series, but of course, Knight no stranger. But then Cassante and Nautilus immediately locked in. Is this the Nidalee angle?
I mean, it's very likely double solo lanes that have been locked in for T1. You know, we haven't really seen as much of Nautilus getting flexed towards bot. Of course, they could be trying to do something a little bit tricky going for that. Ruler going to be getting his Jinx. Aphelios is up. You have to feel like Aphelios is going to get locked here with Lucian already banned away, Jinx already taken, unless they want to go towards, you know, something that we haven't really seen as much as.
And I was actually we were having some conversations backstage talking about this bottom lane and the Aphelios versus Jinx, which is going to be inevitable. I have a feeling that Ruler is just happy to handshake that every single time, and Gumyushi's like, oh, that means I get Aphelios. I'm down to handshake that every time. So guys, if you want variance in the bottom lane, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe next tournament, I think is the real answer.
And last time we watched these two teams play, actually, the first 3 games were exactly the same bottom lane.
Want to highlight what JDG have here so far. Extremely strong team fighting core. There is some flex potential, but I do expect the Annie to just go towards the mid lane. And for T1, still a lot of flexibility. We've mostly seen the Nautilus go mid, but Nautilus Aphelios is a very strong bot side combo that you can end up going for nonetheless.
And Rumble has been popping up more and more. Owner already played it once in the jungle, so they do know that it has the flexibility to go mid, to go jungle. Is becoming a really powerful pick when the game has been so much around 5v5s, fighting around objectives. It does give you a lot of that early power to try to look towards those early heralds, especially Malphite and the Gwen. So, I mean, Gwen obviously a little bit of protection ban here for potentially the Cassante or another tank top that they could lock in.
Yeah, 369 angle maybe.
Yeah, it definitely could be. It could also just be Cassante top, which you wouldn't really want to play into that Gwen. But we're not certain exactly where these solo laners are going to go yet.
And wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing the jungler locked in here for T1, and then keep kind of unclear what is Keria going to play. Is it going to be Cassante mid? Is it going to be Nautilus mid? And not give the answers, and it will indeed be the Kindred pickup here. So looking like already a double frontline, double AD composition here for T1.
I'm kind of just expecting Thresh to come through. I do think Jinx Thresh can be quite strong, you know, and also potentially a denial pick away there from Keria. But it'll be interesting to see where they want to go. 369 Gragas, I think, would make a lot of sense here.
still somewhat flexible as well, given the fact that the support hasn't been clearly shown, but we expect that Annie to be heading
Yeah, it could be any support as well. So there's a lot of options here. I mean, that is one of the interesting things about the draft is that both these teams are obviously relying heavily on flex picks. So there is still, all the way down to this 5th and final pick, some potential for things to be moved around. If the Braum gets locked, obviously it is Annie mid, it is Gragas top, you know, things kind of become very clear at that point.
I love the Braum. I think that already T1 has a very short range. Team composition is going to rely a lot on just starting front-to-back team fights. Braum takes away so much of the power. You can just stand in front, block the initial engage, and then on the re-engage, we've already seen that JDG is extremely strong. And this seems to be a confirmation that it will be Nautilus mid, fresh locked in, and we know what Carrier can do on this pick.
We can. We actually saw this out of the other LCK representative yesterday, the double hooks. You need an extra one on the Rift. Nautilus this time paired with the Thresh instead of the Blitzcrank. Definitely one of Carrier's best picks that he's ever had. Remember when the buff came in and
it just wasn't fair?
Perpetually? Yeah, I think Carrier was a large reason why that got nerfed pretty immediately.
Yeah, well, it turns out when Carrier plays it, it's point and click, and then it's just really not a fair buff. So, you know, unlike yesterday, there's a tremendous amount of engage on both sides, though. You know, it is double hook team on the T1 side, but we have Annie, we have Gragas, we have Wukong. We have so many ways to start fights on both sides. So vision control is going to become incredibly important. Playing around that fog, that darkness is going to become incredibly important. And the Braum, you know, is going to be nice for face checking in these situations where you're trying to clear out vision. So will be interesting to see how T1 is going to be able to play this out.
Yeah, also the Braum kind of plays as a great denial as well, because they had the Gragas on their side, and so you can't set up that door to block all of the explosive casts that are going to be coming through.
And they made it!
We've done it!
I want to highlight as well, the Gragas is one of the picks that I think does really well into the Kindred, can deny a lot of the value from that ultimate, and 369, his team fighting has been impeccable, going to be really impactful in that top lane.
Well, we'll just have to see how it is going to go. Prepared now, gentlemen, to get onto the Rift for game number 1. Last time these two teams met, it was T1 favored. There has been a lot of time, and there's been a few roster swaps on this JDG. Very much looking forward to seeing whether they can hold on to their undefeated streak here at MSI.
I mean, this is just going to be so incredibly exciting. It feels like this is the matchup we've been waiting for all this time, building towards it here at MSI. T1, so much history behind this squad. And now going up here against JDG. It's going to be a monstrous battle. I mean, the tournament to me has all been about AD carries, has all been about team fighting. You know, Jat and the desk were talking about it. They're showing the breakdowns of how these two teams, you know, really do peel for and enable their marksmen so incredibly well. And now you're going to have two teams that are truly masters at it, trying to pull it off against each other. So the push and pull, do you become more aggressive? Do you use all those tools to dive? Do you save them to peel? I think is so interesting.
And Chronicle, I got a question for you. Do you think that T1 have 5-headed this? Because you mentioned it's all about the AD carry. Why not just pick an extra one?
Yeah, they do have two.
You have a backup.
You know, you do have to give up a little bit of damage when it comes to the AP part, and I do think that that in the longer part of the game can play a part, particularly if T1 can't get either Guma or Owner ahead. Talking about that, Kindred, also want to highlight, Owner has gone for PTA. Very aggressive early game room. You have a couple of choices you can go for with Kindred. We've seen Conqueror, we've seen Lethal Tempo. PTA specifically means that like in the early levels, level 3, pre-6 skirmishes, you get so much more power than you otherwise would.
Well, yeah, and especially in the early ganks, right? Your Q is basically an auto reset. It functionally works like that, so it is pretty easy to proc PTA on these ganks. And it'll be exciting to see, you know, what he can get done in these early levels. Can he actually start to collect these marks, which is going to be very important for him. You know, because Kindred pre-4 marks is very short range, and there's so much engage on the JDG side that it becomes really difficult to actually get a lot of damage out effectively without putting yourself in range of that.
Yeah, that's actually why I really like the UI update. So now we can track and see when he gets to that very coveted 4 marks that could be coming in sometime this game, or whether Kanavi can just completely deny him that. The counter game towards Kindred is a game in unto itself.
Absolutely, and like you were saying earlier, you know, the lack of AP on the T1 side could potentially become an issue. We see 369 is playing grass. You know, I am expecting him to probably go more of that tank route. Kanavi, of course, knows now that he has been spotted.
Yeah, Owner immediately blast cones his way over there. Kanavi trying to fight back, but already Owner is going to get the flash. He's into the brush though, and Knight, he comes round in first blood for Kanavi!
What a flash from Kanavi, playing it so slow, and then early flashing into the brush. There's no vision there for Owner. Knight is already there on the roam, has the stun prepped, and his first blood for Kanavi.
And that's such a high variance play. Yes, if you get the kill, it works out. With Kanavi, keeping the presence of mind, spots the wards, gets the damage down, and then is able to make his way over. And even though Knight was shoved in, gets to the play first, has the shortcut. And as a result, JDG picking up a big early game lead.
Yeah, that was so aggressive here from Owner. You know, the ward comes down, so he knows what's happening. And Kanavi is just playing this really, really calmly, just moving over towards the brush on the right side. He is one auto from that E proccing, and he's dead. He gets first blood there, and this becomes very, very well worth it. But the early W that was saved at the perfect time, then immediately flashes while still in invis, so that final auto could never come through. And then as soon as the stun comes out from Knight, Kanavi just pops right out of that brush, helps to finish him off. That was huge for JDG.
Yeah, fantastic heads up. Roam over as well from Knight. FLICKR, of course, was trying to get there, but it's just how it's going to work if you're in the enemy jungle. Owner overly aggressive, but see what T1 can do to get themselves back into this early game. I like the gusto that they're playing with, but it needs to work a little bit better than that.
And it does look like he actually got one mark. So one of the scuttles was able to pick up the mark off the scuttle, which is always really nice, getting that first early mark kind of for free.
Feels good.
Exactly. So going to be feeling good about that. And already moving out here around mid. Looks like it's just going to be a recall, though.
369 and ZS, Wet Noodle fight towards the top side of the map. Really glad that we're up here checking it out. This is where all the high octane action is going to be going on.
We need to make sure that we know that they're both getting their grass procs. Now, you got to make sure, and obviously, unless any jungle intervention comes in, this top lane matchup not expected to have anything going on in the early game.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, but you know, the better traits are, you know, sometimes you can whittle them down, create an advantage, and these are more the explosive side of tanks. You know, it's not just an Ornn and a Sion, so maybe we'll see some action. Sante has been known to get some solo kills in his time.
Every now and then.
I like your optimism, absolutely do. Kanavi making a little bit of a peep into this bottom lane. Gumushi carrier going to respect it and do back away. Waves are just going to crash here once again. And having a look at some of the CS numbers, it is T1 favored in that department, but still that first blood working out for JDG. And I don't think this early game is going to be super relevant this time around. You can see both of these teams, so much utility coming from that top side of the map. And it's Ruler on Jinx. And, you know, Ruler was in the LCK for a while. He played this champion quite a lot. Pretty good at what he can do in the later stages of the game, going back to some of my memories.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I'm going to be interested to see, you know, are they actually going to be trying to challenge towards some of these early dragons, or is it going to be more of that play towards Herald? You know, T1 is a team that really knows how to snowball in the early game. Heralds are a big priority for them oftentimes. They're so adept at actually setting up for these. They love to get the early swaps up towards top lane, love to try to play for that, really expand their gold lead.
And early objectives have definitely favored T1. Not a lot of focus on Dragon and things like that here for JDG. They like to wait until mid to late game. They generally just get a Baron and win. That's kind of how it's been working here at MSI. And we'll see whether that is going to be the case, because T1, they very much enjoy Baron. Baron is going to be the thing. We just wait until 20 minutes, and that's when you know there's going to be action. So if you've only got a little bit of battery on your phone, right, and like you're watching the stream and you need to have like this
maybe you're
time
almost
to
out of
turn
data.
the video on, you know, you're almost out of data. It is 20-minute mark is probably your best bet.
There'll be a team fight.
Yeah, that will be it. That's when you turn the quality up, you know? It's perfect.
And one way or another, I do expect to see the first fight break out specifically towards Herald. I do think Dragons, with how a lot of the games have played out, early Dragons don't matter nearly as much. We've seen teams kind of forgo that in favor of trying to get the Herald early, because getting actual gold onto your AD carry, right, by the use of Heralds, particularly with Aphelios, who with the right weapon set can obviously just, with a Herald and maybe 1 or 2 kills, get a turret from 100 to 0, can be a really good start. So for JDG, I also expect them to maybe roam up missing. I think having Brom at that Herald skirmish makes the game so much harder for T1, because otherwise there are a number of targets on JDG. I think you can try and 100 to 0. With Brom there, that doesn't really seem like a possibility.
But I do like this from Kanavi. Level 6, just clones over the wall, drops a pink, so knows that he is unspotted. T1 may be suspicious, but not even using Tibbers to actually scout out the river there. So this is going to be secured now. Owner, of course, is on top side, so not going to be able to contest. And Knight just using this Tibber as well. This is becoming really common, just using it for prio.
Just burning down the Nautilus. It's a very frustrating thing to do with, yeah. Tibber's got super tanky, and I think that's one of the biggest issues here. You need to bring your jungler over to claim that 50 gold.
And Zeus will be fine, gets the dodge. 369 not going to be able to knock him onto the turret. And as expected, immediately after JDG pick up the Dragon, it is T1 now starting up Rift Arrow there. We do see, as mentioned, Missing roaming up, does have level 6 available here on the Braum, but I don't know if they'll quite be on time
Way
here.
too late.
Yeah, I don't think they'll make it. We still see them continue though.
Yeah. Carrier over here as well. Does have the Lantern available if he wants to get Owner out of any trouble. Full lane swap though, as Gumayusi and Carrier are moving up towards that top side of the map.
And as you were talking about earlier, he's on white gun, right? You know, so he does have that proper weapon setup. You know, if they want to drop it, they're looking for the engage.
Yeah, big old flash forward. Misses the last Q though to Zeus as 369 flashed out of the way. Still not out of danger just yet as T1 push this minion wave towards the turret. Owner still with that Rift Herald in hand. Shelly to come down and try and get them first Turret Blood.
Kanavi is here though, and Missing is on the roam, but Kanavi getting really chunked.
Yeah, Cyclone's massive. He gets over the wall with the Warrior Tricks. A very cute little play there, but now 369 is left to the Wolves, and he's underneath the turret. He's going to be taken down. Speaking of Wolves, he's going to gobble him up. And now plates are falling here on this top side.
And right now, with the right guns available, T1 can just chew through this turret in a matter of seconds. That's going to be first turret blood, and T1 with this early Herald and the swap towards topside of Gumayusi and Carrier able to get an early gold lead.
Yeah, it's huge for T1, and it just felt like JDG didn't really respect the play. Now trying to get a turnaround on a Carrier, but an easy flash will get them out. Can they even stop the charge? No one is actually really responding to this. They are farming plates on bot side here with Ruler, of course, trying to even this out, but you know, very clearly 369, nice
another
buffer from FLICKR. Yeah, so 369 wanted to stay under the tower, right? Like he was hanging around. Missing had moved up. Kanavi was behind him, and I think they were expecting that the dive would come through straight onto 369, and then Kanavi would kind of jump over the wall, you know, look for a turnaround. But because he wasn't actually there, he just gets found in the jungle, pushed out of the jungle, and then all of a sudden it's a 4v1 for 369 under his tower.
And in the midst of all of it, we then had, you know, Carrier having to flash out of the way of Missing's ultimate there as well. So definitely playing pretty aggressively on that top side of the map. Biggest thing is the fact that that turret fell down and all of that gold went over to the Aphelios. But Ruler was hanging out there towards that bottom side, like you say, didn't manage to take the turret, so the gold trade in favor of T1, but it was a big investment. JDG keeping him down there, making sure that he could deny a bit of gold and pick some up for himself. So as you can see, still not anything over like a 500 gold lead or something like that.
Yeah, not massive by any means. And Ruler is basically tied with Gumayusi, you know, in the individual gold because he actually got solo gold on the plates where it was split up on that top side. So yeah, T1 did get more team gold. But Ruler really going tit for tat with the enemy marksman.
Also do note, Owner still only on 2 marks, wasn't able to mark 369 when it went for that topside dive, did pick up a second scuttle, but still going to be keep tracking that, particularly because JDG in short range scenarios has such a lethal comp. Now posturing here towards the mid lane. Still a decent amount of time here before the Dragon will spawn, and wondering whether that will be where our second fight does break out. Neither mid laner really has been too involved thus far.
Nope, it's just been Knight pressing his Tibbers button whenever it is off cooldown. I absolutely love it. Make sure that you're just playing 2 champions at once for as much of the game as you can. It's fantastic
He walked
stuff.
over early, you know, he got helped out his buddy.
Yeah, that was before Tibbers was even available. And then he starts micromanaging. Now he can walk to both sides at the same time. He can't because there's a tether range, but never mind. 369 here, possibly going to get dove again. There is the all-out, just delivers him to Owner.
Oh.
Fantastic cast, but there is another flash for 369. It's not enough. Just takes a drink, gives him a thumbs up, and he's absolutely fine.
Beautifully played there by 369. Even gets the flash out of Owner and does survive. And now Kanavi up here to the top side. It's Zeus' turn to get out.
He's going to be able to back away. Owner was still there, but both of them now going to be backing. Some great defensive play here by JDG so far.
And that's also with Owner investing a flash, right? Not actually being able to catch up on that. Did get the Grump mark, so is now up to 3. But if they get the kill on 369, they can possibly threaten the turret. Instead, because of him staying alive, Kanavi immediately rotating up takes a lot of the aggression and tempo out of that play.
Absolutely, and just to touch back on the Knight versus FLICKR matchup, one of the nice things about playing against these tank matchups on Annie is you can actually farm so much first strike gold with the Tibbers. So he's almost farmed like a kill's worth of gold. He's up to about 250 gold on his first strike, you know, only through this laning phase. So it is quite nice, and it's one of those things that can sometimes be overlooked. Guaranteed gold pretty much every time. Nautilus cannot poke that off.
Yeah, we've seen so many different builds from Yanni. Of course, over in the LCK, it was Rod of Ages the majority of the time. Here at MSI, we've seen so many Ludens, things like that. But for the perpetual Tibbers playstyle, nothing is better than Leandri's.
Absolutely, and it's a lot of frontline here for T1, so I do think Leandri's going to be great in the team fights. It looks like we're already going to be setting up for the second Dragon. T1 not looking to give this one away. 369 is coming out of base. It's going to be about mid lane prio here, and then both teams will try to play through into the river, but it's T1 that has the vision advantage for now.
Yeah, managing to get into that river, get some wards down where they can. JDG always gravitating towards Ruler. Hook goes just wide onto missing.
Yeah, 369 does have a flank angle here. Has not yet been spotted, but T1 will be aware that he could be around. He's not showing on the map, so they have to know he's looking for some sort of flank angle. And again, that is why T1 back
Oh, that's a flash. Tibbers, massive wombo combo. And immediately the Thresh is going to go down as well as the Kindred. Knight takes out Faker as well. And JDG destroyed 3 before they could blink.
And T1 lulled into a false sense of security. Beautiful flash Tibbers there from Knight. He's been calmly farming, waiting for the right moment, goes in, gets a decisive win, and JDG get the Dragon.
And Knight both starts and ends the fight in one move there. What a play from him, finding the initial engage. Kanavi coming in to follow up as well. JDG take the fight into their own hands. Flash Tibbers onto immediate follow-up, knock up on 3. Jinx ult across multiple. Braum ult there as well. The CC layering was perfect from JDG. There was no recourse for T1 in this fight.
That's a happy Knight right there on your screen.
Oh, he knows.
An incredible Tibbers play, and as the dust settles, that is now JDG with the gold advantage.
And really crucial there is that they made sure that Owner didn't get to play the game, right? If Owner is able to get a
if he's ever out of CC, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they can prolong that fight, they can try to re-engage, but because he gets 100-0, no recourse, JDG win the first 5v5 of the game.
And that's why the CC layering is so important, right? Because Owner's even on Merc Shreds. If you actually mistime that at all, if you're just spamming out all of your stuns, your knockups at the same time, he's going to get that Lamb's Spite off. And yes, there is the Gragas ult to answer, but that is still going to delay the fight. That is still going to buy time for Guma to perhaps get something going.
And when you've got Cyclone and Tibbers and things like this, these stuns are not massively high-range AoE. So the cast can ruin things a little bit in certain stages there. JDG, you're going to have to play it out well, and we've already seen that they can absolutely do that. Bottom side outer turret does fall in trade for Shirley here. That is going to be collected by T1.
And you do have to be a little bit concerned about this potential nice ult there, just trying to stop the bases of this potential Ocean Soul. Because again, you know, it is 369, you know, expected him to be going tank. He is going tank. He's playing Grasp. He's already got his Sunfire completed. It's pretty much purely physical damage on the T1 side.
Well, Faker engaging onto the Braum here, and immediately he is just dead. Showed him the door, as it were, as now Owner is going to have to skip himself out of there. Tibbers running amok under the turret will be taken down, but that's T1 with no response.
Yeah, Faker really overplaying his hand there, perhaps thinking that they could just get an easy chunk onto missing, but he commits the Braum ult very quickly. All of a sudden, the Braum passive stacks up during that. He's stunned up, has no way back to the tower. It's a freebie for JDG.
And Faker doesn't have a mythic yet, or even a first item yet, right? And as long as JDG keeps him on the back foot, keeps blowing him up before he has the time to respond, that can take quite a while. And if this Nautilus isn't a reliable frontline, I think a lot of the comp from T1 falls apart. If JDG just gets to hard engage on Faker, on Keria, or on Zeus, blow him up in a matter of seconds, then the rest of T1 isn't able to play forward.
I think part of the difficulty is the follow-up from T1. You know, Zeus can try to get into the backline. Faker can go forward, drop the Nautilus ult on Ruler, try to look for a hook, but then it's going to be Kanavi, Knight, 369, missing, all stepping forward and pushing back Gumayushi and Owner. And if they can't get into the backline, actually follow up on that ultimate on Ruler, I think that is going to be the real challenge. So I do think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Zeus to be able to find an angle to follow up on what Faker is doing, because a lot of these T1 members don't really have the ability to do that with their kits.
Yeah, it's just not really much of a 5v5 style composition out of T1, right? It feels a little bit more like that pick comp. You can separate that one key target, utilizing the all-out, things like that. Whereas JDG, you press your R buttons together except for Gragas, and then you're feeling absolutely fantastic.
Also credit to Missing. I think he's been playing extremely far forward on the Brom because he knows T1 can't really engage on me. If they try to, then throws his shield up is completely fine. But it also means that they keep tabs of where everyone on T1 is. And if you can't start a fight up with a good Nautilus hook or a fresh hook on the backline, it becomes really hard, as we see, because the blow-up potential, the 100-0 CC chain for JDG is definitely there.
It absolutely is, and I actually really like Missing going for the locket here. You know, I do think, you know, if Ruler is to die, it's going to be right off the bat. To have that locket there, have that additional peel, that protection for your marksman is going to be so, so important. And they have really set him up for success. You know, already has the Zeal. This is a build we're seeing a lot of these days on Jinx. They just go Kraken into Zeal, and then they go IE straight off that. Then they'll finish the Zeal item up later.
Well, bit of an engagement here as Kanavi's just going to get out of there. Presses his Ori Trickster button. He's going to be absolutely fine, so no worries there. T1 moving back into this river once again. A dangerous zone of the map for the LCK representatives, as we've seen prior.
And what's crucial here is Knight has his flash available again. Think back to the last fight, how that started off. This time around, T1 can't get caught off guard.
He's teleporting in once again. It's going to be FLICKR getting caught out. This time he has a lantern, and he's going to be able to get to safety. But not a whole lot invested outside of that Cyclone from Kanavi, I believe, as the hook is going to connect there onto Missing. And there's another flash tip is right on top of Gumushi. This time, they're not going to be able to get any kills, but T1 have to back all the way off.
Exactly. Guma loses his cleanse, and he's down to about 20% HP. He's going to try to heal up off the Wolves. So we'll see if that can actually buy enough time here. Dropping Herald mid, trying to buy time for Guma to heal up. T1 clearly still interested in trying to contest this Dragon.
Yeah, and they're going to teleport on top of Shirley here as well to get themselves back into this one all together. FLICKR going to turn up with a full health bar. Shirley going to buy them some space and some priority here. Another hook is going to connect. A second one going to come through onto 369. Lantern comes out yet again. JDG just holding their ground though. Missing's door is so powerful.
Everyone is basically still full health because the backline can't actually add anything but either a Brom or Zeus.
Another hook from FLICKR. Immediate cleanse from Ruler there, though. It's like he didn't get CC'd from that passive. But another one comes through. Carrier is going to land his own. They're just one-upping one another here. Zeus underneath the turret. He finds the Q onto Missing. And everyone's going to sail up. And now the max range hook from FLICKR as they take down the turret. But it trades for FLICKR's life. Another hook's going to connect because, of course, all of them do. But T1, they have lost one, and Carrier misses that hook there, so I guess they're human.
Call him DJ Khaled, because that's another one from Carrier. Hitting hook after hook in the mid lane there, but it's JDG who are up a member here, and they're going to be the ones with Prio moving down into that bot side river. Missing is low, but they can just start this up, and if they get this third Dragon this early on, this is really problematic for T1.
And by the end of that play, even though T1 was re-engaging, they weren't able to get a kill. FLICKR died, and 369 just rotated towards top, was able to crash multiple waves into the turret, and by the end of it, JDG is still able to pick up Soul Point here this early on.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, cool hooks and stuff like that, like great plays, but yeah, you took the outer turret in the mid lane. We now have Soul Point. We have so much control of the map. Let's check out the replay.
Yeah, I mean, the hooks from Carrier were great, but they just don't really have massive damage actually come through. This second one, obviously, on the clone, the flip in there. Then FLICKR going really deep here. Does land the hook onto the Braum, but the tower is on him. So much damage is actually turned around. The reset is popped there by a Jinx as Ruler gets another kill with the final rocket. Yeah. And you can tell that JDG very well aware of T1's Baron tendencies because as soon as they took that Dragon, it was only 20 minutes into the game, they immediately fired Jinx Ult over at the Baron. They say T1 could be rushing this. As we know, time and time again, they have done that in the LCK.
Yep, they are absolutely not surprised whatsoever. As T1 now moving into that top side river. Zeus moving down as well, and it looks like T1 are setting up for it. We'll see whether it is going to be a Baron start. I would expect not.
Yeah, you never really know.
Yeah.
Do note, Owner did actually hit his 4 marks, means that he has a little bit more range to work with, and we saw damage lacking for T1 in the previous fights. This should hopefully allow them to stand up to JDG a little bit more.
It will definitely help, but I mean, the problem is you look at itemization in mid lane and bot lane, you know, it's a full Zeal up there from Ruler. Knight is already on 2 full completed items. FLICKR just has 1 and some scraps, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's not even close to his second item. So the carries are really set up very, very well. 500 gold from first strike gained by Knight this game. As Chronicler is pointing out, it has been so value. This tower's gone for sure, and JDG are really marching ahead in this game.
Yeah, they're just staying cool, calm, and collected, saying, well, you guys can play your fancy little throw out hooks game. We're just going to win. Is that cool? And they are certainly making it work here so far. 3 dragons to nothing, 6 kills to 1, and 2 turrets apiece for both of these teams. T1 gonna have to get some control back here in this game.
It's going to have to be some sort of a big play, you know, from Zeus, from Carrier or FLICKR. It has to be the X factor because I just don't think they can win front to back. Missing is destroying them in these fights. Every single time they get a hook, every single time they feel they have a pick, it's a Braum in your face, blocking all the damage from Guma, blocking all the damage from Owner.
Will they get another flash, this time out of Ruler? That is a key summoner spell for the next fight.
I'm glad to see that Ruler's still the same. That's the Ruler spot right there. Only has to give up his flash. Have seen him get caught in situations like that many a time as the hook.
Yeah, going to connect. That is going to be a second to come through as well. Flayed back, not a whole lot of damage though, but Carrier is still going to be able to take down 369. It's going to be a massive cyclone, but Lamb's Respite is going to come through. FLICKR just flashes barely onto the end, but now it's Ruler's turn to clean up, and he's getting excited. Zeus down so incredibly low, and the Aphelios going to get pulled in and taken down. JDG wanting to try and get an advantage in this fight as the Zap just barely outranged by Carrier, and in the end, it is a 2 for 2.
Crucially there, Zeus went for a flash Q for it, but didn't actually find Ruler, so he was able to just continually do damage.
Oh, there it is. Here's the advantage. Oh, never mind, and he'll take the land to safety.
Nicely played for Zeus to actually get out of that. Knight even committed his TP. He actually TP'd down the bot lane to try to wrap around him. They really wanted to get that final kill, but again, it is Ruler getting paid, and that is the big difference in these fights. Ruler has not really been threatened. T1 have not been able to get into the backline. The initial hook comes in, but again, it's onto the Gragas, and look at the follow-up here from Knight. He dives onto the backline, pushing them back, stunning both Owner and Guma, so the follow-up damage isn't there immediately.
And as we see here, the battle gets elongated by the Lamb's Respite coming through. FLICKR flashes over the ball, but look at what Zeus attempts to do here, right? The attempted re-engage, the sidestep from Ruler there. If he gets picked up and Guma is on top of him, that's a win. But instead, Ruler's movement and the rest of his team standing guard means that they're able to take the team fight.
It's just beautifully done here. JDG picking up where they left off against BLG. Their team fighting has been so on point. They are a tough nut to crack, and it is going to be 40 seconds until a potential Ocean Soul here for JDG. And the big problem is going to be this Braum and this Gragas, who you cannot burst down, who are going to be stacking armor. How are you going to be able to kill them when they got Ocean Soul?
Not entirely sure. We'll see whether we find out or whether it's going to be JDG destroying a Nexus instead. Hook is going to go just a little bit wide here by Carrier in the mid lane as Knight just throws a bear at him, and that is a really dead thresh, guys. I don't think there's going to be any way out for him. Teleport to come forward as well as JDG. 10 seconds on Ocean Soul. Zeus wrapping around, but it's a 4 versus 5. Missing. He's just walking towards them. Cyclone. He's going to land onto everyone as Gumayushi gets knocked up. He tries to ult, but it's a double kill for Ruler. And Owner is now going to have to ult just by himself. There is no way they can fight for this dragon, and JDG in such a great spot.
It's a complete blowout here. Again, Knight on the Annie finds a crucial target. And that is going to be a soul point here for JDG, or rather the soul, Ocean Soul coming through, and T1 already couldn't get through this front line.
And the Baron now to boot. They're going to be able to walk over and grab this. Knight, to me, has been such a standout in this game number 1. His engages have made all the difference. Missing, denying everything from T1. And it's Knight finding all the right angles here from JDG on the other side. Owner is going to try to see if he can make a miracle happen, but 369 will be keeping him out of this pit.
Yep, Hook is going to go wide there by Carrier as well. So the Baron is going to fall, and T1 not going to be able to do anything about this as Ruler. Oh man, it's like he glanced at Carrier for a moment, and Carrier almost just passed out. T1 going to have to back away. I don't know how many options they have left now, gentlemen.
Not a lot, and I think this is just such smart play from Knight. He knows there's no flash on Carrier, and T1 will not be able to actually take a 4v5 if they get this free kill at the start.
What you also see is that Carrier is standing there thinking he isn't seen. Zeus at the same time is flanking around. They were trying to get backline access, but because JDG identified as start the fight, immediately take down the Fresh, the rest of the front line falls apart immediately. Leads to the Dragon, Baron, and an almost insurmountable advantage here for JDG.
Happy players over on JDG's side of the Rift as T1 look to try and defend this inner turret. Ruler just having an absolute field day on this Jinx right now. Gets the zap out, but looks like just backing away from this one right now.
And you gotta love Knight in the Trash Talk video talking about you'll just be another stack of my mage eyes. Look what he has purchased up. He's got 10 T1 names written down in the book, and he's gonna be looking for more.
3-0-9 for Knight. So it feels like a bit of an upgrade over his top lane at the scoreline at least. As T1 defending yet another inner turret here, but JDG, they have free access to this bottom side jungle. They can just move to whichever turret they deem deserves to go down. Hook is going to connect, but missing. He's a Braum.
Because he can.
No, not at all. Flame Chompers go through. Another hook is going to be there, but what does it actually mean? Not a whole lot, as this inhibitor is going to fall now in the mid lane. What is next here on the menu for JDG?
Go bot, take the tier 2, look for another tower here. They're threatening the wraparound, so T1 is going to have to pull back. They're going to have to look to defend at the inhibitors if they want to at all. But the Braum is even stacking a tremendous amount of armor at this point. 369 has a stopwatch. There's a stopwatch on Knight. So they're picking up all these luxury items. JDG could very well just close the game here if T1 misstep.
See whether T1 have one team fight left in them. Another hook is going to connect there as they're underneath this inhibitor tower, but immediately Owner is going to go down. He couldn't hold again. FLICKR is going to fall. Gumayushi's in amongst 5 people, and T1 are relegated to the fountain. That is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, much like it did in 2022, is going to go to JDG in this one.
And JDG, full control. It starts with first blood. Kanavi outplays Owner, stays alive. But to me, it's about Knight and missing. The amount of control in the fights from this Braum combined with Knight's engages means that JDG take a commanding game 1.
It's absolute domination here in game number 1. T1 just did not have the answers here to get through the front line, it felt like, of JDG. This Braum shut them down at every single turn. The Braum going for the Emax, which really is kind of the new meta these days. So much damage reduction, it's very difficult because there wasn't really great follow-up on the initial engages from T1. They don't have a lot of divers. It's really just the Nautilus is kind of going on this one-way trip. If he takes a hook in, he's just gonna die. The T1 marksman can't really get damage on the targets that he's landing on. There's just such great peel and such great counter engage on the JDG side. They really made it work to perfection.
Yep, and it started so early on there as well. It all stems back to Knight getting that little bit of an advantage, to Kanavi getting that little bit of an advantage in that jungle in the early game. And I'm not taking anything away from JDG. They just continued to build these leads, and they saw T1 trying to flex on them, and it's like they didn't even really notice. They just swatted them away and destroyed their Nexus.
And obviously, you know, on Nautilus, you're not there for the damage, but when you also are unable to get any engage going, you see Knight gets the first pick Annie and makes it work very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, the Annie was a huge problem. The Braum was a huge problem. It's going to be interesting to see what the adjustments are for T1 because, you know, while those picks were definitely concerning, I also think that, hey, if they had more dive, if they had more follow-up, potentially they can actually just, you know, circumvent a lot of the issues that they had. So it's going to have to kind of go back to the drawing board. We assume that we're going to see T1 go to blue side. We assume that we're going to see some adjustments here in the draft because clearly game number 1 was really JDG favored.
Yeah, there's a certain Annie that's standing out in my mind at the moment. But now to break down that game number 1 win for JDG, let's throw it over to the analyst desk.
Yeah, I'd even say she was on fire. Absolutely, Knight playing that Annie masterfully. And when we look at what these two teams like to do, Dagda, they like to brawl in the early game. They like to snowball their advantage. But what stood out to me is that JDG said, "Come at me." Patience, that's the word I want to use.
Yeah, and Betty was even talking about this when we were watching the games, like the fact that they were so slow, they didn't fight for any of the Rift Heralds. And I think a huge portion of that is, what I was kind of joking back was like, it feels like Annie is going to become the LPL Renekton, where it's like, hey, look, we burn our flashes at dragons. We play for dragons, and that's all that they did with this Annie. They were like, we don't care about any other part of the map. As long as we have flash on Annie, and as long as we have control of dragon, that's where we want to fight.
I feel like you have a thing you want to say.
Yeah,
I have visual aids for discussing why it didn't work for T1.
Go
ahead. Okay, so they had good DPS, more DPS, damage per second, than JDG, but they had much lower burst. So,
and that was just Annie's burst right there?
Yeah, that's pretty much Annie's burst. So you could see anytime they'd land a hook, because hook champs need burst, it didn't work. But JDG, every time they'd land CC, because they had burst, they could remove someone from the fight. And I think because they fell behind early, it just didn't end up working for T1.
When we watch JDG play against BLG, it was every single neutral objective, fight, 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 right? And I think that we saw JDG even fall short at times because they would fight for objectives that they weren't actually in a position to fight for, and sometimes those games look very scrappy. And I think that kind of had an impact, especially on me, that like perhaps they weren't as good at playing the macro game, right? But in this game, completely defied that expectation. Their cross-mapping was fantastic. They traded every neutral objective. And that top play, where I thought that T1 was going to balloon the game wide open, they funneled all those plates into Ruler. He was still matching in gold. He was even ahead in experience. Like, they just played the map so flawlessly, and they didn't concede anything in the early against T1.
And that was the big one for me. I was a little bit concerned once we saw, like, Knight had to give up 1 or 2 waves in the mid lane to try and cover for that top side. But the fact that you just had Ruler, even when Cassante started to shift down to that bot lane, they were like, no, this is fine. Ruler can just continue to farm. We're going to make sure that he's okay. And then when you get to those later fights, you've got long-range follow-up onto the Annie engages that you were talking about, chat. Like, there was just no stopping JDG, and that is a terrifying prospect coming into this.
Yes, and one particular fight ahead of the second dragon. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Knight finds the flash timbers to secure JDG a huge team fight win. I would say every stun counts. Talk to me through this.
I mean, what is there more to say? Knight is just so exquisite when it finding these opportunities. See that there was...
That's how I talk through this play.
But blam. That indeed sums up exactly what Knight was able to do. And it's the fact that, as Rob was just saying, their control around the river, forcing T1 into them, was just exquisite. And face-checking an Annie, they think that when they have the Nautilus with the Aftershock, they have the Cassante, especially with the Kindred ultimate as well, that would be enough to mitigate that burst, but it wasn't.
And it definitely felt like this was a tester game for T1 about the Annie, right? Because they banned the Ahri over the Annie, which we've pretty much seen guarantee ban on red side all tournament long. And the fact that you're now having this problem with the Annie, it feels like you got to let the Ahri slip through as well. But I don't know if it goes much better. Like, Knight's Ahri is absolutely insane as well. So I think you're now caught between a rock and a hard place as T1, where your experiment didn't work. What is the adjustment that you have coming into game 2?
Yeah, and for me, I think the adjustment would be like owner not taking a massive gamble at level 1. Like, when I look at this whole game, like, they pick the Kindred there not because it's good for the team comp and not because it's good for team fighting. It's because he thinks he can kill Wukong at level 3. And when he instead gets killed by Wukong at level 3, the plan doesn't work very well. I do think that is where it started to go off the rails, because it was actually pretty close until the Annie started picking up. And like, I think once that 13-minute team fight happened in mid lane, the game was kind of over.
Yeah, it was also nice to see because it happened in mid lane a couple of times, and it's almost like watching The Matrix, because the hooks kept coming out. They were like, whoa, no, you're not going to get me. And then FLICKR's so frustrated that he just goes in all the way.
And I think that one of the big things that really stood out, we already highlighted Knight, but he was the difference maker at the end of the day. He was involved in every single kill in this game. Like, the masterclass performance, we talked about how this matchup coming into it was very much FLICKR versus Knight, the facilitators for their team. And I think that we saw it right there. It wasn't the Ruler show. While he was cleaning up in the team fights, the damage was very real. Every fight was started off the back of a Knight engage, and this was the international Knight that we were promised.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one, is that you're getting to see what Knight can do, but also not only in those fights, the amount of pressure that he was able to put on in the mid game as well. We looked towards that third dragon. You had Knight that was off in that side lane, pushing in the wave, that ended up dragging T1 around the map, then opened up for these moments where JDG could go aggressive. And yeah, that's a big old goal difference in that mid lane.
What I heard, I don't know who said it, but someone said, let's check in with our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, because FLICKR is getting gapped by Knight.
Game 1, he definitely got gapped. Like, FLICKR made some questionable hooks. He overforced a couple of plays. He made contact with the Braum multiple times, and that was not the ideal target. And while there was 1 or 2 good hooks, 1 or 2 good initiations, FLICKR did not start off this series with an impressive performance. That said, I have the utmost confidence that he's the type of player that will brush it off and bounce back just as strong.
You had a 3-1 prediction. So.
That I did. That's the one. 3 now for T1. I'm optimistic, right?
T1 did select blue side going into the next game, and Max snuck it in there as he tossed it over to us, but he was like, just like it happened in 2022 Worlds, he believes that this is just a test game, just as you guys are saying it. But we're dealing with different members on JDG as well, right, chat? And it is a completely different story.
It's true. I mean, they didn't have to play against Ruler the last time they played them at the World Championship. I do think, though, that T1 does need to make like relatively small adjustments. Blue side is one of them. It gives them the power pick. If Annie is still up, they can first pick the Annie. Suddenly they have the burst and the engage on their side, and they can better zone for their 80 carries. I really do feel like part of FLICKR getting gapped by Knight there was his team composition, and his jungler didn't set him up for success, because he has a hook. he's trying to use his tool, but there is literally no follow-up, and then you'd say he needs to play as a peeling champion. But you can only peel if you're in a position where the other team wants to come into you, and because they have no burst to threaten, they can never take space. So he was completely lost in that game compositionally as well as the way that he played. So I do think, to Vedius' point, we have a lot of series left.
I think it boils down to a stronger mid-jungle for T1. I think that when they look the best in the early game, it's when Owner and FLICKR are working well together. This game we didn't get it. I'm hopeful we get it next game.
Golden left hand is too strong. It's going to be JDG all the way.
Okay, let's see. JDG is on the lookout for revenge. Let's see how T1 will react in game 2 right after the break.
Navi trying to fight back, but already Owner is going to get the flash. He's into the brush though, and Knight, he comes round in first blood for Kanavi.
And again, that is YT1.
Oh, that's a flash. Tibbetts, massive one-more combo, and immediately the Thresh is going to go down as well as the Kindred. Knight takes out FLICKR as well. Missing is just walking towards them. Cyclone is going to land onto everyone as Kumiushi gets knocked up. He tries to open. It's a double kill for Ruler.
It's absolute domination here in game number 1. T1 just did not have the answers here.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2023. We're up to game number 2. JDG, absolute destruction in the first one, Azael.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing you have to remember is it's a really poor format for T1. This is a tournament that has been designed by Riot with 3 finals in it. There's an upper bracket final, a lower bracket final, and a grand final. I mean, how much more LPL bias can you get?
We get Azael unleashed. That's what's actually happening here.
I can't handle bias in my broadcast, Azael, okay? But look, all jokes aside, I think T1...
I believe in the bounce back.
Happy to try and bounce back in this one because they get to move over to a different side of the Rift and try things once again. They have dropped game 1s before, and in fact, that's what they do most of the time, domestically at least, and they did it the last time they faced JDG as well.
And to me, the biggest thing about this, why I'm not like, oh god, it's going to be a 3-0, is because it didn't look like it was a play issue. It looked more like a draft, a compositional issue. Once we saw how JDG were really playing out that draft, how many answers they had for what T1's composition really wanted to get done, it just kind of felt like they had been absolutely checkmated. JDG were playing it out perfectly and had drafted that perfect comp to really answer what T1 wanted to do. So now we're going to see those adjustments here on blue side.
Yeah, I think it was also a situation where even if, say, the coin flips the other way, Owner does get that kill, they snowball early, I think they would have ran into a lot of the same issues, particularly with how good JDG are at team fighting. T1 also seeming to note that the Wukong not going to be available to Kanavi, has used it throughout the entirety of playoffs with great efficiency, and the Annie not going to give over here to T1.
Yeah, this is what I was calling for towards the end of the last game, because of course Annie has just been so incredibly strong in the hands of both of these mid laners. Knight not having played it thus far, but definitely proving that it's something that should be removed from him as well. Ari going to be taken off the board. Of course, Knight, phenomenal Ari player. As the Maokai left up and available and will be locked away. The Cassante being the final ban is kind of curious, as 369 is going to hover some stuff before he picks a champion.
Yeah, very big swap away here. We saw Owner on the Kindred, wasn't really able to get anything done. Early play didn't work out. The Lamp's Respite wasn't really able to be used. And I think that Maokai, very similar to what we saw previously with the Braum and with the Gragas, makes it really, really easy and straightforward to play around your AD carry.
Now, I'm really interested. Is JDG going to try to T1, with the red side Scion here? Because they do have it. Will they try to look for that draft setup? And if T1 sees it coming, will they have their own response prepared, right? Because this is a strategy that they're obviously very familiar with.
And the Zyra Khan here, I like Zyra Khan as a combo, specifically when it's into Aphelios. I think in Jinx, the range advantage plays such a large part, and it's not like Ruler is going to have to actually walk up, right? Particularly when we get to the later stage in the game, once we see the rapid fire cannon come through, we've seen Zayas really struggle with actually getting in range.
Yeah, just take a train.
Yeah.
Pretty much is how you're supposed to do it. Maokai will provide some space here for T1. I actually really like Maokai at the moment. I think him and Bai are absolutely far and away the best junglers at this tournament so far. But let's have a look at what these next round of bans are going to be, because like you say, the T1 bot lane camp strategy that 369 could employ is certainly looming, and there is the Gwen ban. This is the way I like teams to play into the Scion, is to pick something that can carry from top lane, that can benefit from that empty lane in the early stages.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I'm such a fan of the Gwen ban, because I think not only can you win in that 1v1, but you can actually bring that power to a 5v5, unlike some of the other picks that are actually considered to be good carry picks against Scion, which I do think things like the Fiora are much more difficult to actually 5v5 on, right? Sure, you can create that individual advantage, but can you actually turn that into a 5v5 advantage where the games are decided these days?
Wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being the Gnar. Personally, I think we've seen a few Camille hovers. I actually, particularly when you have Rakan and you already have frontline, do think that's the type of champion that can both benefit from having a couple of minutes, in lane without being matched by the Scion, but hasn't come through so far. And we also do know, particularly with the Jace already banned away, the Cannon and the Gnar are kind of Zeus's mainstays. Expecting to see him pick up either of those here.
Yeah, if it was Bin, I would be like, ban the Jax away as well, but I think the Jace in Zeus's case makes a lot of sense. It's final ban from T1 to come through. They are thinking about this one for quite some time. See what they are going to get rid of. I expect another jungler just to thin that pool out ever further, but no, it will be Knight's Syndra. An understandable ban away. You can see Knight pretty happy about the respect being given.
I mean, that is his signature pick, right? This guy is unreal on the Syndra.
Oh? we've seen Belveth hover a whole bunch of times, so I'm not expecting zigging and zagging. Just a bit of Arctic assaulting, I guess, as Ruler is hovering the Sejuani, and we'll lock that one away. So not as exciting, I guess, but still, I like Bristle, so that's fine.
It also does set up for those potential, mid lane kind of aggressive picks, some of the melee picks that can come through. Gonna be interesting to see where FLICKR takes us, because the only pick that is up and available that he's played so far already is the Nautilus, right? The Kazante's gone, the Annie is gone. Tristana mid would be interesting. RT1 gonna be going towards double marksman again. We do know that this can be flexed towards top. I know that I think it was Doran actually played Tristana top as well, so there is potential for that to be flexed around, but you definitely are expecting it to be mid lane. And I'll be really interested to see what the answer is there from Knight, because I don't think Tristana is always gonna have the easiest time, especially when it is blind.
If it's like Tristana Gragas here though, or I guess on theoretically flex. You're gonna have to go back a few years to really find it, but it is gonna be on locked away. Zeus has been putting a bunch of time into the Tristana top as well, like you were talking about. So theoretically, FLICKR can be on the Ornn in the mid lane if he would like to, but Knight, okay, considering the Cassiopeia for now.
Well, this is actually a really tough matchup for Tristana. It can be very difficult to actually win out in this. Cassio can just harass the Tristana very heavily in the 1v1. You can win a lot of the all-ins. If Tristana's jumping in with the rocket jump, it's very easy to actually just drop the Miasma on her, drop the Q on her, and you can win out in some of those all-ins. So it's also a pick that scales incredibly well. Range can be the difficulty for Cassio. It's how are you going to play it out in the 5v5 where there's a lot of engage, there's a lot of CC from that T1 side. But I think this is a great answer. This is something I've been seeing a lot of players go to in solo queue as an answer to that Trist mid. So excited to see Knight bring it out and want to see how he can perform.
Also puts a lot more attention towards the mid lane. I do think both Tristana and Cassio can really struggle and put behind, right, when you can't hit kind of damage thresholds that you're looking for. And even though it has been a very bot side focused meta, it still kind of pales in comparison to how much attention we saw junglers give when it was the AD support, right? When it was basically dive full-on 3v3s for the first few minutes of the games. So both Owner and Kanavi, I think, going to be looking to try and get the mid laners ahead. Top lane, it's tank versus tank. I think we might see the Science strat, but outside of that, don't expect there to go anything crazy to go down towards there.
You also have to remember that Miasma as a follow-up to other CC, like if you can hit someone with a Sejuani ultimate, you can drop the W onto someone like the Trist, onto someone like the Rakan, the Maokai. All these champions cannot actually get out of that very easily. You can even disrupt the Ornn ultimate, if he actually goes for the R. You can drop the Miasma on him as he's looking to R2. He can't actually redirect, so there's a lot of annoying little interactions there. I think FLICKR's job in this lane is really to not interact with the Cassio. It's actually to just try to avoid all his Qs and just hard shove and just try to scale and try to not fight that guy. Because I don't think it's going to go well for FLICKR if they are trading back and forth.
No, exactly right. He wants to just fire minion waves into the Cassiopeia as often as possible. Let's see how it goes as we are onto the Rift here for game number 2. T1 now on the blue side. JDG on red. Gumayusi going to spot them out, give them some feathers there. And 369 already where a Scion belongs in the early game, and that is bottom lane very close to a turret.
You can see the response, though, from T1. They are going to be potentially moving up into this topside jungle. So where will they start? T1 obviously having done this strategy themselves. Really curious to see what the response is going to be. Obviously, the early information is so important.
Yeah, FLICKR still hasn't seen any of JDG there, as all of them just sitting in this one brush. I really hope that FLICKR decides that this is the time where he doesn't want to venture into the river to ward. But I'm still nervous. Okay, spots all of them out, walking towards that bottom side red buff.
T1 are positioning like they want to fight this. FLICKR is moving down. Maokai is actually starting on Wolf, so are they going to try to harass here and try to delay?
This is very interesting. They spot them out immediately. Ward goes over. They clear it out as Missing is just trying to keep them at bay. And T1 know exactly what this strategy is going to be, but JDG playing it out pretty comfortably so far.
Well, also, Guma used his Ghost there, right? And into specifically Jinx and Lulu, actually fighting for early prio was going to be extremely hard.
Look at Owner. He's coming. So they want to try to position with 4 members bot to try to actually harass here and stop this. FLICKR is coming down.
Yeah, they have full information. There is the grand entrance. The knockback's going to come through. The flashes to come out there as Owner's going to get stunned up with the permafrost, but it's first blood going to FLICKR, immediately answered by Knight here. Both mid laners walk out 1-0. trouble. Kanavi maybe in a little bit of trouble, but no, it's just going to be a feather or two. As now Knight is going to come on over to Faker here. These twin fangs just layering on top of Faker. Knight is going to go down, and it's going to be an extra added assist for missing on top of it somehow.
Oh, and with no flash on either mid laner now, that mid lane, I expect to see more attention towards her. Also do note, T1, yes, they're able to get a kill, but Ruler was able to get full experience, whereas the bot lane for T1 gonna be put on the back foot right from the get-go, right? Guma and Keria were, I think, missing at the very least the first, maybe a wave and a half worth of experience here, where Ruler was just shoving without a care in the world.
Absolutely, and Guma had to use his potion for this fight as well, which is very problematic. But T1's answer is clearly just, we're just going to fight. They're actually just going to battle for this. Owner started Wolves, passed down, gets level 2, comes to actually fight. And yes, they do get that first kill, but Knight gets a kill of his own. And then this is what I'm talking about. If you connect on the Q, he gets that early level 2. There's just nothing Faker can do in this situation. He's on an E-Star. He has no flash. The Q follows. He flashes through, lands that last Twin Fang. So 2 kills early to the Cassio. Knight going to be feeling really happy. Yes, it is 2 kills on Faker's side. But again, I do think I really favor the Cassio in this 1v1, and if Cassio can get those scaling items in quick, looks like he's building towards a Catalyst. You know, if you can get that Roa really early, have that stacking up, it's going to become problematic.
Accelerated game potentially for both of these mid laners. Of course, Tristana does like to get to those spikes a little bit earlier, as well as now 369 does still have flash. He's going to use it right now. He's slowed down by all of these saplings. Bramble smash to push him back in. Kanavi's going to come up 50% health. Decent Q there. He's going to knock up one. Is now T1. They're desperate to try and find one of these. Permafrost is going to keep Owner at bay, but Faker is moving in now. There's the immediate flash out as well. Double knock up from Zeus as they take the first one, and Faker is going to look to try and take down 369. He's knocked up though as Zeus tanked the turret for as long as he could, and Faker's gonna get it with the explosive charge.
It starts out as a wet noodle fight, and then Faker shows up and then you say, hey, this isn't fair.
How dare you bring a gun to our wet noodle fight?
What a roam though from Faker, getting up towards topside there, changing everything, because if Faker was not coming, JDG just can continue to fight that 2v2, and I think they win it. So instead, it is a 2-for-0 clean for T1 on that top side, thanks to the roam for Faker, who gets another kill. And missing is just being so annoying here. He couldn't break the shield there, unfortunately, not quite enough AP.
Yep, Zyra can't OP at getting back, as it turns out. And check this out one more time, Chronicler.
And it starts off, 369 is able to flash the initial knock-up from Zeus, and this early on in particular, cooldowns are still very high, right? But the moment that Kanavi arrives, you do see T1 really needs to respect Permafrost in these early skirmishes, can get a lot done, but because Owner is able to weave out, get away, they can prolong the fight up until Faker shows up, and this knock-up from Zeus comes up huge.
Yeah, pixels for 369 there. You saw him thinking that he was just out of range, charging that Q. Could have been a huge difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, that was really close to being able to hold on there for 369. He lands the knock-up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you could tell you're feeling stressed. You already lost one game. If you start to fall behind in game 2, you really start getting nervous here. But JDG down to this bottom side, trying to take first dragon here once again. It's a very early one. We're only 5.5 in. So they're kind of bucking the trends we've seen somewhat in this tournament, and they are really heavy prioritizing these early dragons.
Also want to highlight, although we might get a attempt at a steal here. Looks like Missing is going to keep them off. Want to highlight that Missing being able to cancel Guma and Keria there was actually really big, because they were actually caught up mostly when it comes to CS. They've been able to kind of equalize. They were backing on the cannon wave, but then with Missing getting the first interrupt, it meant that Ruler had the opportunity to shove out the subsequent wave, and a lot more minions were denied, and now as a result, Ruler back up in the CS department.
Yep, also half a level in lead as well, and at this particular moment in time, that is going to be a big deal. No Featherstorm available, but Super Mega Death Rocket is going to be there. 369 tidying up some minions underneath this turret here, and as the dust is settling, T1 do move away with a slight gold advantage, but JDG shouldn't be too worried about it for now. As, yeah, okay, that's quite aggressive positioning there from Zeus, as in goes Faker. Knight taking a bit of damage, but offering a whole bunch back there as well, even with Owner in the area.
Yeah, exactly. And that is the problem, is that when you jump in, he just drops the miasma on you, you get slowed up, it's a guaranteed Q generally from there. And as long as Cassio has that poison on you, you're always going to win on the trades with the Twin Fangs. And you're...
Oh dear, okay, Kanavi. I'm going to get Faker to rocket jump over that wall. Permafrost was in the air as well, but he's just going to be able to walk it out. No flash required for this one. T1 do rotate out of that bottom lane to try and potentially defend.
Yeah, Big Dar Zeus was also already halfway through the river, right? So he's been able to keep pressure on 369 thanks to that gank that was found by T1 as Navi with the invade.
Yeah, immediately they do spot him out with that sapling there though, and looks like Owner is going to be able to secure it. There it is. Wins that smite fight and will be able to walk away with his Bramble back intact.
But they lose Prio on bot side, right? They lose control of their bot side jungle, and now it's 4-man bot here. Knight does have flash, and he has ulti. He could look over the wall.
Yeah, there it is. Not going to be able to get the snares. Good knock up to come through from Carrier there, but he's going to tank up the turret for as long as he needs to, and now Carrier, a sitting duck underneath this turret. The poison is going to connect. There's the permafrost, and Ruler gets hand-delivered a kill.
Beautifully done there from JDG. That bot jungle pressure, yes, it did not give them the red buff, but they push out T1. They get the 4-man play on bot side. They get the 2 for 0. Faker's going to get some plates back mid, going to be able to deny some minions, but it is a bigger victory on that bottom side because it is getting Ruler ahead of Gumayushi once again.
And crucially, the only one that has teleport here and can join the play is Zeus, and he's not able to. It's still laning versus 369. So after the invade, not necessarily working out, the immediate rotation coming through, and as you point out, with no prio and no ultimates available, there's no way for T1's bot lane to survive this.
Exactly. I mean, Faker had already been chunked earlier, right, previous to that play, as that one got a little bit dicey, but T1 do strike back on the top side. They take the Herald away. You know, it all comes back to that initial play where Kanavi, you know, is getting that chunk on Faker, pushing him down in the jungle. Then they can't take the 2v2 because they're down HP. Then they can't defend the bot side dive because they lose control of the jungle. And it's this play that you really love to see, and it's been signature here at MSI. Getting control of mid is not really always about getting your mid laner ahead. It's about being able to transition that to bot.
Yeah, the really cool thing is it all comes from that level 1 play as well, because Ruler has that slight experience lead. Gumayushi's being denied, and then he's level 5 underneath that turret instead of having the Featherstorm. It is just so cool that everything is sort of coming back to these play. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to comprehend, and I just can't quite get there, Isaac.
I do want to highlight that I do think that one of the big advantages that we see for Faker, there's a lot of champions. Nautilus is an example where if your opposing mid laner roams and you don't get any, and you get time alone in lane, it doesn't mean anything. With the Herald going over and the mid lane already being this low, might be an opportunity for T1 to take that with the Herald when the next Drake rolls around. But they do need to actually make that work, because the last few team fights, as we saw in the previous game, definitely all going the way of JDG.
Well, and again, they're faced with similar issues to last time. You know, they do have some AP from the Maokai, but an AP Maokai is not going to force a Scion to build magic resist. It's going to be an armor stacking Scion here. And Cassio becomes a tank once you actually do get to those later stages. You know, you do get Gargoyle Stoneplate generally as a 4th item. People are going Rylai's, you know, they're getting Roa, and they're grabbing, you know, they're tier stacking that up. So you have the tier shield, you have the Roa for HP, you get towards Gargoyles, you actually have some real tankiness. I've even seen against AD heavy comps like this, some Cassios go towards Frozen Heart, which can also be pretty effective. So there is armor stacking capabilities on multiple members on the JDG side.
And I think Chroniker and I have exactly the same idea, because you don't see the Sunfire Cape.
And Ornn.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
Ornn is a mage, assassin.
He does do damage, but he's still not forcing an EMR, my friends.
Well, that's the whole point. You don't know how much damage he does. No one's going to build the EMR.
We're going to check the numbers at the end on that Sunfire Cape, Azale.
We absolutely will.
We'll check the numbers on the Cassio as well. We'll see which one's out.
Hey, ho, I don't know about that.
Yeah, all jokes aside, I think you're absolutely right.
Stick in your boot.
Certainly far more balanced is the JDG composition. Faker's Draw a Bead is going to take a few levels to get the range up, but does mean that he is going to have that range to go toe-to-toe with Ruler. Zeus just doing some alcove gaming. Like to see it. 369 just going to walk towards him with his shield activated. Look at this. Just so much gameplay here towards his top side, but it is going to be Zeus finding a few angles. He's not quite brittle. That's when it gets a bit exciting in the Ornn matchup. Instead, he's just hitting him with his small hammer. As JDG now looking for this dragon. Cloud going to be the second one. We'll see what the soul is after this. As Kanavi, Glacial Prison going to come down there. T1 standing their ground, only 50% health taken there from Owner, but they do get them out of the river.
It's actually so important, though. 369 is trying to stay on top of Zeus because Zeus has TP and he does not. So if they lose track of Zeus, JDG will have to give up this dragon. And I think that's the situation that they're going to find themselves facing with. I don't think they're going to be willing to take a potential 4v5 if Zeus is able to join with that Ornn ulti.
And now it is going to be the Rift Herald, completely denied in this mid lane. T1 do use it to get some control of the river, but I don't know whether that's exactly worth it.
Yeah, I think T1 was trying to make a play towards Dragon, but then Ruler and Missing were able to get Pry out bot side, so it's not like Owner and FLICKR can just run towards Dragon and start it, because JDG would be would have more than enough time to respond. So the one other thing outside of some plays for FLICKR that T1 got completely negated here by JDG.
Well, T1 are going to be able to make their way towards this Cloud Drake here. No one denies T1 Cloud Drakes, in my experience, and I do keep track of Cloud Drakes a little more than others. And they are going to collect that one here. So it is going to be Infernal Soul as well. This is going to be huge.
And I'm really looking forward to the first actual 5v5, because we haven't really seen, we saw in the previous game, whoever, or JDG winning the first 5v5 kind of snowballed it from there. Both compositions with the amount of hard engage and front-to-back team fight that they have available, definitely a big threat. I do think FLICKR needs to get to a Mythic as soon as possible and try to accelerate him more, because I do think that Tristana is one of the picks where if you do get ahead of the curve, right, if you're able to pick up an early LDR, you can actually shred from front line, but you need to not just take this lead as Kraken Slayer comes through, but build upon it further. And I think that's why that Herald mid was such a costly opportunity, because if you do actually get like maybe a couple of E-autos and a charge in the turret, you can take that down.
Yeah, absolutely. And extending that gold lead, I do think is really important. JDG, I don't really feel like there's any pressure on them to really get anything done. You know, take the fights that look very good to you. But when you're playing Cassio Jinx with multiple frontliners and an Enchanter support, you're down to go 50 minutes. You're down to play this as long as T1 want to. We'll have to see, you know, if T1 is going to be able to push the pace of the game, or, you know, if I'm wrong and the physical damage is not really going to matter. If they can just outplay in the team fights, utilize Keria with this explosive engage, you know, find that follow-up from Zeus, and really eliminate one of these DPS right off the bat, and then all of a sudden, the damage doesn't really matter.
Because I think that's the biggest lead. If we do go to late game, if we do go to stalemates, T1's ability to start off fights is a lot stronger than JDG's. Now, of course, JDG's counter-engage, we've talked about a lot. They are really good at ebb and flow, but the fact that T1 can start fights might come back and be important as we get to the later stages, particularly with objectives being very evenly spread thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, they have really all the good go buttons this game. Yes, there is Sejuani ult, yes, there is Sion ult, but it's not nearly as reliable as something like Keria or a Flash Twisted Advance or even that Orin ulti. But
not to mention Nature's Grasp, which is pretty
Right.
ridiculous.
Oh, great
Now they're going to
buffer.
go for the point blank ulti, but yeah, exactly right. The buffer is going to be there. Nature's Grasp going to come down. Miasma causing a few issues, but it's not going to be the greatest. Petrifying Gaze is now Knight taking so much damage here from FLICKR. Oh my goodness, the AoE. Ruler taking matters into his own hands here. Still has Super Mega Death Rocket available, and T1 are going to back away. In the meantime, though, 369's chilling on the top side of the map, just smacking down a turret.
Yep, someone's going to have to respond to that, but it is going to be T1 moving into the topside river. They're going to be starting up this Herald, utilize the chunk they got on Knight, utilize the ulti down from him and Kanavi to be able to start it up. And that's really all thanks to FLICKR. It's a great buffer on that ulti. Is able to jump out, then get a chunk down on Knight. He doesn't get stunned up by that Cassio ult. That's a good attempt at a steal from Ruler, but T1 well aware of it. And will be able to extend their gold lead.
He was aiming for Zeus there to win out that top lane matchup. Knows how important that is.
High five.
So, yep, you can understand that one. Knight here towards his bottom side, though, is just taking this out of turret. In the meantime, and this is what we've been seeing sort of all tournament long by the Eastern teams, is being able to know exactly where to be to maximize the amount of gold earned on these maps. And Knight continuing to do so here on this bottom side.
Do know, if there's no cross buff from T1, like you're going to give over first turret blood, going to be a huge influx of gold here with no real counterplay, right? You see 369 holding the top wave. There isn't really an opportunity to dive a Sion at this point in the game. Ruler and Missing holding down mid lane. As a result, gold now, 60 minutes, basically dead even.
Yeah, dead even, but again, you know, it is that gold right where you want it for JDG. Yeah. It is Ruler 1,000 gold up on Kumiyushi. Slight advantage there for FLICKR of about 400 gold, but the real edge is on the top side for T1, which is not going to be as impactful here, having it on the Ornn, having it on the Maokai.
Yep, big spike as well with the Rylai's and the Rod of Ages now stacking, looking towards that Seraph's Embrace for Knight. He's going to get more and more powerful as all these synergistic items come in together. Kumiyushi feeling a little bit in danger here in this mid lane, and I don't blame him with Kanavi waiting in the wings.
And that's why Cassio is so frustrating to play against at times, because it is so difficult to burst this champion down because you can build so much HP. You get that Seraph, you get the shield from that as well as they're going for the engage.
In they go. Yeah, the quickness going to charm up. Kanavi does land the ultimate, but not going to really get too much done as 369 is going to teleport in. And JDG going to be able to get out of there.
That's both sums off Ruler, though, and that is massive here. We'll see if T1 are going to be able to find any sort of a fight.
30 seconds on this Infernal Drake as Zeus slinks back into Fog of War. The rest of the 4T1 members in this mid lane trying to hold on. As JDG move on in, 369 just trying to be a little bit tricky here with what remains of the brush here around the red buff. Infernal Rift does make things a little bit bare.
And JDG also doesn't want to just give T1 free access, right? If you go all in on that Dragon, T1 with Herald can possibly get 2 turrets right from the get-go, particularly with the pushing power they have as Herald comes down.
Yeah, T1 still trying to hold on to that bot side river, but JDG now 5 members strong, want to stop Shirley from getting towards this turret, but there are so many ultimates flying towards JDG. 369 gonna have to flash immediately to get himself out of the way. The turret is going to fall, but the stun is just massive. Low health bars absolutely everywhere as Kanavi's gonna be the one to take down Owner in the end, and it's 2 kills for JDG. Gumushi trying to kite back, and FLICKR has to rocket jump as well. Still damage available and low health bars on JDG, but they lose no one.
As the T1 frontline step forward, so does Knight, and he's just shredding through Zeus on that top side of the fight. It's 2 for 0. Sure, T1 do get that turret, but it's JDG looking for the Dragon. Can T1 find an in?
3 versus 5. I don't know about this one.
Risky.
As Gumushi and FLICKR, fair bit of damage like we said, as they're not going to be able to take this Dragon. JDG, now can they find the fight as Featherstorm goes in a direction I don't think he was intending, but does avoid the Glacial Prison.
And it is JDG picking up the win there. T1, all they get is a mid lane turret. I think really big there. The second activation of Zeus's ultimate did get interrupted.
Was
right?
it the miasma that
no,
the knockouts?
It's 369, yeah. On the Cyan, able to cancel that. If they can chain another set of Riddle procs, I think they might get through the front line. But instead, as you point out, Owner and Zeus are just getting demolished, whereas the backline, look at Ruler and Knight, completely untouched in these fights. They get to output as much damage as they want.
And that's the power of the miasma. You know, Zeus steps forward, all of a sudden there's a miasma behind you. You cannot walk into the miasma as FLICKR and Guma to actually just get damage out. There's no way you can walk through that. So there's just this massive zones of control created by the miasma on one side, the Scion as well as the Sejuani on the other side, and they're just experts at making space for Ruler and Knight here to really maximize damage.
Yeah, Keria is possibly in a bit of danger here, but he's going to be able to slink away. Fair bit of mobility on the Rakan, so maybe he's going to be all right. Owner takes his blue buff.
One highlight as well, FLICKR also clearly realizing we need a way to chew through these front lines. Yes, we have Demonic Embrace, but as you highlighted, Azil, that's never going to be enough damage to actually get through the JDG front line. So that Lord Dominic's that'll be something that T1 is going to rely upon if they do actually want to win these front-to-back team fights.
And then we'll see, you know, can FLICKR actually have enough time in these fights to free fire and knock through those? Because there is going to be threat of that counter engage. There is going to be Knight that's in the mix, you know, this mid-range champion who's going to be looking to fire on you anytime you are attacking his tanks.
Here on the bottom side, once again, it is just going to be 369 and Zeus throwing abilities at one another. So a perfect time to take stock. It's 20 minutes. And last time around, we were very denied when it comes to the Baron attempts. It took multiple minutes before we did get there. This time around, Purple Worm is going to spawn. FLICKR in the area, but JDG are paying it the most attention right now. FLICKR has rocket jump. He's going to be fine to get out of here if JDG do come on over, and gives Baron a bit of a parting gift.
Something we also haven't mentioned, in addition to all the other stuff, is that Ruler actually got a call early, right? And Guma never did. Guma wasn't able. That's a lot of extra gold that is in the pocket of Ruler in addition to all the other attention that he has gotten. And it's like you were saying earlier, Zoe, and I think you can really see it there in the previous fight, is where you want the goal to be, right? Because if you have a little bit more DPS, then maybe the fight goes the other way. The moment that Tristana starts resetting, that you can actually play further forward. T1 might have an angle, but as long as JDG gets to control the ebb and flow, and 369 and Kanavi doing such a good job of providing that reliable front line.
I mean, the fights are really about hitting that critical mass, or all of a sudden the enemy front line can no longer hold up, especially when you're playing against enchanters. It's actually so critically important to be able to overwhelm the front line with damage, because it's so difficult to punch through a Scion and a Sejuani, let alone when there's a Lulu shielding them up and ulting them and so on behind.
Well, so far, things are sort of calming down on the Rift. For the moment, we are moving into podcast territory. Absolutely love it. As Knight and Faker just moving their lane towards the top side to try and ping-pong some of these waves. We're back down here where the brawling never stops. So if you're worried about action and things like this, you just always look towards this bottom lane as London understands this is where the action is.
Atlas, is it a brawl if they're always fighting?
Absolutely.
Still
it's
is?
just a constant
continuous,
brawl.
yeah.
I mean, at some point, if that's your continuous state, I don't know if it still qualifies.
It's just existence?
Yeah.
All right. So
that's just life.
Their
their
existence
existence is
there on the bottom
brawling.
side.
Yeah.
I think it's still brawling though, even if it is
I just
Give the top laners something. Come on, man.
Hey, they get
They're
to
locked
play.
on tanks.
They get to feel good about supporting their friends.
Well, every
That's
time
more
I see
something.
No top laners feel good about that. They don't want to support their friends. They want their friends to support them.
It's very true. As I just look at it as more value for the Sunfire Cape.
True.
For what we're going to refer to towards the end of the game. That's what I'm
The problem is, though, Sion also has a Sunfire Cape, so you've been countered.
I know, well, this is the point. It's all Sunfire Cape, right? So damage
all
on
the
both
way
sides.
down.
The whole
I'm
time?
psyched about it, yeah.
You see Knafi's inventory?
Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Will it just be Sunfire diff?
Oh, but see, the thing is, it's not really a fair fight because Zeus can upgrade his Sunfire Cape.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Tough.
Didn't think about that one,
Tough
did you?
calculation.
That's true. Never really looked at it as T1
Teleporting
is going
in.
to come forward. Okay, T1 going to look for some action here as Ona throws down the ultimate. Zeus going to do the same thing. Flashes forward to find the Ram Ruler. Still going to be alive though. He has the wild growth available and now he's going to start those shots. Zeus going to be able to get himself out of there as the flash from Missing is going to get him to relative safety. As in goes Carrier. They knock up 369. Miasma going to try to be avoiding it by Faker, but immediately he's polymorphed and he's taken down. The knockups come through Knight. He's going to be punished and now it's Gumayuki that rips them to shreds. It's a quadra kill and he gets denied by Owner on the Penta, but they'll be happy with a win in the team fight.
And critical mass
This could be
has been
game.
reached. They're going to keep on pushing.
Yeah, could just be the end here as the inhibitor turret going to be the first one to go down. Owner is throwing presence into this mid lane and we should have known. We saw this, it's around the 25-minute mark. They beat JDG exactly the same way. Look for the first Nexus turret here as T1, they still have so much damage.
Take a TP.
Yeah, he can just come immediately towards this one, and I don't think there's going to be much of an option. JDG, 4 of them are up and available. Super Death Rocket is going to be blocked. As Gumayuki trying to get those autos in. Can they keep it alive? Faker is going to turn up, and there it is. Game 2 goes to T1.
What an ending out of nowhere. T1 go crazy in the mid lane. The engage from Carrier was massive. And then initially looked like JDG were going to be able to disengage that fight. We're going to be able to stabilize,
That
get back to their
polymorph,
base. Right? Yeah, that polymorph on Faker as he jumped in. Looked like it could have been the game changer there in that fight, but just out of nowhere, Guma has been untouched. Carrier goes in, Guma goes wild, gets a quadra, and T1 just bet it all on ending the game right there.
Guess what? They didn't even need a Baron.
Oh no, they've been unlocked. We don't even need to go to the Baron flips. But no, it's so reminiscent to what we saw, right? You slow the game down and then you just find your angle. Last time it was Genji engaging into them. This time it was Carrier just finding that angle. Still, man, it was neck and neck for so very long. Even halfway through that team fight, it was looking okay. But as soon as there is that slight advantage, and the double 80 carry is certainly working out well here for T1.
Absolutely. I mean, the leak became a waterfall, like everything all at once. Just
sometimes
through.
the tank just explodes instead of there being that leak first, you know? That's sort of how it goes. But that is it from us for this game. Let's see what the analyst desk felt about that one.
Atlas, I blinked.
I'm stunned.
I blinked and it was over. How about you?
Yeah. What a banger. Like, you know, at the beginning of this game, Shock said to us, you know what I would love in this game is if we could have one really cool JDG team fight, and then we could have one really cool T1 team fight, and then immediately we got both of those awesome things.
And nothing else.
Nothing else. Well, actually, we do have one thing that we want to run through, which was this early game, because we're going to be talking a lot about these team fights, of course, but the Sion invade, we have been seeing a lot at this tournament, and different teams have come up with different ways to shut it down.
this was T1's strategy of shutting it down, and it was to actually just straight up fight it, Dagda.
Yeah, and they wanted to try and match the invade. You can see already they pulled their bot lane across as well to make sure they could actually try and fight. But the biggest problem with this is you've still got Ruler is going to be pushing in that bot side. So despite the fact that they do try and go for this invade and try and match the invade, you actually end up in a position where you end up trading 1-for-1 as they start to come across, thanks to the ability for JDG to just pull it back. You don't really get Gumayushi involved in a lot of this fight. And then once you trade 1-for-1, Ruder's still in a good spot in the bot lane.
I think the other big thing is the fact that, as you rightly said, because they're able to get that kill on tonight, it makes this idea not as promising in the early game. And then we were talking about, is this really worth it for Knight? We were saying from a mental perspective, yes, but from a positional advantage, no. The way it was pushing into you, it doesn't really work out in his favor. And at this point, though, we thought, okay, JDG already off to a pretty promising start with Ruler pushing in bot, but then it felt like that this early game was going very back and forth with how much more unlocked the mid laners really were.
I just got to say, that's like you're watching and you feel that, what Knight wanted. He knows I'm getting these trades. I just can't not get this kill. I just can't not, right, Jet?
I agree. And if you can blow open the early game, you can make a difference. I think that ended up neutralizing the early game, what we just saw. And then the game became all about team fighting.
It did.
And this was some of the most front-to-back team fighting. Definition of front-to-back. And what you mean by front-to-back is you'll have your front line right here, and then your back line right here. So that'll be JDG. And then T1 is front-to-back. And there's a few angles that I want to show. Let's roll this clip for team fighting. And generally speaking, you think tanks in front, carries on the side. But what's more important is who can hit and who can't hit. And let's pause it here, because I just want to be able to draw your eyes to Knight. He's the reason the first fight went well for JDG, because specifically Knight draws attention to himself and basically stops FLICKR, who's kind of in this clump, from being able to hit. So the main thing that decided this first fight was Knight's ability to get access to damage and FLICKR's inability to get access to damage. So let's roll this clip right here. And everyone is taking as much damage, the front is taking as much damage as they can while their back hits. But when Knight moves up, he baits everyone to come through, and he actually buys a bunch of time without his front line having to take damage. And now, just watch FLICKR in the back here. He's really unable to get auto attacks off as the fight is falling apart around him. And this is where it felt like, oh my God, is JDG going to 2-0 the series? This looks like a superior front-to-back team fighting team comp. Tristana can never access damage against Cassiopeia, but that changed in the second fight.
Yeah, we'll see it in just a second, Dagda, but I think you were feeling the same thing what Jad is laying out here. The fact that they seem so incredibly crisp, Ruler just doesn't seem to die, and I guess there's a lot of frustration probably at that point coming out of the side of T1, specifically Gumayushi, who probably feels like, listen, I don't feel like I can really do anything here.
And I think that's what myself and Betty were talking about in the middle of the game, was like, hey, you know, what do we think? Is there ways for you to get access onto that back line? Because I think when you've got like the Miasma, the Sejuani, the strong side in the front line, it becomes very difficult for Gumayushi in general to try and get onto space in these fights. You can even see in that fight there, the Miasma being able to prevent the likes of the Maokai from being able to twist and advance. You don't get the Ornn in onto the back line. Like, you actually don't get the setup to actually gain access to Ruler. And I think that made such a difference in this one, but it was very different when we got into that second.
Yeah, and we want to give
we got the final fight. We got the final fight.
Okay, let's go. We'll take a look at that.
I tried to watch this as many times as possible, so let's put it up on the screen. We can roll it right now, and I'll tell you when to pause. So basically, this fight is different because T1 actually gets access on tonight. Not to mention, the initial engage doesn't get stopped. So the Ornn goes down, and Ruler gets fairly low at the start, which prevents his ability. But here, if we pause, it is kind of reset again to a front-to-back team fight, right? Ruler is back here, Knight is over here, Guma's hitting, FLICKR's hitting. FLICKR gets a lot more hits off in this fight. So let's roll it once again. And as Knight turns to try and get the damage down, he actually, FLICKR jumps in. This ends up baiting him. So pause it. Even though FLICKR is down, they've killed one front, so there's not many people left to take damage, and Knight is out of summoner spells. So watch the CC chain that can come on through tonight, and also remember that most of the peel is gone from JDG, and I'm clearing it right now to make it clear that that front to back I talked about is gone. It's just a line, so anyone can get hit. So let's roll this clip through. Knight gets CC'd by Zeus, amazing knockup. Guma kills him, the charm then gets him, and remember, they can get access to the CC because the fight lines had been broken for JDG. T1 capitalized, got access to both carries, quadra kill, game. Unbelievable turnaround by T1.
I mean, so much credit needs to go to Zeus in this fight. The initial engage onto the backline that chunked him down to half, into the follow-up CC later on in that fight as well. The way in which he was able to get onto the carries both times on the Ornn was the hardest part for them to navigate. You were just talking about it, Dagda. Backline access. How much does T1 really have? Well, it turns out that Zeus was the whole backline access himself.
Hey, and I thought I was watching Gen G T1 again, the 5th game. I got such a flashback because remember, that was such a long, dragged-out series that ended on a whim, and T1 saw their chance here, and they took it. This does mean that we're all squared out 1-1. JDG now selecting to go to the blue side, Daga.
Surprise, surprise!
Hey.
I would have seen it coming, but I definitely think this would give them those big advantages, especially when you look towards things like the Cassante, the Annie that they had to ban away. I think having the opportunity to actually flex that Annie a little bit is going to be super nice for them. I also just think the opportunity to play back towards what has been their style of, hey, prioritizing the Jinx, which they did get this game, but also just having a bit more of that or the first pick access to provide that front line a little bit better, even in the jungle role as well, to make sure that this Jinx can be the big carry.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, it's Worlds 2022 all over again as T1 tied the series, but JDG will be looking to rewrite history. We'll be right back with game number 3.
As now Knight is going to come on over to FLICKR here. These twin fangs just layering on top of FLICKR. Knight is going to go down, and it's going to be an extra added assist for missing, going to keep Owner at bay, but FLICKR is moving in now. There's the immediate flash out as well. Double knock up from Zeus as they take the first one.
This isn't fair.
How dare you bring a gun to our wet noodle fight? They knock up 369. Miasma going to try to be avoiding him, but immediately he's polymorphed, and he's taken down. The knockups come through Knight. He's going to be punished, and now it's Gumayuki that rips them to shreds. It's a quadra kill, and he gets denied by Owner on the Penta, but they'll be happy with a win in the team fight.
Get it!
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. MSI 2023. We're here for game number 3. It's best of 3 from now on. Chronicle, you'll be used to this from the LCK. We're pretty comfortable in these situations.
What happens in those? I've never seen one before.
Well, a game happens, and then another game happens, and
Doesn't just
potentially
end
there's
after the
another
first
game
one?
after that. Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
That is crazy.
It's super weird. But
I'm not participating in this bit.
Well, actually, you just did.
But now we
You're
have
the straight man. Congratulations. Part of it. Boom.
All right, let's get into the game.
Kept meta.
Now we have a situation where T1 are on the red side once again, much like they were in game number 1. Will they ban Annie? Gentlemen, that's my question.
Yes.
All right,
that is my answer. I think it was really problematic. JDG obviously banned it from red side in game number 2. I expect T1 to do the same. T1 won that game, but it's not what I would call like a dominant game. It was so close. It was so back and forth. You know, I think either team could have won from that position. It's one incredible team fight from T1, and then the game is just over like that. So it's going to be really interesting to see what these two teams' reads are, because I think you could both walk away from a game like that saying, our drafts are fine. Wasn't really any problems. You know, it was just about execution in this one fight.
Certainly was, and here we are into the pick and ban already. It is. Okay. So Annie's left up yet again. Caitlyn's going to get hovered before Annie's going to get locked in, is what I'm expecting here.
And no recon for Keria, so the respect ban coming through as Keria was explosive on that engage. You know, the follow-up after that initial engage from Owner, from
Look
Zayas.
at Knight's face, man. He is so excited.
It's like,
about it.
again? Me? I get for me? Thank
Are
you.
Serious? Had they even seen my bad tippers?
Yeah, it's an interesting read from T1 that the Wukong was the problem in the Annie Wukong combination. As we are going through this very quickly. Cassante, no surprise, but T1 actually going for the Jinx this time around has been a very successful pick. We've seen the fact that the range advantage you have into Aphelios can be a really big boon, particularly in how it allows you to set up team fights and how you're able to play much further back. The aggressive threat, though, particularly with Aphelios and Annie, like the 100-0 potential, cast your mind back to game number 1, as looks like another Lulu in the works here.
Yeah, and that is going to be the Aphelios Lulu combination picked once again. Do they pick up a support here for Keria, or is it just going to be Nautilus, just to flex it around a whole bunch, much like they did in game number 1? I wasn't a huge fan of the pick into the Annie, but they are still going to go there, and there it is, FLICKR locking that one away.
Yeah, it's interesting. It feels like a little bit of a salty run back almost.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was about to say, like, I think as long as we don't go for the Nautilus, you can make the adjustments. I think the Braum ban here needs to 100% come through, because although I guess the Lulu's already locked in, so scratch that.
Well, I mean, also, like, you can just change your jungler, and I feel like the whole dynamic of that draft does change, right? I don't think they have to go towards double marksman. If you have something like, you know, a little bit more aggressive that can dive, something along the lines of like a Viego even, who can help to follow up, who can help to actually get that first kill, things could look really good. You know, getting that first kill with the burst for Jinx, for Viego, could be really, really big. Again, it is going to be the Rumble ban in phase 2 here, as clearly are concerned about that.
Yep. Just banning away these magic damage junglers there as well. Of course, the Maokai was the first ban by T1, so you go down that list just a little bit, and the Rumble is going to be there. Nidalee, of course, an option, but first ban going to be the Gragas here from T1, and their second one, we'll see what it is going to be here in the second round. Round this one out. Viego taken away.
I like that ban. I do think Viego is really a good pairing with Annie as well. You know, I talked about the T1 side, but I do think anytime you have really high damage burst, pairing with Viego, it's so easy to get that first reset. Annie just full dumps all her damage on one target alongside that Viego.
And I wonder what the angle for T1 is going to be here now, because the Kindred didn't really end up working out in game number 1. We saw how well JDG was able to deal with that. But you do really want to put Owner on something with aggressive threat here. And Kha'Zix would be in the direction, but it remains as Owner, Rise Smile. Still, the magic damage being so heavily prioritized for T1 means that JDG, if they can pick up something in the ways of frontline here, can itemize very efficiently again.
I think we're pretty much guaranteed to just get double beefy boys for frontline, I think, for JDG. Like, they have clearly shown us how they want to play. I would not be surprised about, like, Sejuani, Ornn, or something along those lines.
Or Ornn Sejuani, just to mix it up.
Sejuani, yeah.
Spicy.
Another take on the duo.
Zin's out. Never mind.
So it is a very different look. So we want something maybe with a little bit more dueling power, potentially, to mix things up against this Kha'Zix. Zin can actually perform pretty well in frontliner during the ultimate, so
Not to mention paired with a Lulu. This is something that we saw at the height of Zin's prowess, was if you pick a Lulu, it gives him so much more longevity in these games. Crescent Guard, of course, giving you a lot of power in that department as well. So the Ornn is going to be paired alongside it. I like how balanced this draft is from JDG. Once again, they are just cleanly picking into their favorite archetype, as that is going to be Gwen insta-locked. No waiting, nothing like that. Zeus going to be taking that magic damage mantle towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, instant snap up there also alleviates a lot of the issues that T1 have run into when it comes to damage types. I do agree with you though. I think the composition from JDG, particularly in a meta that is centered around teamfight, it has great non-committal engage. If Annie's flashes up, you can go in aggressively, but the counter engage with Zin and Lulu specifically also is quite strong. And when I look at T1, outside of actually getting a Nautilus hook onto someone, you're going to be very aligned on picks, right? Someone walking where they're not supposed to, or a flank from Gwen or Cassante.
But at the same time, you know, it's like for T1, if the engage goes well, Ruler could just be insta-dead. There are so many threats to actually dive into the backline this time. It is not the situation that we had in game number 1 where T1 had this Nautilus mid who's kind of on his own going in. They have the Cassante to follow up on Keria. They have a Kha'Zix as well as this Gwen to be able to dive back and really threaten Ruler. So I do think it's going to be tough for Ruler to actually find space to sit there and auto against these champions. It's going to be so much about the peeling, so much about the counter engage here from JDG to keep their marksman safe.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to as well is, can you get FLICKR away from it? If he's in all-out range, Ruler can just be pulled out into a 1v1 against a Cassante, and in that scenario, T1 is going to be very, very comfortable. It's going to be a lot about JDG and how they can play out these team fights. And that test they've already passed many times this tournament. Their team fighting has been second to none before this particular series. And as we hop onto Summoner's Rift, we'll see whether they can do it yet again. They make their way out. Very cool, calm, and collected composition. The alliteration was unnecessary. I apologize. Definitely a lot of tools here in the early stages of the game.
I do also really like that Zeus is actually playing Ghost. You know, there is some benefit to playing towards the Ignite TP in this sort of style, but this is going to be about 5v5. It's not going to be about the 1v1, and the Ghost is so powerful in the 5v5, and even later on in the game, in those long lanes, can be really, really strong.
Also, yeah, also really like it because I think that particular when you're playing things like Gwen, you can feel very safe due to your E, right, and your W, but if you're too far up in top lane and you have Ignite, it still becomes very easily for a jungler, particularly with really strong ganks like the Xin Zhao, to just take you down early. And I do think that if the Gwen starts falling behind, if we get far enough in the game, you're always going to be relevant, but the actual late game, we really haven't been reaching that much this tournament. It has much more been about like the team fighting between like what 25 and 35 minutes. Someone gets a decisive lead, and from that point on, you don't really get to play the game anymore.
Yeah, the Gwens that we have been seeing though have been, you know, Bin, who has looked fantastic, and Doran, who has never really been our premier Gwen player. And we'll just have to see whether this is going to be some vintage Zeus Gwen towards this top side, because he hasn't played it so far this tournament and hasn't really been favoring it in the LCK this year as well. So I'm excited to see whether he can get back onto the carry side of these matchups. It's been a lot of tanks for our young man in the top lane for T1.
Yeah, absolutely. For pretty much everyone in the top lane, besides Bin, it does feel like, as they're kind of sticking with that carry style. But it's going to be also really interesting to see if T1 do at all try to change things up, try to prioritize that early dragon, because JDG have been going towards that first dragon. Feels like 5-6 minutes so far in this series, really trying to use that soul as a way to force teamfights on their own terms here against T1.
Also want to highlight, Guma has gone for Ghost, which the last time he played against any, if I remember correctly, did go for Cleanse. And you're also playing with a Nautilus. It's not like a Lulu, like Keria has been really, really good about his McKills usage. Not going to be the case here, which means a lot more agency for Knight. And as we saw in the last game, he knows how to use that very, very well. And I think in the early skirmishes and in the fights, if you can stay away from that backline dive, it's great, but does mean playing at a much higher risk.
Yeah, it's way higher risk, higher reward here. You know, if you do get caught by that full laning combo, you're probably just toast.
Oh yeah.
If you're in range though, oftentimes you're dead a lot of the time anyway. So
I like your optimism.
Yeah, Jinx probably wanting to utilize the rockets as much as possible as we check out this bottom lane for a moment. A little bit of potential action, but not really much going to come from it. As of course Missing and Ruler just trying to keep them at arm's length, and Keria being in a melee champion at this point in time is going to be a little bit of a worry as far as the harassment. And Owner is going to come down and try and turn the tides on this one. Potential dive being set up as they are going to try and rotate FLICKR down as well, as there is the hook. It is going to connect. Missing going down relatively low, finding the extra rocket after the zap. Not a lot of mana on Gumushi there, as Carrier is just going to glide away. And the back is going to get stopped here as Gumushi is going to get spotted out. So, nothing really going to happen, but it was a nice little look to create some sort of action in this early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see now, does Guma actually complete his base? You know, I kind of expect that he will. So he will go right back to base. So it's going to be about JDG just trying to pull shove this, trying to reset the wave, and Carrier trying to deny. His mid lane feels much more even thus far than it did in the Nautilus matchup. One of the nice things about Cassante in a matchup like this is that you actually have access to the range champions through the minion wave, right? Like Nautilus to actually look for any sort of engage has to step outside the minion wave. Cassante with the Q3, you can be able to just flip in the ante, gives you some recourse in a matchup like this, and also helps you to poke off things like the first strike from time to time. As we know, Knight in that first game got about 300 gold during the laning phase purely from his first strike, which was a significant advantage.
Certainly was. And also, after level 6 was hit, Knight was just playing 2v1 with Tibbers and Annie in that mid lane, and FLICKR does have the opportunity of dragging the Annie away from her bed. So FLICKR now just going to dash past Knight, as he is going to be able to get a little bit of damage back, but not really too much to worry about here for both of these mid laners thus far.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being another very, very slow early game, really outside of Owner going in, right, at level 3 in the first game, trying to get an early lead. It's been relatively low pace, as Zeus is going to get some snips in, is sitting on a lot of gold here right now.
So what you're saying is I can take a bit of a break for like 25 minutes and then come back for the team
I'd say 15 because that's when Baron spawns.
Exactly.
So if you want to...
Do you mind if I stick around?
No matter what.
Well, if you insist.
Yeah, I don't really have anywhere to be or anything like that. I'm kind of happy with this.
Okay,
so,
sure. If you want to.
I'll just be here. I'm not all that necessary. But we'll see whether T1 and JDG are going to flip the script a little bit on that one, because it was just a little bit too intense for me. I'm not going to lie. I prefer having like a few skirmishes and things like this, where it's not just game over after one fight. Kanavi here towards his bottom side of the map, though, as Ruler is going to get zapped. T1, if they go in, would be really, really dangerous, but they are playing respectfully for the moment. Now channeling a bit of a back carrier.
Yeah, it was feeling tense, but Owner now going to use this time to actually just start up the dragon. It is warded out, of course. The pink is over the pit, but we can see not going to be a contest here from JDG as Kanavi is just going back to base. So it will be T1 who is able to buck the trend. You know, they have the push on bot side.
Yeah, Hook going to connect there as well. Flame Chompers to layer that CC. Polymorph going to come through as he flashes over the wall, but Gumushi follows him, gets the heal. Rocket not going to connect there, as now it's Gumushi in trouble. It's just going to get eliminated as Knight turns up in the nick of time. Ruler's going to get kidnapped, though FLICKR picks up the kill, and T1 answers 1-for-1 with a Drake on top for T1.
And T1 get greedy at the start there. They're like, we can take the dragon, and even without our Kazakhs there, go for an aggressive play. And the teleport from Knight looks like it will turn it all around. Not actually enough damage available as Owner. Should be fine here, gonna walk it off. But then, crucially, FLICKR with a flash isolates Ruler, and they're able to still get the 1-for-1 trade with the dragon going over to them.
Yeah, both mid laners just going blow for blow there. It was a great TP from Knight, and also a really nice heal bait from Missing. He held that heal for such a long time that I do think really kind of made Guma a bit overconfident. As Owner will be forced out. Knight comes on the collapse. They're going to be able to defend the red buff here pretty easily.
Yep, pretty comfortable there. I really love the separation of Ruler and Missing. We're going to check out the replay here and to see Missing's denial of the Gumushi kill.
Yeah, I mean, they get the hook, they get the chompers to follow it up. Pink ward over the wall here. He waits till the ignite has actually already fallen off, then gets the full heal value. It's nice to see from Missing, no sort of panic play coming through. And then Knight arrives, and you think this could just be all JDG. They're going to get a kill on FLICKR as well. But FLICKR finds the flash all out, isolates Ruler, gets the kill, and survives with the same play. So beautifully done from the T1 mid laner.
Absolutely amazing Carrier there with the hook for the follow-up as well. But as the dust settles, it's about 100 gold that is in it between these two squads, and it was both Gumushi and Ruler that died. So not 180 carry getting a big advantage having access to the minion wave alone.
It's also both mid laners getting the kill, so we're keeping everything nice and even in the early game.
A lot of balance, yeah.
But this feels like really the first time that, you know, T1 do have the edge as far as farm in the bot lane. It does feel like they're really creating a little bit of pressure here on that bottom side with Keria playing the Nautilus and Owner already taking the Dragon on bot. Is up towards this top side. Kanavi, though, oh, that was really close. I'm not sure if he would have taken it, but...
Yeah. Whim comes lightning, just going to graze the backside of the Kha'Zix, who's going to now start off his popcorn chickens. It looks like Shelly going to get a bit of respite for the moment, as we haven't really had a look at this top side of the map. Having a look at the CS numbers, it is going to be the Gwen that is starting to pull out ahead, and she will become a problem as this game goes on. Make no doubt about that, but 369 has a lot more teamfight agency and a lot more engaged potential as this game goes on as well, so it depends who gets to play their game as we move towards the later stages.
Might be looking at a 4v4. Keria now has made his way over. He is level 6 and missing is not, so I think it's a good call from JDG not to try and flip the game here at a Herald, which I say because I've seen that happen a lot, although...
Missing got 6
oh, he
now.
did, yeah, dinked 6 off of the wave in mid.
Still looking for an option to come on in here as the snip step comes down from Zeus, but in goes Kanavi. FLICKR is going to go all out on top of him, though, as he's just fighting this 1v1 isolated. He steals it away, and the Kasante's dead as well. Knockups everywhere. 369 doing everything that he wants in this moment, and Zeus finds the kill in the end, looks to try and get out. I have no idea how he survived in that moment. T1, though, they lose out on the Herald. JDG finding the fight.
And crucially there, you see the value of a Lulu in these longer fights, right? With T1, the initial engage not clean enough. 369 buys so much time with the continuous knockups, and it means that if the T1 burst up front isn't enough to take someone down, particularly this early in the game where Gwen was still sitting on a lot of golds, you're not going to win the longer fight.
Well, they don't really have any easy targets. You can see Zeus, up on this top side is winning out here, but 369 just flashes over the wall, rejoins with his team. You have Kanavi in the front line, but he has his ulti up. He gets wild growth, he gets shielded. You can't really turn on Knight because Knight was sitting on a stopwatch, so T1 can't burst him down either. And as you say, Maurice, as the second and third shields start to come through, you see it arriving there, delaying so much of the damage from T1. Knight has just been pounding them the entire time.
That Super Mega Death Rocket had have landed. Maybe it could have made some sort of difference, but it was a 1v1 there towards the bottom side of the map. Ruler just making sure Gumayusi no ability to actually roam up there. And it is going to be Rift Herald secured. So JDG can now utilize that to get even further of an early game advantage.
And you have to be concerned about where those kills went. Knight getting another kill now, had an incredible Annie game in game number 1, and is going to be off to the races here a little bit once again in game number 2. I'm going to be interested to see where he goes with the build, though. Is he going to be going Rocket Belt in this one?
We did see a Rocket
like
Belt.
Yeah.
FLICKR's first game, I think, was Rocket Belt Annie.
Yeah, particularly with Duma having no plan, I think getting on top of him is really big.
access.
Do want to highlight the... Ooh,
okay.
FLICKR.
FLICKR taking a bit of damage from Kanavi here, but Kanavi just going to give him some auto attacks and then move away.
Yeah, one highlight, Zeus hitting his Riftmaker is really big. I think that Gwen doesn't really work as a champion until you get Riftmaker. The moment you can start stacking that together with your Conqueror on every single ultimate, you're going to become way stronger. Might have a collapse on him here, though.
Potentially. He's just trying to get some shellfish here in the river, but it is dangerous. Knight going to move in. The bear comes down. The Gwen just dashes out of the way, puts up the mist, but is it going to be enough? Zeus is going to get knocked up into the air, not immune enough. And now FLICKR is going to come in, look to see what he can get done here as the flash forward. Hook is going to connect as well as Kanavi will be taken down in trade. Top laner for jungler for now. And T1, they do manage to answer. They get the Drake as well.
Yeah, it's important for T1 because they already took the objective. They're able to answer the trade there also. Up 2 dragons to 0 here, even in gold. T1 really looking good in this third game here.
Ooh, FLICKR is going to pull back, missing. The hook is going to connect as well, trying to keep Knight busy as he goes all out. Missing, altered himself and will be able to flash away. The Incinerate's fantastic, but another Q is going to connect. Knight will flash away this time. Oh man, JDG limping out of that moment.
Yeah, big here. 41, they force the summoners, right? JDG, they do get away with their lives, but the trade, when we look at T1 able to trade back a kill and putting themselves at 2 Drakes this early on when it's a Mountain Soul on the cards is big. It starts off with JDG looking to trade cross-map as they know that T1 is doing Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. They know that they're doing the Dragon, but it takes them so long to get the kill. You can see the T1 members were rushing up from that Dragon trying to support Zeus. So yes, he does go down, but only as FLICKR arrives here. The cross-map ult coming through from Gumayusi, the ulti and the hook following up there from Keria. Owner gets in, and T1 are able to trade one back after taking the objective. And you said it, 2 dragons to 0, Mountain Soul on the cards. T1 definitely going to be wanting to try to get towards that.
Absolutely. Opportunity for JDG if they can turn this game around to stack up 4 of them, which is a terrifying prospect as well. Very high value dragon in the mountain. But that is down the line a little bit, 3 minutes on that next Drake. Soul Point available for T1. They can keep hold of things.
It was, in fact, the Rocket Belt, so interesting build here from Knight. You know, definitely not something that we see in NA as much, and we saw him go for Leandries last time when there was multiple frontliners. This time, there's a lot more squishy members, so 5-pan passive.
Oh, missing, not going to get hit by that one, but the ulti's going to be there.
Nice.
Mega Death Rocket is exactly that, and Gumayushi says, thank you so much, gets a bit excited while he farms up these minions.
That was perfectly done, setting up Guma for the kill there. Yes, Carrier predicts left on the hook, but it didn't matter.
Ruler looking for an opportunity here as Carrier is just trying to be the bodyguard. Gumayushi wants to use that range, but Ruler will not be deterred. T1 not going to be able to find that as we are going to find the Q into this mid lane. Knight pulled back there as well as Faker dealing with this bear now as well, but Zeus is wrapping around. Faker relatively low as he flashes forward, doesn't find the Q though as the all-out comes down. Faker's gonna have to get out of this one. Tibbs is being frustrating as well as Knight will just recall.
Great sidestep there from Knight, and defensively on the bot side, the chompers from Guma really denied the follow-up. That was huge. As those chompers placed between Kanavi and him, Ruler couldn't really go forward because there's no angle for Kanavi to keep on the fight.
I also think that Carrier was able to hook Kanavi out of his dash. So as a result, don't actually get on top of Guma. No trade opportunity. Faker there, though, getting way over eager with the flash forward. Doesn't have the damage. If Zeus is a little closer, then that might work out. Not going to be the case this time around. And second Herald about to comp, and wouldn't be surprised if we see a full-on 5v5er, although Knight still in bot and doesn't have his TP available.
Yeah, so I don't think JDG are actually going to contest for it. You know, it has been largely T1 that have been making the better plays around Herald throughout this series. But this time they're kind of getting the best of both worlds. If they're able to grab this Herald, they have their dragons as well, so they're going to be really sitting in a pretty good spot. Gold slightly in the favor of JDG, but it is Gumayushi who has the advantage, and it really has been about which marksman can get the most ahead, which marksman can have that big effect in the 5v5. And there are about 10 wards here for Knight to pick up.
And man, this is looking like just money everywhere here for Knight, who clears up all of them. So much value, basically a minion wave in that Tri-Brush. You love to see it. T1 though, they're going to move over and look for Shirley. And over the wall goes 369, and he's looking like he wants a rumpus. We'll see whether he does get one as Kanavi moves on in here as well. Zeus on the flank angle. T1 are going to back away. And Shirley gets back into her cove.
Knight doesn't quite have his flash, so I'm sure JDG would love to delay for that. It's only up in a few seconds.
Well, now missing in that brush. Knight off to the side. Does have Tibbers at the ready. Teleport to get into the back of this pit. Faker is going to turn up now as Owner just walks over, presses the smite button. Faker now looking to try and get out of here. He should be able to do so, or maybe he doesn't have to because he's so tanky. Zap is going to connect onto Kanavi as they're just having a battle 1v1 in this Baron pit. 369 wanting to escape. There's the knockback from Faker. Double knockup to come forward on the wombo combo. Will connect. The Kazak's going to go down. Carrier will follow Faker. Takes missing out of the fight, but now it's Ruler he has to contend with. And Ruler should be able to land a couple of autos. Gets the double kill. And JDG win again.
JDG bide their time so incredibly well there. Knight was missing his flash at the beginning of that fight. They wait until the exact moment it comes up. He finds the two-man stun. They have the knockups to follow through. And again, JDG's team fighting around this Annie has been immaculate.
And although T1 is able to pick up the Herald, look at what JDG is getting. Immediately afterwards, they win the fight and they get the first Drake come through here. Mountain Drake going to be picked up for them.
And it's all about the flash. Again, JDG don't want to hard commit to the fight until that is available here. Yes, Owner is able to get in, get that smite. They do secure the Herald for themselves. Faker eventually was able to pick that up. But in the meanwhile, the timer is ticking. Just now, the flash is available for Knight. He comes around, he steps forward into the speed shrine, and he's going to find an angle here onto multiple members on the T1 side.
And we see Ruler able to kill force away, and then the moment that combo comes through, look at this. They don't even need the second activation. Owner goes down right from the get-go, and the moment that you lose the threat of Carrier, right, if you can't see someone, you're gonna get taken down. Ruler is completely unmatched, and T1, they already got the objective, right? And maybe you have to give up Faker, that would have been the end of the world, but instead, cost them a lot more.
Absolutely, and despite the fact Guma was clearly very well aware of the threat from Knight, he was positioned very far back, but Owner has got to pay respect on that Kha'Zix as well. The Kha'Zix is extremely squishy, and if you get caught in that combo, that is a juicy pick to get as well here for JDG.
Coach Ohm looking pretty happy with how this whole situation has gone. Of course, his entire career as a coach has had FLICKR standing in the way at quite a few moments. So very interesting seeing how he's going to feel after this game. Because JDG could be at match point, or T1 could get there themselves. Knight just standing his ground, feeling pretty happy. Zeus still looming in this game, and I feel like the Gwen could be a huge problem, or couldn't, or may not be that factor as well. We'll just have to see how things continue, because if they find a way to mitigate Zeus, it could be a very, very difficult game for T1.
And I do think as a lot of how the fights have gone, comes down to Knight, right? Because if you are able to catch the Gwen either in the Shroud, which if Knight is in there and you can hunt it to 0 the Gwen, you're going to be completely fine. Or just zone them away, force very aggressive Shrouds just to walk up. A lot of the impact of the Gwen is going to get gone. I think the main thing here, though, is that unlike, for example, game number 1, neither team has been able to decisively get map control. And that means that for specifically champions like the Kha'Zix and the Gwen, there is still space to operate. There is still space to try and get around and get on top of Ruler. Because I do agree, once we get past like 2-3 item marks for this Gwen, if Zeus ever gets on top of Ruler, even with a Lulu, he might be in deep trouble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of deep trouble, this turret is in exactly that. Is now Kanavi off to the side, possibly going to get caught out. Avoids the zap, but like you say, Knight is looming off to the backside. The dredge line not going to connect. He throws down the bear, but it's not exactly onto the priority target, and the flame chompers are going to catch him. Knight will fall to the super mega death rocket, but Tibbers will get very, very mad. Can Ruler find this teamfight is the question, but he can't really get too many of these autos as FLICKR is dashing absolutely everywhere. Finds the knockback with the Q, and Gumayushi will take down Kanavi. There is one kill there for missing, but Ruler sidestepping. He wants to, but it's going to be the shutdown, and Gumayushi will find it in the team fight. JDG keeping 2 alive though, so I think this game will continue. Bellow's breath is good to mitigate the CC.
Carrier barely stays alive, and T1 find a win this time around, though JDG not routed. Still able to hold on.
Yeah, and critically able to get some back. Otherwise, that could have been a Baron angle there. That was 20 minutes on the guards there.
Yeah, that's a Nexus angle right there.
As we can see this one more time, but Knight doesn't have flash this time, and that is the critical difference. It's a great sidestep, but he knows there's no choice but to just drop the hammer here. Has to pop down Tibbers, does go into the stasis, but Zeus is threatening on the other side, so they can't actually just full commit with Reckless Abandon. If everyone goes forward and leaves Ruler alone with Zeus, that is not going to go well. So the Chompers come down and they finish up that first kill.
And like in the previous play, think that T1 could have just left FLICKR out, right? In this play, maybe you just let Knight, the moment he gets spotted, 2 people mark him immediately, let it go, because now you try to salvage the play, and you only end up falling further behind. And crucially, Guma gets a big shutdown there, and now getting very far along towards that third item.
Yeah, already has the LDR, working towards a Hurricane here. You know, nearly a full item up on Ruler, and that is massive at this point. And Knight really taking a pretty big pit stop in his build. He's going for a full Morelos here, which I don't love. I mean, it's really just Zeus who's going to have much healing on the other side. Yes, it does have Spell Pen on it, so there's like a little bit of something there, but I just don't think it's the play. There's so many other items that I feel like would be way more effective.
Yeah, not my favorite either, unless he is going to turn it into a Shadow Flame instead, and just keep the Oblivion Orb. Maybe that's an angle there, but we'll see what does actually happen. As Kanavi moving on up, and Ona off to the side, looking for that flank angle. Zeus here as well. FLICKR just standing in the front line. And dives forward, doesn't get that Q. Optimistic one there onto Ruler and missing, and they will be able to sidestep it. Now Carrier is the one looming in the fog of war.
Remember, there's no flash on Guma now, and Knight has his flash back, so...
Well, Hex Splash going to come forward. He finds Knight in the backline, gets the knock up onto Ruler, but Ruler is going to be safe for now. The Ram is going to come down. Kanavi gets into that backline as Gumayushi is just trying to kill him. He does manage to take him down, and it's a double for the Jinx. The Zap's going to make it a triple, and T1, they wipe them again, and is it just over?
I don't think they can end this time. We'll see. They're going to be going mid. It's not double marksman, so it could be tough here, but at the very least, they will get the inhibitor. And the CC chain on Knight was so critical. Knight used his flash, didn't even get his Tibbers off there as T100 is 0, and I think it's over.
They're going to go again. Again, Carrier finds an engage, and it goes from team fight victory to destroyed Nexus. 2 games in a row. FLICKR FLICKR is going to execute himself to the turret, but he's not needed for the Nexus damage. And once again, this time about 30 seconds earlier, it's team fight and done.
I'm speechless. This is a T1 that, as good as they have been in the regular split, relied exclusively on early game snowballing, right? It was Gen G, the team that hang back and relies on their team fighting power. And T1, after what I think was a really heartbreaking loss for them in the finals against Gen G, completely unexpected, clearly have turned over a new leaf because they have gone all in on team fighting, and it's working for them.
I mean, they played out that last team fight so incredibly well. You know, I did think going into it, you know, looking at the situation, there's no sums on both the ADs, but Knight has Flash, he has his rocket belt. I thought that was going to give JD the edge, but Guma played so far back, was always hitting frontline without ever being in range of Knight, and then as Knight starts to move forward, everyone from T1 just goes in on this guy. They CC him up, they burst him down before he can even get his ult off. And Knight was a complete non-factor, and that was the difference maker in that final fight. T1 just crushed through. Not only did they dominate, they end the game.
And I want to highlight something. Carry has played so many different things, but deep in his heart, he just wants to play Nautilus and hook people. And that final fight was a perfect example.
It's exactly what he did. Hats off as well to Bengi and the coaching staff back there as well, identifying that they can get that Annie first pick, and then if they've got a response, if they've got an answer, then maybe just switching over to the Jinx side of the matchup is the way to make that one work. Utilize that range and find those opportunities. But man, do or die now for JDG towards this upper side of the bracket. Of course, they're not out of the tournament, which is absolutely fantastic. But man, I really hope that we get 5 in this one. So we're going to need JDG to come back, and if the analyst desk could make that one happen, let us know.
I mean, I have some powers sometimes, but it's just insane. Have you ever gotten a door smacked in your face? I think that's what JDG feels like. And it didn't just happen once, it just happened
Twice in a row.
again, Jack.
Yeah, that's demoralizing,
Oh.
I feel like, because those games were very competitive. A couple fights go differently, it's a 3-0.
Yeah.
And now they're like, well, it's 1-2. We're in big trouble, and they're just losing fights in the worst spots.
Yeah.
If that fight happens at any other part of the map, they're not able to push to end both times.
With the Herald.
I think the biggest thing is just the number of people that stay alive from T1 in both instances. And like, we may as well just bring up a replay of that final fight because really the biggest thing is all 5 members of T1 survive.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes the big difference here is that the fact that you're able to get access here onto Ruler here with Owner on the back line, as Carrier does get a great hook to start things off. But you can see again, the kind of front to back is deteriorating here. Owner managed to sneak into the back line. Carrier's able to set him up, so Ruler isn't really able to get the damage onto the carries that you really want to, and that's where he now has to flash away and just sets up nicely for Jinx to be able to carry.
Like 100 health on Gumayushi.
Yeah.
Just from Orin Zin. If anyone can just sneak through with any little bit of damage, it would be completely different. But that's League of Legends. Like, that's the margin of victory for teams at this level. Sometimes it's 50 health on your AD carry.
Yeah, and it was so close with the average game time this series so far, and we've seen 3 games. It's 25 minutes, 28. So, you know, they talk about the T1 Baron. I think we're going to have to talk about the 25 T1 end the game, no matter what the circumstances.
Well, I mean, so coming into this series, my expectations were that T1 would be the stronger early game team. They'd be able to not even give JDG those proper late game team fights. I wasn't expecting the teams to have those late game team fights 22 minutes into the game and then use those to end it.
But I think one of the things that was done really well by JDG in game 1 was the fact that every time T1 were trying to push sides and quickly collapse onto the mid lane, they weren't actually giving anything over. We saw Knight being able to walk back, get away from that, but we're actually seeing in game 2 and game 3 is that they're falling victim to these more often than not. Like when T1 had taken that bar, our Dragon, they're immediately going mid, they're catching Kanavi and everyone as they're trying to get on towards the Gwen. There's so much more activity from T1 that's going successful in these early stages that's actually letting them go into an more even spot come these team fights.
And I think that when we look at the first major replay of this game, when JDG find a fantastic fight around Herald, we were going in with the expectation, well, this is going to be game, right? Like, beautiful team fight. And as we start this one off, you can already start to roll the clip because keep your eyes on Knight as he kind of makes his way from the back. He's kind of forced back, but he's forced to find this flank And as T1 are kind of collapsing on two sides, well, three sides even, as they come in through the top side, they come in through the Herald, and then they come in through the bot side, or rather mid lane, it's this three-pronged collapse that looks very not good for JDG initially. Now, if we can pause it here, you'll notice that what Knight is primarily doing is he's keeping track of what Zeus is up to. These guys are having a staring contest as to who can actually find this engage, but T1 feel more confident, and this bot lane, well, I say this bot lane trio, I should say, are going to get collapsed on very quickly from Knight's beautiful engage. So let's restart this fight once more and just keep your eyes on Knight. As he's zoning Zeus away, he finds this window where he can quickly flash in as this one fight is starting with FLICKR, and he finds the bot lane. It's 369 and Knight acting as these cornerstone pillars. Chat was highlighting it at the beginning of the day. Every time JDG find a good fight, it's because this top and mid lane are able to find those beautiful engages time and time again.
And it's also just great positioning coming into River from JDG as well. You can see Ruler has an exit. He's able to Gale Force away from Keria. He has his squad set up around him. It means that he's safe to go for these fights, but that's not necessarily what we saw when we got into those later points.
Is it a case where now 2 games in a row, T1 kind of has that first fight happen to them? They say, okay, let's write it down. What happened? What happened? Who gets engaged on? How do we stop that? And they learn really quickly. Is it the same in the 2 games, or is it a different situation in this one, Jat?
I feel like these fights are so instinctual.
Yeah.
And the team comps are going to vary by little bit, and I don't necessarily think that anyone's changing their idea. I would say Knight and FLICKR have both been a little over-eager at times in this series, but other than that, like the way Ruler and Guma have been playing is very close to perfect in my opinion, actually. So we'll have to just see. Like it's razor's edge on all these fights.
I really think that T1's adaptation in this game was Knight is the problem. For so long, we've been talking about how the AD carries are what make these fights, but T1 came into this game and said, no, Knight is the problem, and we're going to shut him down. And Dagda, you're going to run us through this next fight and show us exactly like how they actually shut Knight down and prevented him from really dominating in the fight.
Yeah, as we start to go through this, as we can play it on, the big thing that you want to notice is the amount of vision that's actually set up on this top side as Knight starts to TP in, and then also keep your eyes on where Zeus is coming from too, because Zeus manages to always have position just on the side of these fights as he starts to come in, which makes it very difficult for Ruler to actually start to push up. So as this is going forward, JDG want to try and aggress onto the main fight, which is happening over here, but they're just not getting in a position to do so because Zeus is constantly in a position to zone this backline away the entire time and make it so difficult for them to actually approach up, which means T1's able to deal with the threat of the Annie despite the stopwatch, and then without that just make it incredibly hard for Ruler to really play these fights. The fact that you get this barely surviving Gumayushi for a little bit, who's then able to turn this around, is just absolutely crucial.
And you can see how quickly JDG collapsed the second that Knight disappears. That Annie stun was so influential in game 1. It was so influential in that initial fight around the Herald, and the moment that it's eliminated, so many of the resources that give JDG this teamfight power get eliminated.
It's crazy, and we talked about Worlds before and kind of how that series played out and how it was a very successful first game out of JDG that then gets turned into a very successful 3-1 out of T1. I mean, if you're JDG, some of the members, of course, are thinking about that. And if you're T1, you have to just be so confident that even from a deficit, you can get these moments.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out what JDG is thinking for game 4. So they selected blue side, right?
Yeah.
And to me, the biggest difference between the two teams in this draft is the type of champion that the mid laners are playing. So Knight has played Annie, Cassio, Annie, control mages, and FLICKR's played Nautilus, Tristana, Cassante. So the way they approach fights is very different. So like FLICKR can be much more aggressive because he has a bigger health bar in the majority of these fights, and it's changing the way that they approach. And like this game did turn actually with Knight getting caught. So I really do wonder if JDG is going to continue this because it is the biggest draft difference between the two teams.
I think JDG are just going to remove Cassante. I think it's too much of a problem. It's too flexible on the side of T1 and what they can do with it in the draft as well. So I think that's going to hit the ban table, and JDG are just going to be like, no, we're not dealing with it anymore.
Well, a spot in the final here at MSI is on the line, but can JDG defy the lazy scriptwriters, or will it be another 3-1 between T1 and JDG? Don't go anywhere. Game 4 is coming up right after this.
Flashes over the wall, but Gumayushi follows him, gets the heal. Rocket not going to connect there, as now it's Gumayushi in trouble. It's just going to get eliminated as Knight turns up in the nick of time. Ruler's going to get kidnapped, though FLICKR picks up the kill. There's the knockback from FLICKR, double knock-up to come forward on the wombo combo. Will connect, the Kha'Zix's going to go down, Carrier will follow FLICKR, but Ruler is going to be safe for now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2023. It is time for game number 4. This is the precursor for game 5. It's not match point for T1, okay? This is just, we're getting to 5 games, gentlemen. This is, it's not coping.
I have had a good track record with 5-game
right?
series
Me too.
internationally.
100% so far.
How about you?
I prefer not
Well,
to.
we have had a great track record.
Exactly.
And Chronica, we've enjoyed your time on the cast.
If you can see yourself out, we're going to need to find Dagda.
Get him over here.
Oh, FLICKR was actually doing his classic download of the updates moving into game number 4. He does this every single time in the LCK, needs his meditation moment before getting into the domination.
It has just been such a strange series, you know, when you consider, if you just looked at the game results and you just check, oh, I wonder how the series is going, you just look at the game times, you'd be like, wow, T1 absolutely obliterated them, right? Like, it must have been a 10K gold lead. It must have been, to have 23-minute games is just crazy. You look at the series we saw yesterday, it couldn't have really been more one-sided for Gen G. They were beating Cloud9 in, what, 28 minutes?
Yeah.
These games are like 4 or 5 minutes faster. It's just nuts.
I love the adaptation here from JDG. I think the Cassante is such an incredibly annoying champion to deal with. We saw how much impact FLICKR had on it, and it takes away so much of the space that an AD carry gets to have in team fights. You were actually one pointing it out, so the amount of like flash Q freeze that FLICKR was able to hit was huge. A lot of adaptations here because this does mean that the Rakan will be open, but the Lulu gonna get taken away here as well.
Yeah, likelihood as well for an Annie Flex type situation is a little bit higher as well with how much people have been favoring this Lulu. There's an opportunity for Knight to hold on to his mid pick and just put the Annie on the bottom side of the map. But not likely because Knight has been so good on the champion. We'll see where T1 are going to go without the Cassante available.
I mean, obviously, you know, the last fight didn't go well for him, but prior to that, he had been having a really good game on the Annie as well. FLICKR, though, was outstanding on the Cassante. We were kind of talking about it. It feels like he's warming up into the series. Game 1, not so good. Game 2 was okay, and Game 3 was really impressive from FLICKR on the Cassante. You know, the roam bot, finding the angle, getting a trade kill, surviving, finding these Q3 flash plays where he's flipping in, where he's threatening Ruler. Is just making it really hard for Ruler to actually find space to get damage out. And you guys have talked about that range differential between the Aphelios and the Jinx, and it does feel like that has been critical in a lot of these fights where you have to be so far back to not be getting threatened.
Well, now once again, we're going to have that Wukong available. It's been banned away from Kanavi in so many of these games, and the engaged trio of Annie, Rakan, Wukong is going to come through. It does mean that Xayah is likely to be banned away, so not going to have the lovers duo there towards the bottom side. But Ruler, he's played quite a few Rakan compositions there towards the bottom side of the map, and we'll see what he does have in store for us as Tahm Kench, immediate response to that Rakan pick.
I mean, I love that. Look at what they're showing. Their first 3 picks are all dive, right? It feels like JDG came away after that game and they said, the problem is we haven't been able to get to Guma. We need to be able to threaten the backline. We need to be able to put the pressure on him that they're putting on Ruler in these 5v5s. Tahm Kench kind of denies a lot of what they're looking for here.
I mean, you saw even in the previous final fight of the game, between the damage that Kanavi and 369 were able to output, Guma was like at like 10% HP, right? They were very close. If he goes down, team fight might go completely different. So I do understand, but now this is so much of the pool taken away here, and something like Aphelios can really struggle, I think, specifically into the Nautilus when you have the point and click CC to take him down.
Absolutely, and no Enchanter, you know, no real peel that has been drafted thus far. You know, where will Ruler go? Will he risk something like an Aphelios? Will he go for a much more defensive pick? You know, things like Ezreal, you have seen paired with this a lot around the world, but like it's such low damage, I don't think it would really work.
For JDG though, don't forget how lopsided that Annie versus Nautilus matchup was, right? And particularly now with the Kindred locked in, looks like we're going back straight to that.
Oh man, if this is Kalista Rakan, like Ruler and Life together were just unstoppable with these 2 champions. But nope, it's not going to be that. We're looking at 200 years himself, and Ruler has been pretty good on this pick at the moment. Pretty high stock on the Aphelios. We'll see what they do lock in for that last pick.
And to be fair, there's not really any dive on the T1 side. There's the ultimate, but this is kind of the same problem that T1 ran into with their composition in the first game. Obviously, it's not a Braum to close the door. Malphite would change that up.
Yeah, that's a bit of dive.
He needs a dive buddy. Like, there needs to be someone to go in with FLICKR, or FLICKR will just be on this one.
What do you mean?
It's the carry Kench.
Why are you laughing at me? That's what a missile dive is for.
It's a different beast. You're right.
I love the team fighting core from JDG, and I think they have exactly the same setup, although even stronger now added with the Rakan, that T1 was unable to get anything done with, right? Also, that's an 0-7 Malphite, so good luck with that one, Zay.
It's the 0-7.
Yeah, not looking too hot. Specifically, the way that they were able to stack CC on top of Owner and never give them the opportunity to land Respite. They didn't even need to use your cast to knock people out of it because Owner barely got to use it.
Yeah. He just wasn't allowed to press his R button in the majority of times, and that is going to be even more accentuated in this particular game. You've layered a Rakan on top of it. Once again, you've got Kanavi there with the Cyclone to pair with this Tibbers. So, I mean, theoretically, Oner is just going to spend his entire time in the sky and then is going to have a black and white screen. That is kind of how it's going to look. But we'll see whether JDG can have a repeat of game one, because that's precisely where they need to get back to in order to bring us to some silver scrapes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think, with that Malphite coming through, the Nautilus and the Malphite could put a lot of pressure onto this Aphelios. So there is not a Lulu, there is not a Thresh, there is not any of these traditional pairings that you would normally have with it. It is going to be this Rakan, and it's going to be all about the engage. It feels like these fights are going to be decided in the first moments. For JDG, they have so many forms of engage that are so powerful, but if you mistime it, if you don't layer perfectly, if Oner is able to deny a lot of that with the Kindred ult, if Carry is able to pre-devour someone like Guma as that Flash Timbers comes through, all of a sudden, it's going to fall apart really fast against this double marksman comp.
Yeah, and as we walk out onto the Rift, we will also get to find out whether it is the Jinx versus Aphelios that was that big difference maker in that game number one, because that is the big change. The fact that it's Gumayusi now on the Jinx and it's Ruler on the lower range, more volatility of this Aphelios.
Also worth noting, it is Comment on 369. He doesn't want to play tank, but when you're playing in a Malphite, you want to try to force him to build some MR. That's kind of what you're hoping for. And if he's not going to build any MR, then you're just going to try to be able to punish that lane a little bit more. Obviously, Malphite loves to be stacking armor, but there is double AP solo laners here on the JDG side, so they're going to be hoping that he can't just completely ignore them and stack armor against Ruler.
One thing I do want to highlight when comparing to game number one is that without the Braum, and with Gragas going AP as well, like Gragas still is fairly tanky, but there will be a lot more suitable targets for T1 to actually engage on, right? This time around, even though I expect JDG to be the aggressor, as it looks like they are going in for a late invade here.
Yeah. Immediately, Zeus going to be spotted on that ward. Kanavi and Knight waiting in the wings, so it will be that cross-map start here for JDG. As long way around is going to be taken here by Zeus. Should be able to get to the minion wave before it does fall down, as T1 look to give a bit of a leash and then head towards that bottom side.
Yeah, I'm just so interested to see where Oner is going to go from here. Obviously taking that red buff away from Kindred on the first clear is going to take away a lot of your skirmishing power, but he may just go straight down to enemy red. I do like this a lot. You could just level Q, hop over the wall. It will be spotted, but I don't think they're really in a position to actually contest this at all. Bot lane is both just level 1. If they peel back now, they'd be losing so much XP. FLICKR is clearly trying to shove mid. Kanavi's going to come through, and they're going to try to look for FLICKR.
Well, FLICKR could be in a little bit of trouble here, as he does have the passive, puts it down on Knight, but not going to have much more afterwards at level 1, as FLICKR is going to try and get over towards Oner. Into the brush they go as first blood goes to Knight, and Oner just needs to get over this wall. He's going to get stunned up, and it's a repeat of game number 1. No, it's not. Oner gets himself out of there. Not quite out of the woods just yet, but should have another dance of arrows to get himself to safety if he needs it.
But this is an amazing trade for JDG. They're able to take down Oner, get him down on camps, although, hold up.
All right, here's that engage that we were talking about before, as Knight looks to try and answer one back on Oner, but not this time. And it's 1-1.
That is huge. The roam from Carrier making all the difference, because I agree, it was such a good start for them there. But now getting that kill back, very, very nice.
Because they were able to trade up a kill, they were able to trade up a camp as well, because Oner immediately had to rotate over, only got the red buff, whereas Kanavi also was able to get the Raptors. But thanks to Carrier's roam, it's equalized somewhat, still advantage to JDG, but means that the game doesn't get blown open the way I think it did in game number 1.
Yeah, the difference is that it's not Oner that falls down as well, so this Kindred can start to get some advantages around this jungle as we check out the path here from Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting, right? Going red Raptors, he sees that they're actually going to be going for this counterplay, so he just goes straight towards FLICKR mid, crosses the map, wants to defend his camps, and wants to attack FLICKR. The level up from Knight is really the critical thing, and he had the presence of mind to actually turn around and finish a minion as he was walking out, so he was very clearly tracking his XP bar. And then the flash in, the double flash across, the W not enough to actually finish off Oner there from Knight, as Oner's able to flash out. And then Carrier is already on the move here. You can see him on the minimap moving up, is spotted, but Knight in this awkward spot where he doesn't want to walk back into FLICKR, because FLICKR has flash after having TP back.
Yeah, and Carrier hits the Q there, basically guaranteed the W, even if Knight moves upward, will walk into the rest of T1. And they get the trade off.
So still very intense here in this game number 4. Kanavi will be able to grab this Rift Scuttler. How did the flips go as far as these scuttles are concerned? It is going to be that 1 stack picked up by Oner, so did do well in that front as well. Now we'll be moving up, looking for Kanavi. He gets out of the brush, but right as Oner is here. Good timing from the T1 jungler. as Zeus could still be in a little bit of trouble. 369 with a lot of control up here, but Owner is going to keep him alive.
And you can see how different this mid lane is already going compared to game number 1. When you lose your flash as Annie and you're up against Nautilus, anytime you don't know where Owner is, you have got to be terrified. It is so difficult to actually walk up in those situations because Nautilus has such powerful gank assists. So, you know, it's a massive CS advantage there for FLICKR.
And you also see there's actually a significant amount of warding in the topside jungle from JDG, trying to make sure that Knight does have a little bit more safety. Post 6 though, particularly with Flashdown, like it doesn't matter how safe you play, it's almost impossible for you to circumvent it as long as Kanavi isn't there to catch and hold off any engage that T1 might try to throw out.
A bit of biffo here towards his top side as Zeus. Not a whole lot of mana available. 369 winning out on the trade, but there's a full minion wave for him to slurp up. So Zeus is going to look to go home and use his teleport to get himself back up here. So as it turns out, not actually a massive amount going on there, but it is going to be a wave in advantage for the Gragas. Missing has been in that brush for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's really waiting. Kanavi going to be spotted there by the vision plant. But Missing, you have to think he's going to look. Kanavi is down here. They're going to go, almost certainly.
Oh, man. Gumayushi doesn't know as there's the grand entrance. Immediately the flash does come out. I think he smelt that something was up there, but no flash on a Jinx is absolutely massive as 369 in a bit of trouble here. Explosive Cask is going to come through. Both of these top laners have teleported back in. As now 369 evening things out. It was almost exciting up there between these two top laners.
Yeah, Zeus just spending the ult aggressively. Owner is here though, Missing in trouble.
Carrier not going to be able to quite get there as Missing just battle dances his way out. No Abyssal Dive to be able to pick up any more knockups, and that is going to mean that JDG will survive. Meanwhile, 369 in trouble once again, but does have some barrels and a belly and will be all right.
And actually, we didn't catch this on camera, but Zeus tried to Abyssal Dive over the wall when the play on Guma was coming through and wasn't actually able, so he had to walk around, which means he was just a few seconds late. And then as a result, Gumayushi was forced to flash.
So now T1 still going to try and look for this first dragon, will be the Mountain. So pretty high value as far as just single Drakes are concerned, but the dragon stacking once again, as it was in the last game for the first time in the series, going to go over to T1, and Infernal will be the next one. Wind and Fire available.
And another Scuttle mark spawning there, it looked like. So Owner going to be able to grab his second mark pretty much for free. It's always such a good position to be in there. As the Kindred, 2 very early marks here for Owner.
Do want to bring back the first fight that we saw where Knight did have his flash available. I'm looking to see what is going to happen when we get to the first actual fight as FLICKR.
Oh, could be in trouble here as Kanavi only level 5, no Cyclone available. And FLICKR is going to be able to dredge line his way out, just wanders past the Popcorn Chickens and will get back to lane unscathed, or relatively unscathed.
Yeah, Kanavi not able to get between him and the wall and try to block that hook. Not sure if they would have had enough to actually kill him off or not though, because we do see Carrier and Owner. We're heading over to that side of the map. And Carrier has now been spotted up towards that Herald spawn. And T1 is going to send Zeus towards bot. JDG are matching the move here. They're sending their bot lane up towards top. So they clearly want to look to contest. And with Zeus having no TP, this is a temporary 5v4 on the top side of the map here for JDG.
Yep, looking for a Rift Herald potentially here as Shelly's been up for a few seconds time. FLICKR teleporting back into the mid lane, but mid control is important for taking these Heralds, and you can see Owner not quite in the pit just yet.
I think Kanavi's trying to get 6. I have to assume that's why he's going to his red buff right now, because he is on 5. We'll see if he actually hits 6 as he does get this, because that would be massive for the fight, and that would make sense. Okay, so yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He gets 6. They're trying to delay for this, but no one has gone down towards bots. He would have already leashed this. JDG will have time to get Kanavi up there, though. So Kanavi shows up, level 6, and does have the red buff.
Yeah, Unstoppable Force available here for Zeus as well, as the hook is going to go wide onto Missing, who is just looking for an angle, looking for an opportunity into this one. Doesn't have quickness available, as 369 just getting held out by Carrier here. Belly Bop is going to come through as Ruler is going to rotate down. It is going to be Rift Herald going over to T1, but JDG still in position if they want to go for some sort of fight, but it's looking like a bit of a pincer angle, and those don't generally work out. T1 just grab the eye and they'll walk away.
And even without the Devour available from Carrier, there was no opportunity. It's 369.
Yeah, he is going to flash in. Doesn't manage to get the body slam onto both of them, but it's still going to be fine. The Jinx is taken down and Carrier just going to vacate the area.
T1 get caught completely off guard Amazing play there from 369, slings back into the fog, able to get the flash body slam set up, and there you see that lethal combo. Knight ready to collapse.
Yeah, and it doesn't cost Knight his flash, which is actually really critical there. Yeah. So he will still be able to hold on to that. It is a trade of flashes between Carrier and 369, but they get the kill. Owner now looking for the dive here. TP comes in response immediately from Knight.
Yep, FLICKR holding onto the depth charge actually, not wanting to use it preemptively, and Owner is just going to skip by. And Tibber's just going to do some reconnaissance here towards the top side.
Just a nice little bit of pressure there from T1. You know, it's always worth looking for those types of plays. I love that they didn't overcommit. They're clearly tracking the fact that Knight has TP. That is now down and will potentially give them a little bit of tempo if they want to play through sides.
With the kills that they picked up, though, and with the Herald not yet being dropped, JDG is currently ahead on gold. We've seen that these early game gold leads have been of fairly insignificant importance depending on who they're on. When we look at the gold lead, we do see Ruler actually substantially ahead here of Gumayushi, currently sitting on about a 500, 550 gold lead. And getting an early mythic on your AD carry can be the difference maker when we get to, I assume, a fight over the Infernal Drake that's spawning in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, Infernal pretty powerful here. Will even out the Dragons if JDG can utilize this advantage to get themselves over there. Zeus just taking some barrels. 369 having a good time here on the Gragas as this game is continuing. AP variety, like you guys were saying, has been confirmed. That lost chapter now in his back pocket. I like this. We've got some birds here. Kind of broke my brain for a moment. Thank you very much, London. As Ruler here towards his bottom side, we'll just push another minion wave in. So, anything you want to talk about, guys?
Well, we do see it's Sunfire Cape again for T1.
Oh, there we go.
Do
you want to talk about who did the most damage in that game that we were
tell me.
Sunfire Cape? It was, in fact, the Sunfire Cape wielding Ornn on the top side of that.
He did have the upgraded Sunfire, so.
He did.
Maybe that was the difference maker. I mean, I like talking about birds, just that, you know, generally.
What's your favorite bird?
Well, I only know the Dutch word for birds, so, because, like, I don't
That'll work.
know.
We'll just nod and smile.
Yeah.
No, but that's okay. You can just say the Dutch word for the bird.
No, but I feel like that won't make any sense. No one will know which bird I'm talking about.
Well, the Dutch viewers will.
But you will. And that's the main thing. Ruler, he also knows the plates are being taken away from his bottom lane outer turret. Rift Herald's going to come down here as well. It's missing. Does get himself out of there. And Shelly will be able to claim some money here for T1. So that one gets a charge. Better than their one from the last game. Is Gumayushi down to 50%, but just looks to push the rest of those minions towards the turret.
Do note, as we are about to get into this fight, Knight has flash available. Same for Missing. Same for Kanavi. So much dive available here. And you see T1 looks like they're going to respect, at the very least for now, might wait for JDG to actually start up this objective.
Well, Guma just has too much gold. I don't think they want to fight without his Mythic. He was sitting on 1,300 gold there. He did cash out his call. They got the tower charge, so they're at the very least going to wait for that. We'll see if JDG do try to rush this. Doesn't look like they are. They're just establishing some vision around that dragon area. And Kanavi now looking like he may head over towards the pit.
This is what we wanted to watch, though, which was top laners taking some damage left and right. It is going to be Sunfire Cape completed. Everfrost done as well for 369. So battle items at the ready here for our Malphite and Gragas. FLICKR could be in a little bit of trouble here as the Grand Entrance does come down. Hook is going to try and mitigate some of that CC as they look to turn it around. Battle Dance gets missing out of there, though, and Owner's not going to be able to follow up on that one. And so in the end, not a massive amount of resulting action.
Yeah, not huge. They do get the heal off, but they are trading out the Nautilus ult. If Missing can get back to this fight, he still has his ulti available. I feel like it would be ill-advised for T1 to try to fight this without the Nautilus ulti. That's one of your best tools for putting pressure on Ruler.
Yeah, 369, actually, I think he's been unseen getting into this brush here. This cast could be absolutely massive as the Drake is going down low. JDG biding their time. Kanavi gets himself in there. Huge ult to come through, and once again, they just eviscerate the Kindred. And Zeus is going to go down as well. It's a double for Kanavi as now Ruler taking matters into his own hands, but no. They are going to back away towards this Drake and even up that dragon counter.
And we highlighted the potential for Knight to go for a flash play, and he delivers. Again, the setup and the amount of dive that JDG have with this Wukong and Annie combo is almost impossible to play into as Carrier
Yeah, once again, just going to be going aggressive, but not going to be able to find the knock-up onto Missing. Ruler could be in trouble here as the tongue lash will connect. Zap going to come down as well. As Zeus is just barreling towards the turret. Ruler manages to flash to try and get out of the way, but it's not going to be enough. Gumayushi, he gets excited, and he deserves to as well. As now 369 wants to try and clean up. Gumayushi does have the flash, doesn't need to use it, but the Abyssal Dive is interrupted still. Gets devoured over the wall, and he will be fine as the Mega Blast Cone is going to deliver T1 to safety.
Yeah, beautifully done there from Keria, getting him out to safety as it's 2 kills into the pockets of Guma. The beautiful TP flank coming through from Zeus as 369 and him will continue to scrap, but JDG commit both their TPs down towards bot, can't actually get anything from it. They lose both of their bot laners here. Ruler trying to sidestep the Zap, cannot do it, goes for the R, flashes away from the Malphite ultimate there. The R with the red gun does heal him up a bit, but it's just too little too late. Gumayushi gets the first reset, and you're never getting out once he gets that.
Yeah, the moment Guma gets excited, makes his way over with the movement speed, Zeus standing guards, devour over the wall, and it's a straight-up heist, right? They were able to get the kills and get on out, and as we saw there, actually, that's a big gold swing because JDG was looking to pull decisively in the lead after the play that they found around Dragon with that wonderful engage. Now, closer to one another yet again.
And Guma pulling out to a lead here once again here on the Jinx, getting those 2 kills.
Oh, now they're just bearing down on them in the mid lane. The flash hook not going to land there. Ruler getting himself out of the way.
Yeah, that Gale Force was beautiful from Ruler. Very quick reaction time. It didn't need a lot of distance to cover there, but able to just kind of squeeze himself against the wall with the Gale Force. T1 moving up towards that top side. The Herald has respawned. They may be looking for it. JDG, though, posturing for a fight again.
Yep, 369 just looking beefy, moving towards them. Doesn't fair bit of damage, though, as FLICKR is going to deliver himself once again, but just going to walk away.
But remember, there's no flash on Ruler, and Malphite has ulti again now, so this is so tough to fight. He has no Gale Force, that was forced out, no flash, so I feel like if JDG try to fight this, it's going to be a lost cause.
Yeah, particularly with FLICKR still having his depth charge, so as long as that hits on Ruler, you can't fight. Unless JDG can immediately blow up the backline of T1, it's not going to work, but Keria has Devour available again.
Oh man, it is very, very tense. Second Rift Herald up and available, 369. Yeah, he is looking for the deep flank. Kanavi also in that Pixel Brush, and Knight poking his head around as well. JDG understanding if they do manage to get these angles, find the Wombo combo, they can do it again. T1 just staying together, Gumayushi and Missing, firing shots at one another. I think I know where my money's at for that particular 1v1.
Kanavi has started this. He's trying to pull T1 into this area. He wants T1 to move into this area before 369 comes in. 369 has the flash, but they haven't spotted him, so they know he's looking somewhere, and Zeus is going to try to mark. Yeah, and it's actually Zeus thinking that he's unseen, moves towards the back of this pit. 369 still not seen by them as Kanavi looks for it once again. This time Lamb's Respite very, very early. The Devour comes through as well as Gumayushi is kept alive with that huge shield as well. But Ona once again falls down, massive damage with the rocket. Guma gets excited yet again, but it's a huge bear that he has to deal with. And Carrier's now lumbering out. He's not going to be able to get there. Ruler delivered yet another kill as he collects the catfish. It's a beautiful ult there from 369 who just disengages Gumayushi from the fight. He knocks Keria back in. He knocks Gumayushi away, so he's not in position to really follow up on the play. It bought so much time there for Ruler, who we were worried about being the one engaged on. 369 finds the angle. Watch him over the wall right here. Body slam, flash, right in onto Guma. Everfrost comes down, Keria has the Devour.
And yeah, Guma gets away, but that's so much damage that you're missing, right? Kanavi already fed, able to take down Owner, and you see without the crucial damage there, if Guma gets like 2 more orders off, that fight is lost, and 369 makes sure that that is not the case. The most fed member from T1 by like a mile isn't in the fight, and patience pays off. JDG get a big team fight win.
It's just beautifully played from 369. You know, he has the disengaging ult. He drops his Q in between them, so he has to actually walk through that for the slow. And yes, he loses his flash off of that, but this is going to mean now next fight is in JDG's favor. Ruler will have his flashback. Guma's going to have no sums. There will be flash on Knight. There will be flash on Kanavi. There will be flash on Missing, which is going to make this next team fight a nightmare potentially for Guma or even for Owner.
See what they're going to be able to find here as the decoy is going to get collected by the dredge line, and FLICKR is not going to be tricked by it. On the bottom side of the map, you can see, picture-in-picture, Knight is just farming out these minions as the Drake is what T1 are looking at. Chemtech Soul, not exactly the most high value, but a teleport is still going to come through. Could be another 5v5. Hook connects onto Ruler, and they get into the backline immediately. The Aphelios is taken down. How did they manage to find the angle? Missing's going to be taken down. It's a decent cast, but there is no follow-up damage anymore. And Kanavi, can he do it? Oh my god, JDG, what are they doing? How are they finding these moments? It's Gumayushi that falls down, and T1 are routed.
And by the end of it, even though they get Ruler, it costs them everything.
The turret is going to fall down, and now JDG with Tibbers in tow, not going to push any further. Low health bars on the tanky members, but T1 lose the fight.
T1 had the perfect engage, but it was the counter engage from JDG. Knight and Kanavi get into the backline, and sure, Ruler goes down, but the Wukong is wreaking havoc in the backline, and JDG will walk away with the Dragon as well.
Shedding some light on why T1 banned away the Wukong and not the Annie. Kanavi, the amount of damage he's able to consistently output in these fights is absolutely disgusting. It starts off, as mentioned, with what feels like a perfect scenario because immediately Ruler goes down. But just like last fight, Guma, even though he stays alive for a while, doesn't get to play the game.
Absolutely. I mean, Kanavi was already on 2 items, so my man has 6 kills at this point. FLICKR is out of the fight completely. Knight is running just wild in the backline there with the Wukong as well, putting so much pressure on. We're right back to live.
Yeah, in the meantime, another battle is going to ensue, but this outer turret stays alive by the skin of its teeth, if turrets had teeth. And I need to apologize, gentlemen. It's been team fights here where the AD carry, if they die, you lose the fight. True. And that's what I'm thinking. You know, I'm going through the motions, but the real carry on JDG this game is Kanavi. He is just absolutely gigantic. And with Knight and his bear, they are getting the work done. Absolutely fantastic stuff, and we'll see whether, as we tick towards Doomsday, which is 24 minutes in this game, whether it is going to be a moment that we can surpass and actually have a longer game of League of Legends.
True, yeah, we'll have to find out. I mean, JDG now with a significant advantage, they're up 4K. But yeah, it's difficult because if you send Malphite and Nautilus into the backline, yes, they can threaten Ruler as they did in that fight. They're able to take him down. But the problem becomes, sure, Keria can actually use the Devourer to buy some time, but Owner and Guma were both being threatened in that fight, so no one is really doing damage. And if no one is actually killing off Kanavi, if no one is killing off Knight, they have so much persistent damage, they have so much persistent threat in that backline. When they're in on top of Guma, he can't really do anything about it without sums, and he didn't have any for that fight.
Just been answered by JDG so far. Knight also now with the Void Staff in hand. 4 stacks on his Dark Seal as well. We'll see whether he creates that into a book. Could be another option here as T1 towards the Baron Pit. It's 22 minutes, so it is one of their favorite places, but not so far this series necessarily. JDG have been keeping them honest, forcing them to win team fights in order to win the game instead of taking Baron. And 369 is just taking down objectives around this map. JDG with so much more control than they've showed in the last couple of games.
And JDG are playing the side lanes way more heavily than T1 in this game, and that's kind of why they're opening up these gold leads. You know, you look at the itemization between the soul laners, it's a full item up for both. Zhonya's is done. The luxury items are well and truly in the favor of JDG. They have a stopwatch in mid, they have a Zhonya's in top. It is really kind of all on Guma, as all eggs are in the Gumayushi basket here on T1 side. Everyone else, I think, is a lot weaker than their counterpart.
Yeah, it's about a 1,500 gold deficit for everyone in the top half. Obviously, Kanavi even further ahead, almost approaching 2K. The only one with a gold lead is Guma, and as JDG is showing, you don't even need to kill him. As long as he isn't autoing, that's enough for now. And I think the one exception is if T1 is actually able to start off a fight, but JDG isn't letting them. And considering the comps, that makes a ton of sense.
But I mean, can you even look for a fight right now? Stopwatch, Zhonya's, like, it feels so hard to really go into this next fight with confidence as T1. You know, the only real target there is Ruler, who does have his sums available now.
We'll see what JDG decide to do with this advantage that they've created for themselves. Right now, hanging out in this mid lane, teleport is going to come forward as FLICKR turns up. Oh man, that hook, it may not have necessarily been the best for T1, so FLICKR going to miss that one. We'll never know as Knight towards his top side, clearing out vision. Back into Fog of War is the Annie. And JDG looks like they don't like it. They don't like this particular angle. I'll wait for another one before they start up their fight.
But JDG are pretty split now. Ruler is very far from the rest of the team, so do T1 try to pull the trigger on that top side. 369 is wrapping around, he's nowhere near.
Now the hook is going to land, missing, not taking too much damage though as T1. They have set themselves up in this death ball, but JDG able to get themselves back into position.
Yeah, and if T1 are going to play as 5, they've got to be so clean on their engage. They have to attack one side of the flank from JDG.
Well, there's the flash. Timbers comes down yet again, but this time he manages to get off the Lamb's respite. The charm is fantastic, though. They take down the Rakan, but there goes the Kindred as well. Double kill for Knight as now Carrier trying to save Gumushi, and he does, as FLICKR is now just keeping everyone frustrated. Zeus went down as well. Another fight for JDG.
FLICKR will cut the waves. There's no chance of an end. They're just going to go straight to the Baron here and look to take it. T1 have been devastated by Knight Annie once again. This man has been the difference maker. Finds the multi-man Tibbers. Despite Owner living to actually get off his ulti, it just didn't matter.
No, and even when you get the Kindred ultimate, you're not able to output any meaningful damage, but Ruler is, you see the issue, right? Because as you point out, they start up on top of Zeus, and Owner here, Zeus, yeah, if this was AD damage, he'd be feeling fine. Not the case this time around, and even though both him and Owner stay alive for so long, missing Drool so much time, so much attention, and there's just no way for T1 to match the damage output.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much space created for Ruler. He's even flashing forward, Gale forcing in onto Gumushi, trying to pressure him out. Credit, though, to Carrier, who actually repositioned to get his locket off on Owner. That's the only reason he even got his ult off in the first place. Didn't make a difference in this fight, but it's those little things that can change these games. We've seen so many fights decided by the smallest of margins. It is JDG, though, now extending their gold lead further and further. They will move to Soul Point. They will collect some of these tier 2s. T1 is trying to trade back top, but they're losing tier 2 bot. They're losing tier 2 mid, and JDG are on the march. These minions are synced up. They're going to be crashing at the same time in 2 lanes.
Yeah, this is taking Dragon and 2 inner turrets in trade for an outer on the top side of the map. I think I have an idea about who that favors. 6,000 gold now the lead for JDG, bearing down on T1. Not one of the last 2 games that we've seen, which just seems to be over in the blink of an eye. This is just JDG suffocating T1 out of this game.
And we talked a lot about Knight, right, and his flash. The same goes for the T1 comp, I do think. Particularly at this level, it's not like Zeus can start a fight unless you are only doing it to force a summoner. So it's up to FLICKR to go in for a flash hook, a flash ulti, a flash auto. But as long as that is not available, you see the JDG with how much confidence they just move up in sides, move up on the map, because they know very well for T1, it's hard for them to engage in, and that's not even counting, as you mentioned, Azil, double or 1 Zhonya's, 1 stopwatch, and a GA, and now Ruler also picked up. So even the one guy that it seems like you have to take down now can't be taken nearly as easily.
That's what's so difficult about it, right? Because we talked about, in the draft, JDG playing a much squishier composition here. There's more angles for T1 to find those fights. There's more targets that are viable. But at this stage, it's no longer really true, as these guys are completing all these luxury items, all these defensive items. And when you're on the T1 side, when you're down in gold, you cannot afford to go defensive. You've got to just maximize your damage. You've got to be able to try to find a pick. And it's FLICKR.
Speaking of picks, yeah, FLICKR in a whole lot of trouble. Carrier going to have to use his Devour on the Nautilus. He just gets thrown around, flashes away. The Abyssal Dive's going to get Carrier out of there, but FLICKR is well and truly down, and JDG will just turn it immediately into this inner turret and maybe this inhibitor as well.
And they're going to lose bot tower. This is incredibly low already, so 369 will be stepping forward as they show 4 top. JDG are closing in multiple angles, missing, threatening the dive, so T1 will have to back it up. They will have to defend at the Nexus here as they lose double inhibitors off a beautiful pick from JDG.
And all with 369, as you were saying, just destroying this bottom side. So that is another minion wave conga lining forward. Knight can have to try and get out of there as T1 reform, but 10 seconds on FLICKR. These Nexus turrets already so incredibly low. And JDG, they just don't want to leave anything in T1 space at the end of this game.
And why would they? There's no need for them to risk it, right? We've seen teams at the Nexus turrets not be able to clear the final hurdle if you just play it for the Dragon, the Baron that are coming up in about 2.5 minutes. Just suffocate T1 out of everything. They can't leave their base because they have 0 map control with 2 waves pushing in. You can even just run it down mid, right? With the amount of gold that you have right now, just make sure that T1 doesn't get a flank. Clear your vision. JDG should bring us to a Game 5 here in the upper bracket final.
It's exactly what we wanted. The other thing as well, Owner, only 3 stacks as well on this Kindred. Hasn't been able to find the marks that he's been looking for this game. This is what it feels like when you're a Kindred that hasn't been able to find your style of game. And JDG have been playing around it so exceptionally well. 8,000 gold is the lead. As you guys are talking about, we do have the Chemtech Soul available pretty soon as FLICKR looking for Knight. Okay, can they get this pick? It could actually be big for delaying this one as Gumayusi coming down with the hook is not going to land, and Knight says not today.
Doesn't he have to use a stopwatch? Just walks it off.
Or his flash, just wanders away.
I'm a little bit surprised how easily he got out of that, but I just don't think T1 were willing to full send it on that play. They weren't sure exactly where everyone was, and 369 TPing in is going to be spotted by Guma, so we'll be aware that that is down up on this top side.
Okay, so a little bit of action, a little bit of something, but it is just going to be Knight heading back home. Ruler hitting level 16 here as well. 3 items and a stopwatch. Feeling fantastic. Gumayusi does have 1 full item in advantage, but just hasn't really been able to play the game so far.
Yeah.
I mean, if he does find that angle, if he does get excited, we could have another one of these moments where a team fight goes their way, but there is just so many other variables this game. The base is in absolute shambles.
And there's so many threats over on the other side that it's so difficult for him to find space because, you know, we've talked about Kanavi, we've talked about Knight. 369 casually has a death cap on his Gragas as well. So, you know, there's really 4 members that he has got to be so afraid of. You know, so it's really difficult to find that time to maximize damage. He does have a stopwatch now, so you know, Guma is prepared for this next fight. He's going to have double sums. He's going to have 4 items and a stopwatch, and there is that option. There is that angle if he can find it, but it will be very difficult because JDG are just going to set up in the topside jungle. They're going to deny vision. They're going to play around this Baron, and if T1 commits to trying to deny a soul, you could just lose a Baron for free. JDG have that luxury of not having to actually go to Dragon if they don't want it.
As we like to say in the LCK, it's a rock and a hard place type situation because when you have Soul, you have so much extra control of the map, or Soul Point, as it were. Kanavi lurking off to the side. He is so scary. 6-0-6 on this monkey.
But T1 is moving in. If they don't do anything, they're just gonna lose the game, right? Like both.
Yeah.
369 and Knight are just shoving. They both are Knight is teleport as well.
And Kanavi, oh, he's going to fight Gumayusi! He's going to have to go into his stopwatch, and now Zeus finds an ultimate, but these Nexus turrets are going down, and the Jinx is as well! This game, ladies and gentlemen, I think is just over in this moment. We're not going to get another team fight because JDG will deny it, and they will bring us to game number 5!
JDG find the pick. They dismantle T1 in game number 4 here. They are charging the Nexus, and we are going to get it.
It's Silver Scrapes again. This is what we do here. We bring 5 games of League of Legends as JDG looking to grab a few kills here towards the Nexus. Owner and FLICKR just lurking on their fountain, watching as things go on. Owner is going to be able to get that ult off, but it's not going to matter because this Nexus, after they get a couple of kills, will go down and JDG stay alive in the series.
And yeah, give us that zoom in on Kanavi because that man's Wukong was a force to be reckoned with. In a game or in a meta that feels like it was about the AD carries, in this series it was about the top side of JDG, making sure that even with that Kench, the opposing AD carry could not play at all. It didn't matter who it was, always one of 369, Kanavi or Knight found their way, found access to Guma, and made sure that the team fights were only going JDG's way.
It's just so expertly played, right? And I do think these compositions that JDG are drafting can be difficult to make work because if you are not coming from those multiple angles, if you're not finding access in the backline, if you're having to fight through this beefy front line that T1 did draft, Guma's going to go crazy, but they always seem to be able to find that angle, to be able to find that surprising gauge. No hesitation when T1 would step that 1 foot too far forward, and that is exactly what you want to see from these elite teams, the best of the best.
And it was like T1 taking a little bit of a next step in their experimentation, right? They leave up the Wukong this time around that they banned in the last game, but they leave up the Annie as well, and it's this 1-2 punch that we've been seeing that has been so good. And look at this, just everyone was a threat. It's what you guys were talking about, and Gumayusi just had nowhere safe he could stand.
That's one of the most equally divided damage shares that we've seen in this meta.
Synergy.
Unbelievable here. Yeah.
I mean, all 4 members outdamaged Guma. You know, all 4 of the damage dealers, right? And that just shows this is not, you know, an attack on his play in this game. It's talking about the difficulty with which he has to navigate these team fights because there are truly 4 members that can threaten him. There's 3 divers plus the support as well who's going to be flying back in there. It's just really, really tough to navigate those fights, and I'm so excited to see what T1 are going to cook up for game number 5 in the draft because they're going to have choice. They're likely going to go blue, and they'll be able to dictate.
Yep, and in the meantime, we get to enjoy one of the greatest songs that has ever graced League of Legends. So let's go to a short break, and when we get back, that game number 5.
Up in there. Huge ult to come through, and once again, they just eviscerate the Kindred. The tongue lash will connect. Zap going to come down as well. As Zeus is just barreling towards the turret. Ruler manages to flash to try and get out of the way, but it's not going to be enough. Gumayushi, he gets excited. Well, but Ona once again falls down. Massive damage with the rocket. Kuma gets excited yet again, but it's a huge bear that he has to deal with. And Carrier's now lumbering out. He's not going to be able to get there. This game, ladies and gentlemen, I think is just over in this moment. We're not going to get another team fight because JDG will deny it.
Yes, we are going to game 5. We've been dancing here the whole break, and now we got to cool it all down, and that's exactly what the teams have to do as well. This was so much fun, everyone, in the Copper Box Arena. Thank you for your energy, and I'm really happy that we're getting to a game 5, and I'm really happy that it's delivering, even though it's been very, very different kind of angles in each game.
I mean, this is what we wanted. This is what we wanted for T1 versus JDG, LPL versus LCK, the regional rivalries coming out of MSI, the winners final. It's delivering all 5 games.
And apparently Vedi has a fun stat.
Well, it depends on your perspective. Okay. So, T1 in finals with this roster are 0-2, okay?
But when it comes to game 5s, not in finals, they are 3-0, undefeated.
And this is not
with
a
this
final.
roster.
This is an upper
not a final.
bracket final.
So again, to reiterate the stat, so game 5s in finals with this roster, they are 0-2. But when they are in game 5s, not in a final, they are 3-0.
Both are true today. Like,
how
what's
many
going-
MSIs has T1 won after 2017?
How many has LPL won, you know?
But I just think it's so awesome, like, because there is that curse that plagues them, right? And I think that when we look at T1, this is a team that people expect to dominate. They've been on the precipice of returning back to that former glory. The fact that T1 hasn't won a title since 2017 is miraculous, especially when we look at their most recent history. But aside from finals, this team always makes it to the grand finals.
But it does feel like they've met their match in JDG, a team that was basically built to perform on the international stage, a team that made it to semi-finals of Worlds last year, lost to T1 and said that isn't good enough. They are coming in, they need to perform, and they have been performing up against one of the best LCK teams and proving that the LPL still can be such a dominant force at these international events.
And I think that when we look at the LPL, they've produced so many different successful rosters. And I think that for JDG, it's an organization that has tried for a very long time to not only dominate domestically, but to translate that success internationally. And how many teams' stories have started by finally being able to take down T1. Today could be the day at the beginning of a long journey for JDG and this super team that they've cultivated.
I love the way you put that, and it's great going into game 5 like that. Let's take a look at a couple of things that have transpired. If we look holistically at the 4 games we've seen, one of the things is that Kanavi is an absolute beast on Wukong. In fact, he is unkilled on Wukong this series.
I mean, his Wukong was absolutely dominant in the LPL as well, and now the fact that he gets to show it again in this game 4, you can see Ruler, like, it didn't matter if he died, because Kanavi very quickly was 5-0, smacking down the backline of T1 and making sure that it was absolutely unplayable. The patience that he had in some of these fights was so good.
A little bit of a Wukong gap, and there's also just the fact that he's taking on 2 people, and they have to just run away. They just have to leave him there at full health, and this was something that was repeated again and again in this game. He got too strong, he could apply too much threat on the backline, and T1 just didn't have the ability to deal damage to Wukong.
Yeah.
Coming into this series, the conversation was not really about Kanavi, right? No. It was more about the solo laners and how they team fights. No, I know, Sean.
Okay, we took it out, but I had a note. Coming into Countdown, Kanavi is a monster. He's a beast. He's nuts. And you guys said, no, take it out. Take it out. That's not important today.
Frankly, I didn't think that Kanavi would be the story or the talking point. So, Shocks, all credit to you. You're 100% right.
No, to him.
When their backs were against the wall, when they were down in a situation and what looked like a very close game for a long time, Kanavi really did step up on this Wukong, and eyes will be on him and his agency if he gets his hands on this champion again.
I think as well, it gave a lot more credence to JDG when they were looking for these flanks. What we saw in game 3 was Knight TPing on the Annie, trying to see if he could get access to the back line, but there was no one there to really support him. Now when you've got Kanavi in the picture alongside him on this Wukong, you could see how well they were setting up as this 2-man unit to consistently dive onto the Jinx, and no matter how much range you have in this Jinx, if there's so many different flank angles that are coming through, it's impossible to get away from JDG.
We know how hard it is to pull off a successful flank in games from this level because teams are so good at sniffing it out and at warding against it, and that's what I think was a great adaptation. They did have a lot of patience. 369 had tons of patience on some of those flanks on Gragas as well. It's a good adaptation coming out of JDG.
Yeah, I want to look at draft for game 5.
Let's do it, because T1 is going to be on the blue side, just like they were in game 2.
They've selected blue. They didn't have side select to start the series, so they actually played successive red side games in 3 and 4. The draft we need to look at is the game 2 draft to see the way that T1 would adapt here. And the Annie, I think, has been a big problem.
Agreed.
The Nautilus mid by T1 hasn't been good whatsoever. So part of the reason for that, I feel like, is the access you're able to get to the back line. So if you look at the draft here, like the Cassante and the Annie can be banned by EDG, but this opened up to that straight up front to back team fighting for both teams where neither team had great backline access, right? I just do feel like it's harder for JDG to get maneuverability where they can actually get a flanking team fight on a T1, and therefore that's why we're seeing blue side getting picked so often.
The reality is that this whole game is being defined by those fights at about 23 minutes into the game in mid lane specifically,
Give or
right?
take.
Yeah.
And as you rightly said, Annie has proven monstrous for JDG just because of its setup. But now that T1 are on the blue side, they have the ability of either first picking it or forcing JDG to ban it away. So that's one problem resolved for T1, which then brings up more questions for JDG. How do they have that same agency in mid? Because so far, the only success they found is with Knight being the actual primary engage and facilitator. And this is when you then start looking at the support role. How valuable is this for Khan? Do you still want to prioritize it so that you as JDG have more engage options? And if you're T1, where does the Cassante fall? Can you get FLICKR on something that isn't a beefy frontline tank that can disrupt the chaos of the fights, or do you move him back to the control mage?
You say only Knight on that primary engage, but now you have to also think that Wukong is unkillable and also gets the engages up, right? I think there's definitely also that to think about now, which is why Game 5 specifically are so interesting, Dag, because you have to go deeper in everything you've shown. What does your gut feeling tell you? It is 2-all, but obviously T1 a little bit momentum-wise on the back foot. The ghosts of Game 5's past or finals past, maybe. So where do you think they're going to go?
I think for JDG, you're probably going to see them go back towards, okay, let's get Kanavi onto a carry. If it's the Wukong, whether it's something even like the Xin Zhao that we saw, and then having a facilitator again in the mid, Annie will probably be gone, Ari will probably be off the board as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back towards something like Lysandra and just going, hey, look, you just need to be the setup for the damage leader of Kanavi, but enough threat where we can spread out these fights into skirmishes, and they're not front to backs anymore. There's so many different angles that it just makes it impossible for T1 to try and take those big tanks into that front line.
And as we have 1 minute left, and we have Venius out of the race prediction-wise, we have Jat who said 3-2 T1, and Dagda who said 3-2 JDG. So Jat, how does T1 win Game 5?
So I feel like they do win Game 5.
Okay.
I'm not convinced that they have been bested in this series. I don't think they've actually played that well so far this series. If they can have a stronger early game, and if Keria can be on something that can start team fights and be the go button for the team, that's enough. Cassante banned, I like the Tristana for FLICKR. I'm actually okay with FLICKR being on a control mage yet again, but just leverage their experience. They've been in these situations several times before, and play a calm, solid game of League of Legends.
10 seconds.
Ban the Cassante, play back and play patient, and just make sure that you're playing through the strong mid jungle for those team fights.
And give us a show, please. A spot in the MSI 2023 Grand Final is on the line. Can T1 stay undefeated in non-finals, or will it be JDG successfully taking their revenge? Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Shocks. And here we are, game number 5, the moment for one of these teams to reign victorious in the upper bracket of MSI 2023. Normally, I'd be saying, it's T1, right? It's not a grand final, so we should be fine, right? But I am nervous as the LCK representative, and I am just loving how these games are going. The team fighting and the prowess of both of these squads, absolutely amazing. And I felt like the suffocation that JDG demonstrated in game number 4 is phenomenal for momentum moving into this last game.
Absolutely. It did feel like both of the games that they won, the team fights were very heavily in their favor. You know, I think Knight's Annie was a massive part of that. Of course, JDG is going to be on red side. And when they were on red side last, they did ban out the Annie. I'm expecting that to happen once again. The big question is, you know, what are the other pivots here? Wukong going to be taken away. I feel like that almost needed to happen after how good Kanavi was on it last time.
Yeah, no surprises there. Don't think you can let that one go over. Also saw that Owner was struggling both times, even with the Kindred coming out as what seemed like a prepared counter pick in game 1. Early flip, not going his way, thanks to Kanavi and Knight getting the better hand of him. In this, and in both games really, even with the Lamp Respite being used, which didn't happen half the time, not the impact that they were looking for. Cassante, love that ban here. I think that Cassante is such a big part of what makes these team fights lethal. Does mean, though, Owner back on the Maokai.
It's been so interesting because the drafts have been going so quick, honestly, on both sides. It will mean Ruler likely to get Jinx here. Has been on the Aphelios the last couple games around. And Jinx, you know, with that engage, they're hovering. Oh, they're actually just going to lock it in. Wow. So it is just going to be the Rakan. They're really highly prizing this engage.
That is a lot of priority onto this Rakan, especially with Lulu not banned. And so now the Aphelios Lulu that has been a premier bottom lane here in at MSI will be able to be locked in if T1 want it.
But it's interesting because it just feels like they're prioritizing denying this away from Keria more than like the 2v2 for themselves. Rakan, not that strong of a laner, let's be honest. It's much more about the explosiveness in that 5v5. And they're, again, potentially just going to be going towards all of these threats, all of this backline dive to really focus on Gumayushi, who had a hell of a time in the last game.
I think they're just setting up for a Yasuo angle. It's going to pick all
that
of the
would be hype,
knockouts.
game 5.
Yeah, that is how you do it. But all jokes aside, it is just a lot of what made JDG able to win these team fights in the previous game. They're just going to try and do it on the red side, and the Jinx, I think, is actually very important. Ruler is so good at any sort of champion that can execute on spacing, and his spacing with the biggest range in the game is devastating for a lot of teams, but he's going to have to try and find a way to stay safe, because there ain't a lot of peel with a Rakan who wants to be going forward.
And you do see JDG also pivoting away, or rather denying the Tristana to T1. And even though Tristana itself wasn't really the focal point, I do think that JDG have shown that if T1 is effectively playing a one-threat comp, they are able to out-execute. They're able to out-team fight, and I do think it'll be a little bit harder without the Annie, but you already have a lot of the tools with the Rakan and the Gragas to ensure that Guma isn't in the fight, so taking away power picks that allow FLICKR to also have a bigger impact when it comes to damage is really big.
Absolutely, and I do like that they early picked this Gragas here. You know, potentially, we are expecting it to go 369, but potentially it could be mid lane as well, right? You know, it could be that option for a flex here towards Knight, but this is going to be really interesting. Are they going just full dive again? Are they going to commit heavily to that? Sejuani feels like it has been the option with all of these AD junglers getting banned out. Sejuani, of course, a lot of physical damage in the early stages.
Has a knock-up as well, which I think is very, very important.
5th pick Yasuo coming through.
That's what I'm looking for. But no, what we're actually looking for is LeBlanc versus Syndra. That's what everyone wants.
Oh.
That is what we want to see. Faker's LeBlanc versus Knight Syndra. That would be the ultimate matchup in the mid lane, and what a time to do it than in game number 5. So I think just throw the drafts out. We just need to watch that 1v1, and that's how we decide the series. Is that is going to be a Gwen locked in. A lot of magic damage available here for T1, and that is once again the Nautilus. Now, not going to be heading into an Annie, so maybe that helps it.
I mean, you can hear the crowd react. They are not happy about the Nautilus pick here. The T1 fans audibly
oh my
disappointed.
God, is he actually going to do it?
They're hovering. They're hovering.
No, they're trolling me. Then maybe they were listening.
Well, Silas is actually so good here. I think Silas is a good matchup into the Nautilus. There's great ults to steal from the Nautilus as well as from the Maokai. Those are two of the really premier ones that you can dig away. I love this pick. Also pairs really well with the Sejuani. It's a double melee pairing. So there's lots of ganking options here now for Kanavi. I think it's a really intelligent grab.
Not only that, but one of the biggest powers of the Maokai is his ultimate, right? Just having the ability to either deny your opponent's dive, which, to be frank, that will still be good against JDG, but even with zoning off objectives and trying to force fights on your terms, it is really valuable. But if the opposing team also gets a Maokai ultimate, so much of that value is lost. As you mentioned, amazing matchup into the Nautilus as well. Nautilus doesn't have the damage to outtrade Silas if he can get multiple Kingslayer procs. And I think for me, the breaking point is what is going to happen here with this Gwen. Because Zeus actually was able to get so much damage done in the game where he did play it, and it does solve the issue that T1 have been running into, which is not enough damage in team fights.
Yeah, not enough threats for sure. But I do have a little bit of a question about like how is it going to go for him, because it's not into something like the Scion where it's just an absolute free lane. I do think the Gragas can kind of trade a little bit more effectively, especially pre-Riftmaker before you have that spell vamp.
Oh yeah.
Especially if it is AP Gragas, you can kind of poke and prod there. And it is going to be Comet on the Gragas, so it likely will be AP, likely Everfrost. And I do think the 369 is going to have a much better lane compared to what he had last time against Zeus when he was playing on that Scion. So it's going to be a really interesting one here. I do think FLICKR in some of the early levels can definitely trade with the Salas, but as Salas starts to get more levels, and as you say, starts to get more rotations of that Kingslayer, it can be really difficult.
And late in the game, if he gets rotations of these ultimates that he can hijack, Depth Charge, Wild Growth, as well as the Nature's Grasp, it could be very, very scary. Here we are, onto the Rift for game number 5. Which team will be going to the final of MSI 2023? That's what we're looking to find out here. Which team will have to fight through the lower bracket to get a rematch with their opposition? T1, they have the Maokai at the ready yet again. Has been so powerful, but this time JDG brought one of their own.
And either T1, maintain their guaranteed, because of course there's a lower bracket win rate of getting to finals over the last years, or JDG get the highest guaranteed finish, right? Because if they make it to the finals, that's a guaranteed top 2 for them. Something that the organization has not been able to do. It's been only uphill. Of course, got the semis last Worlds. And they have a prime opportunity now.
And have so many times been favorites for so many international competitions as well. JDG have been lurking for so many years. This would be massive if they can get there. As Zeus and 369 just fighting one another for a moment. And the body slam going to come through to win that one out for 369. Message received.
369 very clearly wanted to get that ward down. Zeus is trying to defend on that push, but not quite able to do so. He has resolved secondary, so it'll be interesting to see if Zeus is actually second wind to help deal with this matchup. He has started D-Shield. I'm just going to check on that. Yeah, so he is actually second wind. So D-Shield second wind is going to help to deal with a lot of this poke. 369, as we saw, is going E-Start here, which can be really effective in these early levels.
Yep, FLICKR finding a decent little trade there on tonight, but nothing really to worry about at level 1 between these two. And on the bottom side of the map, you saw T1 standing on a ward. Thought that that was going to be potentially dangerous, but they are going to step out and try and take some control here of this lane.
And this is one of the major weaknesses of this 2v2 bot lane. You know, Ruler and Missing are not going to be able to contest against Lulu as well as the Aphelios, so they're just going to have to kind of cede control here in this 2v2, and we'll see if T1 can use this as a major point of power, because the Rakan is so much more about the 5v5s, about these skirmishes, than it is about the 2v2 laning prowess, where I don't think they're going to be able to get much of anything done.
Well, we've seen this before. Kanavi setting up for a gank onto FLICKR. Owner, no interest in heading towards the river right now, so we'll see whether FLICKR can get out of this one or whether he's going to respect Kanavi's potential positioning.
He has to wait for his Q cooldown, though. He Q'd over the wall there, and the cooldown is so long on these early levels on Sejuani.
Yeah,
so.
Especially now.
Also do note, as we have seen, if the Nautilus in particular falls behind early on, makes it so much harder to play out. You are going to be one of the main forms of initiation, and now with him spotted, Kanavi might go in more aggressively here.
He's invested so much time. If FLICKR just backs off and doesn't die here, Maokai is 3 camps ahead. Kanavi has waited like for 30, 40 seconds here on this bottom side and gotten literally nothing. They know because they have a ward on Raptors. T1 are saying, why are you not farming your Raptors? You must be looking for something. He did the 3 camp spot, but this ward from FLICKR sussed out the fact that he would be looking for a gank, completely denied it, and now Maokai is 3 camps ahead.
Now they know T1 able to see that Kanavi was indeed just wandering around the map. Going to be taking his Raptors now, but that is going to be a level lead to come through. There is no prio though in top and mid, so Kanavi still be fine or should be able to pick this up thanks to the help of his teammates.
Yep, FLICKR actually trying to find a bit of a trade here on tonight in the mid lane, but just going to utilize his shield for a bit of extra damage and then back on away.
We'll have to see. Can Kanavi actually cross through mid and get double scuttle? Because that would be a way to kind of bail himself out of the situation, but it doesn't look like it with T1 having bot prio. It should be T1 grabbing the bot side scuttle.
Yeah, especially with Owner now being able to move around. So Kanavi going to move in there as now FLICKR could be in trouble. He's going to flash, gets the E off to make sure that they are slowed. And the present going to be delivered over to Knight. He says no, but it is still going to be Owner with control of this scuttle.
Big win for Knight specifically. No flash on FLICKR means that he is both a lot safer, gives him the opportunity to play around, but it does not solve the issue, she pointed out, of Kanavi being pretty far behind when it comes to jungle farm. Owner now also going to start his second clear here, and going to be pretty substantially ahead as Kanavi still has had his red buff and his Krugs up this whole time.
Yeah. Good bit of pressure here from T1 towards bottom side, but Azael, that's what you've been talking about this whole time. Very difficult for a Rakan and a Jinx to get control against the Lulu Aphelios that has been dominant so far this MSI.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the top side, 369 doing a really good job in this matchup again. This is not silent. You don't just get a free lane against Comet Gragas. It is really difficult to actually lane against in those early levels. Once AS gets towards the Riftmaker, gets his Leeching Leer, starts getting some more sustain, it becomes a lot more easy to actually deal with this. But in the early levels, 369 is really going to be able to create a pretty good advantage.
Yep. They watched Carrier back there, so there was maybe a minute opportunity here, but you can see JDG not going to go overly aggressive, and Gavushi's going to wander his way out. Has once again taken the Ghost on the Aphelios, trying to get a bit of extra movement around, and FLICKR organizing his minions, utilizing his depth charge, pretty cute there, to make sure that he can keep the wave over his side of the rift.
Well, either Carrier is going to have to go towards Mikhail's, or they're just going to have to be incredibly careful with their positioning, because if Sejuani ult connects onto Guma, no cleanse for that. Stolen Maokai ult can also be problematic. Of course, there are ways to deal with it. There are frontliners to actually block it for him, but if they're able to get into that backline, it's going to be a problem.
As we see now, T1 hasn't really been able to make use of the early lead that we did find on Owner. He does have an experienced lead, but it's very minute, right? Like maybe a camp. I don't think that with the pace of how these games have been going, that is really going to be the main difference maker. And that means that as we move towards that inevitable Herald fight, because Dragons, I think, have been pretty low stakes, at least the first one, often given up, and it's also just a Camtech Drake. I'll let that one go.
Right on the edge of the cast there, as you can see, Zeus now dealing with a bunch of minions and 369, losing out on that trade as FLICKR engaged upon once again. Permafrost is fantastic, and Knight steals away an ult he doesn't even need to use for first blood.
Nicely done. Kanavi has been spending so much time around mid lane trying to get Knight into a good spot. They know they had forced out that flash earlier, so they go right back to it. They don't even have to commit the stolen Nautilus ult. You can see Knight is actually moving down on the minimap, and look where Kanavi is. They're going to double blast cone over and try to use the stolen Nautilus ult to threaten a dive, but FLICKR is wise to it. He's running straight out towards bot. Is going to bail out as they now see them warded on the Dragon, but a nice look and a nice response from T1.
Actually see the immediate pivot from JDG as well. Use the blast cone to just get on top of Dragon. We'll be able to pick that up. And Kanavi actually getting the payoff for the earlier summoner that he blown as...
Yeah, FLICKR still has his depth charge available, but no flash. Cannot get over that wall, so it's just going to be a Drake taken here by JDG. T1 just defensive posturing. Will be able to deal with this minion wave now.
And right now, JDG able to get the early lead kill going over tonight, particularly on picks like the Silas that love to play extremely far forward, get the most value when you're aggressive, when you're able to skirmish, when you're in the thick of things. Snowballing the early laning phase, extremely powerful. Do see the top lane matchup slowly starting to equalize, and as expected, I think once Zeus does get to the Riftmaker, it really evens out. 369 should still be able, though, to dictate the pace of the lane, have prio whenever he feels like it. That might mean that JDG, when we get to this Herald setup, could have an advantage.
Absolutely. And T1 is going to have really good Merchandise value on the top side.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's Gragas, it's Silas, and it's Sejuani, right? So you can see Merchandise already completed by FLICKR. Zeus going to be going towards that as well. And T1 already onto this Herald. Looks like it will not be contested. Ruler still staying down towards bot. So T1 should just be able to trade this back for that early Dragon that was grabbed by JDG.
Yep, just a gentleman's agreement when it comes to these neutral objectives so far. And as we can see on the top of your screen, about 600 gold going to be the lead for the LPL representative. JDG just giving this one up, and it should mean that T1 can also just get us to complete parity when it comes to the gold.
And we've basically only seen two games. One is it goes even, T1 wins one team fight and it's over, or JDG gets an early lead like they have now, and keep accelerating, and making that lead larger and completely choking T1 out of the game. And I think the first fights, as Kanavi is here towards the top side, are going to be the big difference maker here.
Interesting thing is, it feels like it's JDG that are playing the game for these Baron timings and utilizing the Baron to win the game, which used to be the T1 game plan, but T1 just haven't really been worried about it. They're going to win. They're going to win a team fight and then take a Nexus instead of a Baron.
And I think it's just because they won those team fights so dominantly, right? You know, it wasn't like it was a close fight and they have to limp their way over to Baron. They are just getting 5-for-0s out of seemingly nowhere, and then they can just end the game. They can look for that more aggressive play. And T1 is definitely not a team that is afraid of risk. You know, we saw in that first game where they got the team fight win. They go towards the Nexus. That was really close. Zoner's flashing the wall. They want this.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp going to come through. The flash has already come down, and in he goes with the Twisted Advance. Nowhere for 369 to go on this one, and Zeus going to grab the first kill for T1.
Really big moment here. This Gwen was one of the pain points, with 369 doing a great job in the early laning phase, keeping him on the back foot and making sure that Zeus has an impact on this Gwen, can make or break team fights down the line.
Well, Kanavi just fighting FLICKR here, does find himself a Permafrost proc, and FLICKR just looking a little bit miffed by the whole situation. There is the Rift Herald down towards his top side, though, as Knight comes on in to try and deny, but it's not going to work out. And it is going to be money in the back pockets of T1.
Yeah, nicely done by T1. It's just a great ulti angle there as Knight battling very confidently against those two. You know, Owner had just a great Maokai ult angle where there was not really any escaping that from 369. It was never really going to be able to get out. So really well done. They moved Knight up towards topside, though, to hold that wave. They actually had Kanavi soaking the mid farm on the previous wave. Then they'll send 369 out to collect this one. They can push out top, and then they can actually just swap back and continue in their normal lane assignments. So nice map movement here from JDG to kind of bounce back after a really good T1 play.
Yep, just trying to maximize what they can collect. Ruler and Missing do manage to get a crash towards this bottom side, but that plate is going to elude them for the moment. speaking of plates, one going to go over to 369 as Zeus makes his way back up. Leeching Lear in his back pocket, and the most important item, the Merc Treads, are going to be there as well.
Was he just sitting on that pink ward the whole time, or did that actually just get placed as he came up? It looked like he was...
I didn't know the range was that high.
Yeah, I think he was just sitting on the pink ward. It was there the whole time, so just elected not to actually clean it up. Wanted to go for that play. Does get greeted, so he's going to lose some tempo. It is 369 as expected, moving up towards top, but potentially, T1 could maybe deny a couple minions off that mid. Not going to happen though, as Knight will just now use his TP.
Yep, teleport comes back. Ruler does manage to pick up that plate that was on offer. Only a few more minutes before those plates are going to go down as Owner with the ultimate back available once again, lurking in this mid lane. They've got a lot of CC, but not a lot of damage with this duo. But if Missing's going to face check, could be dangerous, but no, he does have the grand exit, going to get himself out.
No really big leads. We do have 369 with an Everfrost. On the flip side, Owner does have Demonic Embrace done, but no mythics for the mid laners, right? Gumayushi not able to finish his item yet, although Ruler actually on this back, able to get the Kraken Slayer. That is a big spike.
And Roa just got completed by Knight as well. So, he also bought a stopwatch, right? So that is actually pretty big. He clearly wants to be ready to fight, grabbing that early stopwatch here. They want to go for this 5v5 at this dragon that has now spawned. T1 are obviously first to the area, but Knight will be pushing out through mid, does have a stopwatch available. We'll see if he can find a good stolen ult.
Yeah, double teleports available for these top laners as well. We'll see when they're going to come and join this fight, or if they do. Ocean Drake being started by JDG, down to 50% health as Knight off to the side, spotted by the sapling, and it looks like T1, they want none of it. They've lost control of the area, and they will just give it up.
But it's 369 that TP down. Zeus did not, so he's actually going to be able to get a plate top. There's no TP to answer top, so he's going to be able to get a plate. Potentially, no, instead he's just going to actually base, but it will be at least some of these minions denied. Going to be losing about, I don't know, 3 melees maybe. So not the biggest of deals, but at least they do have Prio now to play through sides with Zeus.
Yeah, I think when you're JDG, you're also not too unhappy about it, right? You get the 369 in particular has been up in CS, so even with the kill, the goal is very close to even, about a 200 difference, so not going to be a big issue there. And I do think if you have Riftmaker, might expect Zeus to play a little bit further forward there, but at this point, not going to win that 1v1 against 369 just yet, and if you're too far up the lane, might just get blown up as... Do see, when we look at the bottom half of the map, even though Gumayushi is up, went for his Berserker Greaves, and as a result is behind on the Mythic time.
Yeah, I do think Ruler and Missing have done a pretty good job to get through this lane. As relatively unscathed as they have, they did lose one plate, but it was traded back for another on the other side. Ruler is going to be quite relevant in these fights. The main advantage does kind of feel like it is around mid right now. Where Knight has had more pressure, he has been getting that jungle assistance from Kanavi. They've been really trying to attack FLICKR, who hasn't been as impressive on the Nautilus, it feels like, as some of the other picks in the series.
Yeah, not so much. He hasn't been the main character when playing this particular champion, but at least to go back to some previous points, they have both Zeus and Gumayushi. That's what you're going to be looking at on the T1 side. However, it's going to be all about Ruler and Knight this time. Kanavi as well sort of gave up his carry boots that he was wearing in the last game. And so it's him and FLICKR that are taking a backseat moving into this one.
Yeah, and Knight is almost 1k gold up, right? So he is going to have to make a really big impact here.
Gumayushi pretty far up. He manages to dodge a couple of abilities, but that is a key flash now on cooldown for T1.
Yeah, and remember, he had no cleanse, so he had no choice but to flash there. They committed the heal and the ghost for move speed. Saw it wasn't going to be enough, had to use flash also. And now JDG in a great spot potentially to look for this fight. Remember, Missing has flash and ulti, and 369 is flanking here with his flash, so a tough one to enter for Guma.
Yeah, you can see Zeus trying to mark this Gragas. His potential location in this fight. FLICKR is going to go in. That is going to be Knight stunned up for the moment. Missing could be in trouble. Nature's Grasp not going to find too much value, and now the re-engage is going to come forward. It's a huge knockback on a Gumayushi, who stays alive for so long. Not sure how that happened, but now it's Ruler that is just free hitting. Zeus is massive in this fight. That's through FLICKR somehow manages to curve the anchor, and it's a double kill now for Zeus, but the re-engage is gigantic. And with Ruler and his auto attacks, it's JDG that win the fight.
Oh, JDG taking over as Ruler gets a triple kill, kiting back from Zeus. As soon as that shroud expired, as soon as he was no longer immune, everyone from JDG piles in on him. And Ruler just headshots him with the ulti, gets the reset, and they pile through. They'll take the objective as well.
And again, 369 is giving T1 flashbacks to what happened to them in their spring finals, because those Gragas flanks are insane, right? Completely splits up the fight. Guma is staying alive somehow for a lot longer than expected, but it doesn't matter because he doesn't actually get to do damage.
There are so many flashbacks, actually, Chronicler, because there was an LCK final in summer of last year, and Ruler did a lot of these things in that one as well, as we check it out again.
I think he was spotted by this ward, though, but they're not actually reacting to it. Now they try to peel back, but there's the body slam flash. The stolen Nautilus ulti is through as well. Everyone gets in on top of it. And as you say, living quite a while there, it must have been a red gun ulti there potentially from Guma, trying to heal him up, keep him alive. This hook from FLICKR makes you think maybe something can happen, but Ruler's just kiting it back, and the ulti for the double kill comes through.
How did
Ruler
Kanavi and 369 coordinate those abilities so well in the middle of the team fight?
He's pumped.
Ruler, and because of the placement of the wards, 369 was actually never spotted. He actually moved
just out of
around,
range.
was never at any point, and I think by the time he saw Carrier move over, T1 seemed to have an inkling that something was wrong, but it was too late. And then that combo between 369 and Knight with the stolen ultimate, beautifully done. And now they're in a great position for this up-and-coming Drake fight.
You have to say, though, it was very brazen from T1 to be trying to fight this with no sums on Gumayushi. You know that they have these tools to get in on him. It looked a lot closer, honestly, than I thought it was going to once they had that initial engage. But Guma with no sums, it's so hard to survive against all of the engage tools that JDG have. And now Ruler is really ahead of the curve. You know, we're going to look down towards the bot lane. It is a 1,300 gold lead down in bot. It is a over 1,000 gold lead in mid. JDG just always get their carries fed, it feels like.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Their money in exactly the places that they need it as well. Knight and Ruler are so imperative to what JDG want to do as this game goes on. 18 minutes into this one, a couple of minutes away from the first Baron spawn. As T1 moving down towards this bottom side, but they have to deal with Shirley marching up this mid lane. Mushi standing forward. I don't know whether this one's going to get a charge. The hook is going to go wide.
Already see the teleport coming through here. Knight on a flank angle.
They want to try to potentially dive it, but the Herald can't even get the charge. There's no one there to actually walk it in, so great job by T1 denying that. Because, yeah, you called it out. Knight was on that TP. If they can actually crack the turret, they could go over. Instead, it is JDG actually just starting up this dragon here, and Ruler has all his sums. Didn't have to use his flash on the last fight.
Vision going to be available here as T1 look to move in. There's the hook. It's going to connect. They look to just take one out of the fight immediately. Moonlight Vigil is going to do that as Ruler standing in relative safety for now, but they're not getting too much back. It's a fantastic ulti from 369, but can they actually get anything? Another hook is going to come through, but 369 gets himself out. FLICKR in a bunch of trouble. Isaiah's trying to help him, and Ruler is going to get excited. They managed to take down the Drake, and Ona, can you get over the wall? He doesn't have his flash available for now, and I think he's just dead. T1 going to have to give them the tree as they get themselves out.
And I don't think you take that trade if you're T1. I don't think you're happy with that. More gold going onto Ruler. He didn't even have to blow his sums in that fight. And you see, Zeus at this point just doesn't do enough damage with the needles. And as a result, the front line from JDG stays alive for too long.
I mean, JDG are just playing around it so well. Zeus, as you say, is not doing enough damage during his shroud. He has that immunity, but he's not able to actually really get it done during it. The initial start of the fight was looking really good for T1. They get this pick onto the Rakan. They're able to burst him down. It's a great ulti from Kanavi sneaking through onto Guma to delay some of the damage. But as they kite back, the ulti from 369 splits them all up. It allows Ruler some space to move forward. He's just spacing so incredibly well with the lethal tempo fully stacked. He's pulling back here, and FLICKR gets tagged by the zap. And what was it that even finished him off? Was it a corrupting claw? I don't even know what it was.
Not sure, just
Might
some
be
damage
red
to come
buff,
through.
red
Red buff, yeah.
And most importantly, like this type of ebb and flow, we've seen how good JDG is at kind of managing the pace of these team fights. What I want to highlight as well is that even though they ended up taking down Missing, which is a big win, it was, I think, 3 ultimates. Owner throughout his, same for FLICKR, same for Guma, and in particular that last one, I think they were really missing at the end.
Yeah, and get yourself a top laner that protects you like 369. Watching him walk in front of that hook that FLICKR threw out that was aimed perfectly for Ruler, that's a game decider on a hook like that. But he was there, managed to get it, body slammed out, and JDG walk away the victors. Absolutely amazing play. Zeus looking for Missing here, who does have a lot of mobility, so he'll be fine. Does get polymorphed, but gets the grand exit out beforehand.
I'm just so impressed by how 369 plays out these fights, right? When there is an angle, he's going to look for the body slam flash onto the backline. When there isn't, he's always going to use this ulti to disrupt the fight, to peel back. He doesn't have to always try to hard force onto Guma. He's always finding something that is very, very effective. He knows when to peel, he knows when to dive. And I think that is the hallmark really of JDG, is their 5v5 and how well they play around Ruler and how well he is spacing, that we've gone through some of these really tense fights and back-to-back team fights. He didn't even need to use his flash.
And now he's bearing down on this outer turret in the mid lane. Looks like Gumyushi's going to have enough friends in order to take this one down.
The rapid fire is also now completed, right? So the range advantage becomes that much larger now for Ruler.
Yep, Ruler's favorite item in the game. Just loves building it, no matter what anyone tells him ever. He will always build that item. The added poke is so valuable for a lot of these players to maximize the damage. As now Kanavi just bearing down onto Owner. Permafrost is going to stun him up as the hook is going to land there from FLICKR. They're not hard committing onto this little skirmish off to the side as Gumyushi sidesteps the zap.
Yeah, and they did get the dash there with the Gale Force off of Guma. The Everfrost was coming through from 369. And T1 has got to answer top. Nidus has been pushing it in again. It is JDG playing more heavily to the sides. Despite the fact that it is Zeus here on the Gwen. They're the ones threatening.
They're looking for it as Owner. He's so incredibly low. Nature's Grasp now picked up by Knight, but they're not going to invest it on the low health Maokai. Kerry goes back, Shirelli is now picked up, and they will be able to claim this outer turret in the mid lane. Full information on the reset.
Yeah, would have been a disaster for T1. They were off of the back of 3 item finishes, right? Actually being just shy of the Shirelias, the Infinity Edge, and the Nashor's Tooth. So nice opportunity. And JDG, even without the fight, they're able to get themselves the mid lane turret, start choking out T1 again, which is very much how they won the 2 games that they've won thus far in the series, right? It's these type of leads just being drawn out further and further.
I mean, I just think there's so much pressure on Zeus to really be the X factor, because Ruler is so far ahead as far as that bot lane matchup goes. Again, FLICKR is way behind. He's a full item completion behind. You know, it has to be Zeus really making things happen. He has gone towards the Nashers, which a lot of people really do look at as more of kind of that side lane item. But if you can get in onto Ruler, if you can find that connection onto the back line, he's going to be massive, and that's really what he has to look for. He has to find a way to get past all of the bodyguards that JDG have.
And that's the main issue, right? Between Kanavi and 369, it seems like Ruler, even though he doesn't really have anything like a Kench, a Fresh, is still untouchable in every single fight. And it's this issue that T1 have to solve if they want to find their way to another final. But right now, it looks like JDG has just been able to deny any engage, any flank. Ruler is just never, ever touched.
Yep, the best way to peel is to permanently CC every one of your opponents. And that is the JDG strategy for this one. And so far, it has worked out, especially in the previous game. And now with all of that extra range, Ruler on so much comfort with this Jinx. Been watching him play it for years now, and he has always been that insurance policy.
Well, are T1 just going to start this up? 5 members top, yep.
Sure.
T1 Baron, this is the signature.
All right.
They're going to be moving up, clearing out the vision. Will they actually start it? They want to at least draw JDG in. See if they can find some sort of a turn, but yep, here we go. 23 minutes in, Baron started.
Yep, T1 back to their natural habitat. Let's see whether it is going to be nice to them this time around as Knight standing on a ward. They know exactly where everyone is. As Kanavi, he can get into this pit at any time. It's a 50-50 pretty truly as T1 are now looking to try and find the turn. The hook is going to connect onto the jungler as now missing with the quickness, but he's just going to die. Zeus diving into that backline, missing's going to go down, and Gumyushi is just gigantic. He goes golden, and now Kanavi is no damage to offer back. It's another team fight. The T1 win at 24.5 minutes. Why does this keep happening?
T1 are just pushing through. They're going to have to go back to the Baron. They can't get Kanavi. Will they take the Dragon? Will they take the Baron? They're pinging onto both. It looks like they want to take it all here as Guma cleans up, and that time, Zeus got into the back line, crushes through Ruler.
Guma flashed over the wall just to ensure that the damage backup was there from Zeus. And T1 Baron, it wasn't about the Baron, it was just about finding the one angle that allowed him to fight JDG.
There was one player that they needed in order to get them over the line, and it was Baron.
Absolutely. Ruler had just finished his IE prior to this fight, so I thought it was going to go his way, but the ulti from Nautilus, the follow-up from Zeus, right back in onto Ruler, and Ruler unable to get back. He flashes back, but it creates no space. He doesn't get over the wall, and in comes Guma, as you called out. T1 know their win condition, get in onto Ruler. They found the pick, but look at the pip back in live. It's JDG who are onto the Dragon here. They're going to move to Soul Point.
They will be able to pick that one up. T1 with their Baron. We'll see whether they can get some map control and deny that one, but that is going to be in 5 minutes' time. The Red Bull Baron power play moving up towards that 2K mark, but it is barely an advantage. We still have a game on our hands, and I wanted to pan over to the Nexus to see the beads of sweat, you know, as the team fight happens. But JDG's Nexus gets to breathe a sigh of relief after that one.
I mean, we were all thinking it.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as T1 starts winning that fight, you're like, is it going to happen again? All 3 games. It does not, as Kanavi's able to buy a lot of time, get away. JDG are on Soul Point here, but everyone is missing summoners now, so the engage has become that much more important.
And what we're seeing now, if we look at the gold, Guma actually even again with Ruler.
Yeah.
We've been going back and forth on this, but the really big thing is Zeus actually able to pick up what is now an almost 3,000 gold lead here over his opponent, where we can see the amount of gold on this Gwen. Once that death cap is finished, Ruler is going to have even less opportunity to play the game, because even, I think, a single set of needles will chunk him out.
Absolutely, and at that point, you're going to be needing to work towards something like a BT to help you to deal with that. And he's going to have the death cap right now, so Zeus is absolutely massive. Knight is trying to work towards it, but Knight is a couple thousand gold behind where Zeus is. Zeus has also hit 16, by the way, so level 3 ultimate, death cap completed. If he gets into the back line, I agree with you, Chronicler, Ruler is toast.
And I think it's actually so fun to watch, though, because when the game has these 2 hyper carries that are so evenly matched, you have to look to the next rung. And in this game, it's Zeus that is stepping up. At Knight, he's on the Silas. And you can always find angles. You can always find windows if you have the access to about 1,500 different ultimates within a team fight, and he is so close to level 16.
Absolutely, and if he can get that 16, if he can get his death cap as well, things can really start to get more difficult. Look at 369 though, he is threatening over the wall here. I think they're just going to give up the tier 1. It is a big bear in power play here from T1. They're 3,500 gold that they have swung in their favor.
Blue Trinket paying for itself there, spotting out 369 off on the flank as T1 move through the enemy jungle. Look to try and grab this inner turret here on this bottom side. 3.5 thousand gold. It's going to be that Red Bull Baron power play here for T1 as they just zone them away, utilize the Nature's Grasp, and now look for a reset.
There you see the value, right? Zeus, with this death cap finished with the lead he has, and the Nashers is going to chew through a turret in a matter of seconds. And yeah, thank you very much for pointing out that one, Azil, because you don't have a choice as Ruler, right? I don't even think that something like a BT, which is really good in this poke, is going to help you if Zeus ever actually gets on top of you. And on the flip side, because of that fight and how it played out, Gumayushi does have access to a BT right now, so it's going to be so much harder to take down in a split second, which is something that JDG have been able to do throughout this entire series so well.
Knight, though, has about 2K in pocket, so he's only a couple hundred gold away from completing his death cap here. Ooh. They really want to get him that death cap before they fight. It is such a massive spike. But T1 are really pushing the pace now. You know, they got this lead. They have been heavily, heavily forcing here. 369 in trouble.
So much trouble as there's the depth charge. You got Polymorph not able to get himself out of the way. It's going to be an inner turret alongside a Gragas. T1 grabbed that one. Knight is teleported in, though, gets a massive amount of knockups as the Glacial Prison comes down. Owner is just buying so much space, though. What is that blast cone? Knocks everyone around, and Owner is going to be taken out. FLICKR finds the hook. Ruler is now able to free hit, though. Oh, that's 2 autos on Naguma, and he's just out of there. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, guys. Nothing to worry about.
No biggie. That was so dicey. Ruler got a couple autos on Naguma there, and you really saw how quickly that fight could turn. But that was scary for JDG. 369 dying, and Knight arrives with the TP. I thought he was going to arrive just to die, and we could have seen JDG's series end right there, but they're able to fight back. They're able to survive.
Yeah, really big here. 369 even though he gets taken down very quickly, able to buy space, right, with his ultimate, which gives Knight down to Revan. As you mentioned, I thought that this was going to be a problem, but again, look at the position of Ruler here. He is completely unmatched. No one is on him except Owner, and without the damage prerequisite, he gets to get off so much. And the moment that Blast Cone comes through, you think Kanavi's dead, but thanks to the help of his team, actually able to stay alive.
And then these rockets, Ruler stepping forward, getting a couple autos there. That's 3 autos on Naguma. Almost was able to knock him down. Death cap now complete for Knight. He has obviously passed 16. He's already up to level 17. We are at Soul Point here at JDG. Are moving towards it, but it's T1 who are going to be playing through mid, and JDG cannot ignore mid lane completely, or T1 could just go for the inhib. This is going to get a little bit weird as T1 are not being responded to, so you could just send Zeus.
Yeah, they have so much vision available here as well. You can see this triangle of control wards as 369 is going to get spotted on that flank. T1 here at the Dragon. Should be a 50-50, but missing. He's going to walk over that controller. They know exactly where he is. Gets himself past. Soul is going to be denied here, but now Owner is in trouble. Down to 50% health. They dive on top of the Rakan. He's now trying to play safe, but it's Owner that falls down. Zayas gets into the back line, though, as Kanavi is out of this fight. Knight has to go golden. And now it's just protect the ruler for JDG. They get themselves out, but they don't get the Drake. It's Drake for Tree.
Yeah, only Owner goes down though, and with Owner down, JDG might try to get a reset in and hard run towards this Baron.
T1 are just starting it without a jungler.
T1 are starting it. What?
Okay, well now full information is there as well because they get the blue trinket down.
Okay, calm down.
All right, I'm gonna have a sip of water, guys. Can we just ask the teams to chill out for a moment?
Oh
just
my
a little
God.
bit.
T1 are just staying in the area because they know that this could be a start here from JDG. T1 have 4 members here. Owner's respawning in 5.
Well, Hook is going to land here as Faker just says, we're going in. Moonlight Vigil is kind of massive, but Ruler's going to take down Faker. Zayas is huge, but he's dead. And it's a double kill for the Jinx.
And
T1
why?
just give them a Baron.
Why did T1 take that fight? It's a 4v5. You have full information. Faker hooks in, gives over 2 free kills. JDG take the Baron, and in the critical game 5, they take control.
The overconfidence from T1 to say, yeah, no biggie, we don't have a jungler, we'll start up Baron. At least they recognize, hey, maybe that's not the best idea. But then to hard engage a 4 versus 5.
Just why?
I have no idea.
They see them all.
Clue. And all the damage here goes into Kanavi, right? Yes, missing is able to get Goom out of the fight, and as a result, there just isn't enough damage. They didn't even have the Gwen needles.
Yeah, not even Gwen ulti available there. Faker knows he made a misstep, and it could be one that cost them the series. We'll see if T1 can battle back. It is Soul Point. The gold very even though, so T1, despite the misstep, absolutely can win this game. It's going to come down to the execution in the 5v5 as it feels like it has every single game.
My goodness, the intensity of this game is just absurd. The last game 5 we saw, it was over in 24 minutes in the blink of an eye, and this one, it is just neck and neck the entire time. JDG with a massive lead though in the fact that they have the Baron. The map control is going to be there and they have the ability to get towards this Drake, but you go back to that Drake fight and the fact that Owner was able to take it is so huge for buying that extra bit of time, because otherwise JDG could be looking at Baron push into Elder to get all of that control.
Absolutely, and Guma now missing his flash, so it's so critical that he completed the GA. He needs to have that available. You look over on the other side, some of the luxury items coming through. The Maw is now done for Ruler. He has the stopwatch as well, and he, again, just never seems to need his summoners. It's insane how many tense fight Ruler gets through, and still having that flash available. So JDG trying to take all these tier 2s off the map, trying to extend themselves into an advantage here.
5 turrets apiece. Gentlemen, it is 60,000 gold, 500, versus 60,000 gold, 900. There is nothing in it between these two squads. It's going to come down to team fight execution both times. Who has the vision in the right areas? Who is spotting the flanks? And right now, it is T1 trying to get into position. Zayas could be the difference maker, but JDG could just run down the front door. Okay, Zayas, can you make it happen? He's biding his time as now Ruler has to deal with him. Owner gets into the back line, but Ruler flashes. Oh my God, he gets excited, and Gwen is not immune today. It's a double kill for Ruler, and I don't know what the option is going to be here for T1.
They're going to TP back in. They're basing. They're going to use double TPs here. JDG are pushing for the win here.
At 35 minutes, I think they may have done it off the back of Ruler just keeping cool. He held the flash after the last team fight, and now they're going to break down the Nexus turrets, and JDG will be waiting to see whether they get a rematch in the final of MSI 2023.
And as T1 falls to the lower bracket, JDG guarantees themselves the highest finish. They will be waiting in that grand final.
What a series between these two teams, and what a final game from Ruler. 12-1-3 on the Jinx. Some League of Legends played at the absolute highest level between these two teams, going back and forth time and time again throughout this series. But T1 have got to be regretting that engage by the Baron in this final game. It was that one mistake that JDG needed, and JDG were able to make the absolute most of it. Their team fighting is just incredible.
And then they had to do it again. They had to pick that flank from Zeus, and Ruler flashing into exactly the right position, gets that pick off, and his Jinx, the way he navigates these fights, just extraordinary. JDG, 5 incredible games. Honestly, both of these teams playing incredibly well. I mean, the 2 that T1 managed to win, it felt like that was over so incredibly quickly, but the amount that you need in order to guarantee those moments is absolutely huge. We can't take anything away from them, but honestly, it felt like the honest games were won by JDG this series.
Yeah, it really came down to, as has been the story of the tournament, the team fighting, right? But what is most important to me is, again, highlighting, and in the final fight, I think missing came huge as well, actually being able to CC the Gwen for long enough so that Ruler had the space with the charm from Rakan. The amount of attention and attempts from T1 to get to Ruler, only for him to still have his summoners after all
Ridiculous.
that, again and again and again, speaks to the test, or speaks really to the quality of JDG as a 5-man unit.
It's just like, is there any other team that could play the same draft in the same situation and have the same result, right? And that's what is so beautiful about watching these kind of games. I mean, Ruler is just positioning so incredibly well. The collapse is onto Zeus, as he is so threatening. I think against almost any other team, he would be crushing you in the back line, but they're able to, as you say, get that CC down, create the space, and it's just a Ruler diff. They make so much room for him, and he takes the absolute maximum with that space that he's given every single time.
Oh, it's insane. And often we talk about these meta differences between regions and things like that. I feel like JDG, they have a different meta that they adhere to, and it's the Ruler meta. It's how many things can we put in our game to make sure that Ruler can just win. Yeah. And honestly, like, picking this Rakan into not the greatest of lanes, it worked out just beautifully in the end because he got to cause so much disruption. And even in the fight that they lost, right? It was everyone on JDG piling on top of Ruler to be like, we can try, we can still keep you alive. Like, they are just a hive mind, and it is beautiful to watch them team fight.
And it's so hard. Like, you come away from this series, and people love to talk about pick ban, but there's so many problems because JDG and T1 are playing so many different champions at such a high level. You cannot possibly ban these teams out. You know, you look to the Andy, it's like, you had to get rid of that. But then the Sylas was problematic. The Gragas was so problematic because of these beautiful ultis. There's so many picks. There's so many different ways that they're playing it out, and they're doing it almost perfectly, it feels like, every single time.
Yeah, I'm. If you're BLG or Gen G, you're looking at the series and going, oh boy. We got some preparation ahead of us.
We might have a rematch in the finals.
I mean, that's the best part, right? Because this went all the way, and especially with some of the games feeling almost ethereal over after a single team fight. And then this one, I think the closest of all, an actual back and forth that JDG are able to win after a incredible performance of their team fighting play. Oh,
what
a day.
Incredible series that we've had here in the upper bracket finals. And to wrap it all up, Laura's standing by with 369 in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, guys. 369, ni hao. Thank you so much for joining me today on stage. Congrats on taking down T1. Quick temperature check here. How would you rate your performance today? 3, 6, or 9?
欢迎369选手来到赛后采访，恭喜 JDG 今天在这场比赛中获得了 T1 的拿下这场比赛的胜利。简单的第一个问题，如果用369来评价自己今天的表现，你会怎么样评价今天自己的表现？
今天。就是观众说的吧，9吧。
As the audience say, 9.
9, with confidence, of course. I'm just wondering, given the state of the top lane meta right now, how would you rate your impact, especially on champions like Gragas, who are supposed to handle and manage the team fights and create space for the team?
其实想基于目前的版本，主持人想问一下，是关于你觉得上单对于整个游戏当中全局的影响，特别是你今天在拿到9桶的时候，你觉得你是如何在团战当中发挥作用的呢？
就是前期就是把对面 ADC开死几次，让我们 AD 的装备更好，就这样。
I just needed to engage their AD carry and protect our AD carry farm pretty good.
Protect the AD carry. It seems to be the meta right now. Everyone was talking about today's game as being a finals before the finals, maybe. What was the most challenging part of facing T1 today?
很多人都在讨论今天的这一场对决，可以说是决赛前的又一个决赛，一定是一场非常势均力敌的较量。369选手觉得今天这一场比赛赛前，你们觉得面对到 T1 最大的挑战是什么呢？
因为这次也是代表 LPL 出战嘛，就是守护 LPL 的荣光吧，就是这样。
Because we are one of the LPL representatives. Only thing we need to do is to defend our honor for LPL.
Of course, and this is also the reason you guys reached the finals today. But there was a lot of expectation coming from you, 369, here at MSI this year. How strong do you feel right now compared to when we saw you at Worlds?
其实这就是大家所期待的。主持人也看到了369选手，也相信这是京东今天能够赢下比赛胜利的一个很重要的原因，就是去守卫 LPL 赛区的荣耀。那么这个问题，接下来想问一下369选手对于个人的表现，你觉得今年自己在 MSI 的表现有多强？和世界赛相比，去年世界赛？
因为就是我们去年输给了 T1 吧，然后今年就是复仇了，然后还是很开心，觉得就应该是比去年打得好的。
I'm very excited and very happy because we lost to T1 last year, and today we get revenge. It really shows that we are much more stronger.
You get revenge, you reach the finals. LPL won the finals last year at MSI. Is there anything you want to tell to all the LPL fans who came to watch you today and also people on stream watching you today?
去年 LPL 成功捧起了 MSI 的奖杯。最后一个问题，有没有什么想对 LPL 的粉丝、观众、现场的观众朋友们说的呢？
既然进到了决赛，奖杯肯定是要拿的。
We have qualified for the finals already. We will definitely win the championship.
I love this confidence. Thank you so much, Sheshe, for the interview. Christina, thank you so much for being on stage next to me. And that's all for us here on the MSI stage. Shox, back to you in cooldown.
Thank you so much. Fantastic job once again, and fantastic to hear from 369. Welcome everybody to MSI Cooldown after what was such an incredible series, and I'm just so happy that it went 1-5 games, but then that it wasn't like that previous game 5 that T1 and JDG played that was just over like this. No, it was a trading of blows continuously and just seeing who came out on top. And in this case, it was JDG. You were correct all along.
I just wanted to just bring this one out just for a little bit, just to pop this back up, just for the moment, you know, just get that back in the desk, because it was an absolute banger, though. I'm so happy to see how JDG performed. You could see Zeus, though, really gave them a run for his money. The fact he was getting access to the backline so consistently made JDG work for it, but they were able to fall back towards what has been their bread and butter. Fantastic team fights, setting up for Ruler, and having this beefy front line that just does so much work in these fights.
I'm just really impressed with JDG's resilience, because in Game 5, it felt like that game was done and dusted. You know, with the beautiful team fight that T1 were able to find around the Baron, in particular, when Gumayushi was flashing onto the backline, that level of confidence that they were displaying was remarkable. But then it felt like that the pressure was getting too much for T1. The fact that they forced that 4v5, JDG was not a team that would just let that mistake pass by, and they were quick to pounce, punish, and dominate T1.
Yeah, and these are highlights from the whole series, so I want to echo your point on resilience, because they lost games 2 and 3 off of the back of pretty much one team fight they lost at the wrong spot. I've seen so many teams lose 21-minute team fights and not lose the game. So then to have that happen twice in a row from relatively even game states, I think would tilt most teams in the world. But they bounced back with a very strong game 4 and a very steady game 5 to knock FLICKR down to the loser's bracket.
And FLICKR's probably going to look back at that replay, and he knows it because he was in the moment. He saw the chance, and I feel like that's happened a lot throughout the series, where he feels like he does have to make that hook and make that engage and make it happen there and then. And I wonder then if that's then not a consequence of the rest of the team being flustered, obviously, because it's happened a few times, and of course JDG is not going to let that happen.
I mean, I wouldn't want to put all of that responsibility on an individual, right? And what
I'm not. I'm saying, isn't that then a consequence of the team?
Well, I think that FLICKR trying to find those plays and trying to, in a situation where it's a 4v5, understand the idea and the concept behind it. I just have to question what was going through the entire T1 roster's mind in that moment. After losing their jungler and realizing that Baron was a threat, that's where I wonder if the desperation. Well, that's the thing, right? They actually, after losing Drake, immediately rushed over Baron to force it. And I wonder if in that moment they say, we have to do this, because if they have Baron, then the game is basically done and dusted.
I mean, I was watching the casters, by the way, and they started the Baron T1, and I saw Chronicler, and I was, why?
Did you hear the crowd?
Yeah.
Right? Like, everyone almost groaned. They're like, what? It was actually the most shocking, like, tactical moment we've seen.
Yeah, but I think it was, guys, Fede was kind of saying that they needed to do something. And I think the whole idea was what you almost got to see happen, which was try and bait the front line of JDG into the Baron pit and see if we can sneak picks onto Ruler or onto Knight as they're coming through. But they end up hooking Knight in the grand scheme of things. He's just way too tanky on the Sylas. I appreciate the effort, because in that moment, it's basically all you can do. That game was almost over the second they get the Baron.
Exactly. Generally, JDG was just tightening the noose, and I feel like that's where it comes from, right? That feeling on every single person on T1 of, I got to make this happen. I got to save this situation. Understandable. They're not out of the tournament. We'll talk about it in just a little bit. The 1+ player of the series, though, is Knight. This was hard. This was very difficult for either side, but why did you guys eventually go for Knight?
I mean, for me, he had some massive plays earlier on in the series on Annie. I do think he still had a large influence in Game 5 with Sylas. It was just such an amazing Sylas angle to pick it there, and he was up many CS on FLICKR in a lot of situations, but it's definitely between Knight and Kanavi.
Yeah, I think that's the big toss-up. It's just that when I looked at Knight, even in the game where Kanavi was doing a lot of work, you have the Jinx in the back line. Oftentimes it was still Knight who was hand-in-hand with them going for those dives, and Kanavi did end up picking up, as you can see here, like Kanavi was the one getting the kills, but then oftentimes it was this patience that was coming through from Knight alongside him to set these up. And again, it's the fact we haven't seen Knight do this before on an international stage. It's been like, he's been so good in the LPL. He's been absolutely incredible, but to now see him finally playing like himself, having emotions like this on the international stage for the first time is just such a heartwarming moment.
Player of the series is always a hard one because there are so many games to look back through, and like naturally people are going to look at performances like 369's incredible flanks, Ruler's obviously outstanding damage consistently throughout the fight, the engages that Missing was able to find. Putting all that responsibility on a single player is always going to be challenging, but I very much agree with the other analysts on the desk, which is that it was Knight that was finding those wins early in the series, right? It was his Annie that was the difference maker in a lot of those picks and engages. And I think that when we look at Game 5, the fact that every member of JDG stepped up, I think, is really what cements the success of what is the super team from the LPL.
And also, you know, you can disagree. You can have your own. Just make your own. Like, it's not...
Also true.
You know, it's like not the gospel, isn't it? But yeah, we see it there. Ruler, of course, just in his element.
You know what my favorite thing about this series was? Aside from the elation and the emotion of these, like, legendary players having after playing against each other, or the fact that they won 5 games, it's that these teams are so good that I feel like draft actually matters again. Like,
Oof, we got
in a weird way, like, no, literally, because they do so many things to such a perfect level, it makes the little things make the difference. So all these early games were played out amazingly. We weren't like, oh, bad jungle pathing or bad laning or bad CSing. So, like, my opinion, my takeaway from this series, like, the reason T1 lost was bad drafting. And I almost never say that, but I really thought the Nautilus never fit the team comp. I think Nautilus is an extremely good pick, but you pick Nautilus for me if you can pair it with a mid-jungle that can take over early game, or if you can have CC lockdown, which can then be followed up on by the rest of your team composition. And to me, T1 never had either of those things. Triple AP topside. When's the last time we saw that? That basically never happens. You need to have 2 of 3. Otherwise, you can stack magic resist like you saw in that game and take it over. So for me, if they can get through Gen G and they actually recognize this and think that it's something that went wrong,
BLG still need to play,
they'll be all right.
Well, if they...
Okay, spoiler, but I'm not on tomorrow. I'm going to predict Gen G.
No, but what do you think about that statement?
So I disagree to an extent, mainly because when we kind of look at the game in its entirety, I think that the draft made it harder for T1 to execute, but they did at multiple times execute. Because the fact that they were able to secure that first Baron and basically push JDG to the point where, like, we were arguing about who player of the series was from T1's perspective, I felt like that T1 because I very much agree with you. I hated the Nautilus pick for FLICKR specifically throughout the series. But for me, that isn't really what the deciding factor was. The game came down to a 4v5. I understand to a degree why T1 tried to force that play and why they felt pressured into it. But you then have to kind of look into the things that led up to that. Why were they in a 4v5 in the first place? The last Dragon where they lost owner, did they have to contest that objective? All these things are like, analysts will debate over the next 2 days. There will be hundreds of VODs. There will be a bunch of reviews around where it was that T1 dropped the ball, what it was that JDG did correct. And
no, I want to know it from you now.
And my opinion is that T1 threw Game 5. I think that that was T1's game to lose, and JDG were quite happy to catch that ball and dominate. And if this series runs itself back in the grand final, I imagine that T1 are going to make some changes, but I think I would still predict T1 to win again.
Hey, Betty, you and me, we're coping. We're already on. Like, they've already won the losers final. It's like, see a moment.
Hey, okay then, since you are that guy, since we will see JDG in the finals on Sunday, what is it? What is the X factor to JDG that allowed them to get there as the first team in this tournament?
I think there's so many different things. I mean, really strong mid-jungle, right? Knight and Kanavi have been absolutely insane, and when Kanavi's able to play his style, he's just next to none. You get the opportunity to play around Rune on that bottom end, it's absolutely incredible. And you can see the 369 is looking great on picks like the Gragas that can peel. And especially for, but the thing is, it's also for 369 specifically, because a lot of people, I don't know if you remember back in 2020 when he was playing on top Esports, there was a video that was released about Karsa ripping 369 apart because he couldn't play the Gragas, he could only play the Gnar. He had all this time but couldn't do it. And 369, then the following split just said, I can do it. And now he's showing it on the massive stages like this as well.
This happened a few times in his career already, right? And he's going through this evolution, and now we're seeing maybe final form soon. We don't know. Let's pull up the bracket, because as said, JDG in the finals. But we first have Gen.G versus BLG, and even though some people think that series is already played, it is not. In fact, it is tomorrow. The winner of that will face T1 in that lower bracket, and then the winner of that match faces JDG.
It's going to be a lot of team fighting again tomorrow. I can tell you that right now. I think the beauty of BLG is dragging teams into their playstyle. If you contrast JDG's performance today against T1 and their performance against BLG, there was way more fighting in the BLG series. Every objective 5v5, and that's because if BLG's on the objective first and you want to contest them, they'll fight you. If you're on the objective first, then they say, oh, well, we have to contest you to get that objective. And BLG will fight. And the question is Gen.G ready for it? Because they're not going to get the slow early games that they like to play.
Can we make this tournament longer?
Wait, we can't bring LCS back.
I don't need it. I just want more series like this.
Yeah, I mean, you took the words out of my mouth. We want more series like this. I think we've been starved of them just a little bit, but luckily we can get 3 more of them. Starting tomorrow, we'll be back with the elimination series between Gen.G and BLG to stay alive at MSI 2023. Let's hope for another 5 games and see you then.
Yeah, every series is an elimination one from this on out.
Yeah.
Bye.
Trying to fight back, but already Owner is going to get the flash. He's into the brush though, and Knight, he comes around in first blood for Kanavi.
Again, that is YT1.
Oh, that's a flash. Tibbers, massive wombo combo, and immediately the Thresh is going to go down as well. Missing, he's just walking towards him. Cyclone, he's going to land onto everyone as Gumiushi gets knocked up. He tries to open, it's a double kill for Ruler. As now Knight is going to come on over to FLICKR here. These twin bangs just layering on top of FLICKR. Knight is going to go down. There's the immediate flash out as well. Double knock up from Zeus as they take the first one. This isn't fair. How dare you bring a gun to our wet noodle fight? They knock up 369. Miasma going to try to be avoiding him, but immediately he's polymorphed and he's taken down. The knockups come through Knight. He's going to be punished, and now it's Gumiushi that rips them to shreds. Rocket not going to connect there, as now it's Gumiushi in trouble. It's just going to get eliminated as Knight turns up in the nick of time. Ruler's going to get kidnapped to come forward on the wall combo. Will connect. The Kha'Zix's going to go down. Carrier will follow FLICKR. The Ram is going to come down. Kanavi gets into that backline as Gumiushi is just trying to kill him. He does manage to take him down, and it's a double for the Jinx. The Sap's going to make it a triple damage with the Rocket. Guma gets excited yet again, but it's a huge bear that he has to deal with. I mean, we're not going to get another team fight because JDG will deny it, and it's a double kill now for Zeus. The re-engage is gigantic, and with Ruler and his auto attacks, it's JDG to win the spawning at 5. Well, Hook is going to land here as Faker just says, we're going in. Moonlight Vigilance kind of massive, but Roller's going to take down Faker. Zeus is huge, but he's dead. And it's a double kill for the Jinx. And JDG will be waiting to see whether they get a rematch in the final of MSI 2023.
You and me will never